I'm Isabel.
Who's not what she seems.
Somebody here knows something. You'd be amazed the things you learn about a place if you pay attention.
The Family Next Door starts Sunday, August 10 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Room to steady and finish.
It's close to the goal line and Marty got there. Another one.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. And don't get better than this.
Rampy from 55 and right on the way home. Huge fend off and kicks the goal. The skipper off a step finishes.
Take a seat, 'cause it don't get better than this.
Right foot strike. He's got it. Oh, the home fans like that. Takes a bounce. Unguarded goal square. He's got it. Reed's going to go for goal. Oh, my goodness. That truly is remarkable.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Take a seat, 'cause it don't get better than this.
On radio, on digital and on the ABC Listen app.
Yeah, take a seat, 'cause it don't get better than this.
The Jeremy Cameron Show returns to Geelong, fresh off a career-high 11 goals last week against North Melbourne as the Cats host Port Adelaide in round 21 of the AFL as they look to tighten their grip on a place inside the top four at season's end. Hello, welcome to Sunday Footy on ABC Sport. It's Geelong in 4th position, taking on Port Adelaide in 11th. And the news from down at boundary level is a late change for Port Adelaide with Connor Rozee out through illness, not that hand injury, so replaced in the selected side by Dylan Williams and Jack Martin and Hugh Jackson will be the subs this afternoon for the various sides. Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport. We've come down to the boundary to take you straight inside the Geelong camp. I'm alongside two-time All-Australian. Of course, he was a Jack Cahill medalist with Port Adelaide. Chad Wingard, welcome to Sunday Footy. Down on boundary side, you thought you got away from all these responsibilities of being down on ground level, but we're out of the commentary box and down to ground level on what is a beautiful day here in Geelong under the Joel Selwood Sand. Welcome to you.
Yeah, it's great to be here. Obviously, it's a stellar day. Like, it's an unbelievable day for football. And where else would you want to be? I mean, this is going to be a cracker game. You got Georgiadis at one end and Jeremy Cameron at the other. So hopefully a bit of a shootout.
Of course, all the attention was on Jeremy Cameron last week. 11 goals against the Kangaroos. It felt like his teammates for Geelong were looking for him as much as they possibly can. Shannon Neal put 4 goals. It's a chance for the Cats to get another good win, and if they claim victory this afternoon, they're just one win behind Adelaide and Collingwood. Brisbane, of course, in that wrestle to try and see who can finish with a home final and, more importantly, a double chance in the top 4.
Yeah, 100%. And you see Jeremy Cameron's actually playing a lot higher, which we've seen him do at occasions, and he's obviously he's the best running towards goal because he gets a handball receive, which you saw, and kicked a goal. And, I mean, he's kicking bagged at the moment. He's chasing down that ton. And Patrick, obviously, Dangerfield said how good would that be if he can grab that in the grand final and kicking 100. It'd be unbelievable. I think my friends at the AFL will be filthy trying to get that game going ahead. But like I said, it's great to watch them play. I think this is Geelong, like I said, they haven't got the toughest run home, but they don't choose a schedule, and you just got to play what's in front of you.
What's your memory of playing down here at Cardinia Park? I did do a bit of research. You played here 3 times. Unfortunately, didn't have a winner. It's not the easiest place to come, whether you're a Hawthorn or Port Adelaide player, and that's the challenge for the Power this afternoon without their captain, Connor Rozee.
Yeah, well, Port Adelaide, last time they played here, they actually got the chocolates, so that was last year. And like I said, I think Geelong are a little bit more vulnerable here than I would say they were early 2010s, around that era. They were unstoppable. You think about the defence that we had to come up against, and thanks for bringing it up. 0-3 down here, so yeah, great memories.
We're in front of the Geelong race because Mitch Duncan, the injured Cat, 2-time premiership player, is going to come and join us. The amount of fans leaning over the fence asking for Bailey Smith's signature. I mean, it's not surprising. He's one of the most popular players in the AFL, alongside Zach Butters, alongside Nick Dacos, but he is certainly a fan favourite everywhere around the world.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's the personality off the field, which a lot of players have obviously grown so much, and it's great to see.
A man who, of course, played in 2 premierships for the Cats. He's not out there this afternoon. Mitch Duncan comes and joins myself, Matt Clinch, and Chad Wingard. Mitch, nice to see you. Unfortunately, not in the club colours, though, this afternoon, in the shorts and the jumper.
Nah, not in the playing kit today. Absolute beautiful day to play footy down here in Geelong. So, done my session this morning, feeling good, and see how we go today.
Now, we spoke to you after you played in your 300th game, shoulder injury, having not played in the AFL side against the Tigers in round 17, and then injured yourself in the VFL the next day. How's the shoulder recovery coming along, and a bye this week for the VFL? What's the plans for the future?
Yeah, it's a bit of an unfortunate incident. Just got tackled, landed wrong, and, that's footy. So just dealing with that. It's just gone 3 weeks, so it's feeling pretty good. It's just probably ticking off the strength measures and the contact measures to play next week. And then if we don't make that, then we've got the Sydney game up our sleeve as well. So, yeah, big week this week to see how it pans out. But, yeah, pretty excited with whichever way it goes.
4 young kids at home. What's the sympathy like when you suffer a shoulder injury when you're in the latter stages of your career, but obviously not the injury you want at this stage of the season?
Yeah, early days got a bit of sympathy. Had the bell ringing, but it doesn't last too long, definitely. So yeah, no more sympathy now. And now that I'm back training and doing some strength work, yeah, there's definitely none of that. There's probably more strength picking up kids, to be honest, than in the weights room.
I just want to speak about Jack Martin. He's been unbelievable this year. So he's played a little bit in the back line, but recently playing a little bit up forward. What's he kind of adding? I know his pressure, his marking ability. Like I see him in person, he's actually a lot taller than he looks on camera. But speak about, I suppose, how he's came in and just contributed straight away.
Yeah, absolutely. What a great person Jack is. But yeah, I suppose his ability to play in all areas of the ground is actually really key, and I think we've got a lot of players like that, so it makes us really flexible. As you said, he started down back, he's done a bit of wing, and now up forward, his contested work is actually, really strong for, I suppose, as you said, he's really tall, quite slight, but he's actually really strong, so really smart footballer, one that I really enjoy talking footy with, and haven't probably played enough with him, but hopefully there's still a couple of games left.
And Zach Butter's obviously one of the best players in the competition at the moment. I know you'd love to be out there, but who, if anyone, from Geelong's going to try and get that job today?
Yeah, there's a few that probably will, I was going to say put their hand up, but they probably wouldn't. But we've been running with a couple for a few years, so no doubt there'll be a bit of attention there. But he's someone that I love playing against. He plays with great passion, an absolute gun player, but likes a bit of chatter out there too. So looking forward to watching from afar and seeing how that goes.
And I want to know this because I don't know Bailey Smith that well, but inside the club rooms, what's he like? We always see the drama, everything that he's about, I suppose the personality, which I love that these players are given. What's he like inside the 4 walls?
Nah, mate, he's actually... I actually think he's got really good leadership qualities, really good leadership traits, loves footy, loves the game, works extremely hard. There's just, obviously a few things that, he comes with his brand, but he's been great for the group. He keeps the group kind of level-headed in a way, like when things are not going as well, he's still got that great personality that is a bit bubbly, and then when he needs to speak up in meetings, he's the first one too. So he's been awesome and awesome for the group, and he's going to be a good Geelong player for a long time.
Now 4 games left obviously to the home and away season. Got a, I suppose, easier run than some other teams, but what's the tactic to get the win done today? Because last time we played Port Adelaide here last year, obviously we came away with a loss.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's nearly just focusing on what we can, or how we're going to play. Like 90% about us, 10% about them, and just really go after our game. I think that's how we're going to, play our best footy, especially come the back end of the year. But they jumped us here, last year I reckon it was, and put up about 7 or 8 goals in the first quarter. So it's always comes back to around the footy, really. Like if we can, at least match it with them, I think we've probably got them covered a little bit down at either end. We've obviously got to watch Mitch Georgiades. He's had an unbelievable year, but I think the battle of the midfield is obviously important, the ruckman, but we'll see how the rest pans out.
All the best with the recovery, mate. Hope we see you out there very soon.
Thanks, mate.
All right, mate.
Thanks, bro.
Great to have Mitch Duncan with us as part of the pre-game, 2-time premiership player with the Geelong Football Club, and so much intrigue as to how Geelong will go in the latter stages of the season. They've been there on so many occasions. In peaking at this time of year, the challenge for Chris Scott is to try and make sure they are firing on all cylinders. Matt Clinch alongside Chad Wingard in the lead up to this afternoon's match. There is one late change with Connor Rosie out for Port Adelaide. And it means that Dylan Williams comes into the side. Jack Martin and Hugh Jackson will be the sub for the Seams this afternoon. We're in the left forward pocket watching as the Geelong forwards are having some shots on goal with the Joel Selwood stand in the backdrop. So Paddy Dangerfield and Tyson Stengel, Chad, just to our left, and Jeremy Cameron off that career-best 11 goals last week. I mean, it's a rich vein of form. It's a luxurious position to be in for the Cats that they can try and target him. And what do you expect tactics will be this afternoon? Is it continuing to try and get him high up the ground and then clear out the forward 50 for him? And are the other forwards happy to play cameo roles?
Well, I think you don't want to be on Alira. I think he's the one player that you just don't want to come up against in terms of his ability to, I suppose, impact the game early. I think Jeremy Cameron, he's best when he's so mobile and he can get up the ground. He's best when he's facing towards his goal. So getting him up higher, resetting back. Hopefully, I think Port will be on the handball receives outside 50 because you cannot let that man get a handball receive anywhere near goal around 60 metres out. So I think, again, we'll try and look for him. We'll try and get handball receives. I think players will know exactly where he is at every moment of the game today.
Ben Cameron and Daniel Harford are upstairs. We'll take you inside the Port Adelaide camp in a few moments' time. Their General Manager of Footy, Chris Davies, will join us in the lead-up to this afternoon's match. For Port Adelaide, there's 4 games remaining in the coaching tenure of Ken Hinkley. He's played such a significant role in the history of the footy club. When you think back to the start of your career, Chad, and the tarps that were on the oval at Adelaide, well, it was Footy Park, and then Adelaide Oval was a completely different kettle of fish as the people of South Australia embraced the change to the city. But what state does he leave this Port Adelaide side? He much touched on Mitch Georgiades and his impressive season to date, but there are a few questions as Josh Carr will take over in 2026.
Yeah, I think the legacy of Ken Hinkley is the fact that he walked into this place and made it a better place when he left. I think he can hold his, I suppose, head high on that. Yes, he didn't get the chocolates in terms of a grand final appearance, but he got to, I think, 3 prelim finals. And like I said, for where the club was at financially, where it was with supporting level, they're getting attendance, they've got some great young talent. I think they're just in a much better space in terms of where it is situated at the moment in that city. So hats off to him. He's done an amazing, like I said, had the tarps on. It's amazing to where the club used to be when I first got there.
And you think about the irony of back in 2012 when the Geelong Brass all came to town to see if they could lure Travis Boak across. He is a 300-game player. Plus now at Port Adelaide, the game's record holder, and he is one who will obviously have the questions like so many players at season's end about what he will do post-playing career and whether he wants to continue on.
Yeah, and I think Boakey, he's such a strong leader. Obviously, he's been the captain of that side and made some really strong decisions for that club where it mattered most. Like he said, could have went to Geelong, could have went anywhere he really wanted to. And if he did, he obviously, when he got drafted with Selwood, you can just see the different trajectory with his career. But he's done so much. He means so much. Could it be coaching? Could it be in terms of recruiting with his mate Robbie Gray? Who knows? But the world's his oyster, and I'm about to get stuck into this guy right here, another Norton. So some friendly faces here at the moment.
All right, we're going to make our way upstairs. Ben Cameron's upstairs with Daniel Harford as we'll get a chance to take you inside the Port Adelaide camp in a couple of moments' time.
Thank you, Clinchy. Great to be up here in the commentary position with a man who does have a winning record down here in Sleepy Hollow, Cardinia Park. Daniel Harford, 3-1 down here at the Cattery.
Don't want to talk about it, Benny. Don't want to talk about it. It's not about me, but you're spot on. Dominated this venue
thanks for
many,
handing
many
me the
years.
note before we came on air.
No, this is a great venue. It's certainly been upgraded plenty of times since I last played here 20-odd years ago, but it was a bit of a time. Yeah, we were able to beat the Cats down here back in the old days. It was nice. Doesn't happen often these days, though.
So was that with the Hawks or the Blues?
Hawks, all Hawks.
Yeah,
that was all Hawks.
Yeah, I was going to say that was before the Kennett curse and
yes,
everything that followed. But after the 89 grand final, so that great rivalry that continues. It is Geelong and Port Adelaide here today, and I'm pleased to say that the GM of footy at Port Adelaide, Chris Davies, who's a leading industry figure as well, joins us. CD, Disco they call him. Chris, welcome.
Nice to hear you all.
Connor Rosier laid out with illness. When was that decision made?
Well, I mean, late enough that he didn't come on the plane yesterday. So once that happened, we thought that he was in danger. We had booked a flight for him this morning, but unfortunately wasn't well enough to come over. So he's a late-ish out.
Those in the rooms last week noticed that his hand was fairly puffy in the wake of last week's game, the showdown. So no issues with the hand, just illness.
Yeah, no, his hand was fine. It was obviously puffy from the issue that he had the previous week, but no, the poor bugger's been cooked the last couple of days. We had one of our other players actually, Logan Evans, who's missing today from he's got pneumonia. So we've been hit hard from an injury perspective and also some sickness, which hasn't been ideal.
Chris, Daniel Harford, nice to talk to you. Good luck today. I'm interested in the assessment of the performance last week. You're a pretty proud footy club. It's a great rivalry between you and the Adelaide Crows, and what was put out there by your team probably wasn't up to standard. What was the conversation like through the week?
No, I think you're exactly right. It wasn't up to standard. Ultimately, as you've said, there's ways to lose games, and last week for us wasn't it. So we had our colours well and truly lowered by a team who are playing really good footy. We've got a bit of a talent threshold, in our team at the moment that we've probably got to the point where it's challenging. But at the same time, we've got 4 games to go this year to put in some positive performances and lead into 2026.
So 16-7 last year in the home and away season for the Power, second on the ladder, and it's at this stage, this point in time, it's 8-11, and it's a long way from that. At the start of the season, did you foresee a drop? Certainly, probably not to this extent, but did you foresee a drop?
Well, I think if you look back at last year, as you say, Harper, we finishing second at the end of the minor round, I'm not sure how many people would have probably had us in that position this year, but that's not to say that we didn't have much higher expectations than where we are right now. I mean, our worst footy this year has not been anywhere near, I guess, the standard of our worst footy last year, and that's to say that this year we've been beaten heavily in a number of games. From a percentage perspective, I think we're down in the 80s, which is not something that this club is used to. So we weren't performing well at the start of the year before we lost a number of players. So we came into this year expecting far more than we've delivered so far, mate, definitely.
Yeah, and there's been a great push for that ultimate success under Kenny through his reign at Port Adelaide, and that takes a lot of emotion, a lot of energy, that, as you would well know. Do you reckon sometimes that plays a part? If you do go to the top, try and get to the top of the mountain often enough, and you're not quite able to get there, that does perhaps suck the life out of you a bit?
Yeah, I think it's a really good point. We've been, scratching and trying to save everything we possibly could to get to that next level. I mean, in Ken's time, I think it's 4 preliminary finals, no grand finals. So, that has certainly taken its toll over time, and you are looking at that final little bit to go from preliminary finalist to finalist, but we haven't been able to achieve that, and the reality is, unfortunately, we won't achieve that with Ken as the coach of our club. But as I say, we at the end of the day, though, we have no excuse. We performed poorly this year. We haven't been good from very early on this year, and we're going to have to do some things differently in 2026.
Port Adelaide footy boss Chris Davies chatting to us on Sunday Footy on ABC Sport. I'm not sure if you watched the end of the game between St Kilda and Melbourne last week, CD, but Nasiah Wanganeen-Malera is a pretty good player. Do you still believe yourselves to be live in the pursuit of his signature?
I prefer to be an optimist and say until we find out otherwise, I'll stay in the camp of being an optimist. So, look, he's playing some fantastic footy at the moment, isn't he? And, whichever club has him next year will be a better club for it, I'm sure.
Caroline Wilson reported that the club was frustrated by suggestions they don't have the draft capital to get a deal done. Is that true?
Look, I mean, frustrated is not the right word. I guess, there are so many ways that these things happen that people, saying that you can't get things done whilst the season is still going, probably don't understand the entire machinations of the way that trades get done nowadays. Things happen, and you've got to be good enough going into the chase of these players to also be thinking about the way that you might actually bring them into your club if they end up saying they want to come.
So a lot of people, I think, look at that and think about Zach Butters, who's a pre-agent, becomes a free agent next year. Will you have the conversation with Zach Butters to say, do you intend to stay with us beyond the end of next year?
No, I mean, we don't have to, because Zach is contracted to the end of next year. I think this is more about saying, you have multiple years into the future to potentially trade your first round picks. So, are there any other things that might be included in the in the package? And as you would all know, nowadays the list managers try to outthink each other, and so you're rarely dealing with one club directly. So, there's a lot of things that happen that can end up with good players leaving clubs and clubs obviously having enough to ultimately satisfy whoever it is. And that's not just about Nasiah, that's about anyone that you're trying to get into your club. We threw the same thing a few years back with Jason Horne-Francis. So, I'd like to think that there'd be, a willingness for everyone to start to think that it's not just, what can we provide to whichever other club we're dealing with. It's how these things can be done in totality.
We saw the Chad Corns news a few weeks ago that he wouldn't be offered a contract for next year. Have you made a decision on the other assistant coaches?
No, look, that'll be something that we work through over the remaining period of the year. There's something that'll come out, I'm sure, over the next week or so from the Coaches Association as to which contract. I'm not sure if I broke up then, but who are out of contract, and but we'll be aggressive in that space. We've probably got a couple of roles to fill that we'll try and make sure we get some really good people into the club with some fresh ideas.
Is Jared Schofield a person of interest?
Well, I mean, I kept in contact with Scully over time. He obviously worked for our club for a period of time. I don't think it's appropriate for me to talk about any individual right now, but suffice to say that Josh has got some different views as to the way that the game should be played next year, and we'll have to get some people in who align philosophically for us down the track.
Speaking of players and people that have been at your club for a long period of time, Trevor Spoke's been doing that for a long period of time in the Port Adelaide colours. Have we worked out what his future might hold, Chris?
Look, I think Trevor will make that decision over the next 3 or 4 weeks. I did notice it was his birthday this week. I didn't know if he was 40 or 42, but I wished him happy birthday nonetheless.
And the most important question for Port fans listening today is who gets the job? Who's had the sleepless night about Jeremy Cameron today?
Well, Miles Bergman normally gets that job, and he's sound back in his bed in Adelaide. Look, I think that the guys will sort of rotate on him. Clearly Geelong have got some other good players that we've tried to keep out of the game, historically as well. That whether it be Tom Stewart, Holmes, they've got some fantastic players out there that we're going to have to be really mindful of taken care of if we're going to have a go today, and we are certainly going to have a go. So, our responsibility here is to try and move the footy, not get too straight line, and really have a go at Geelong, because we know if we don't try and throw a punch that we'll struggle.
Yeah, get your retaliation in first. I like it. Chris Davies, we know that you've got to run to a team meeting. Hopefully Logie Evans is all right as well with that pneumonia you mentioned. Best of luck today. Thanks for your time.
No worries. Have a good day. Thank you.
There is Chris Davies. His time always appreciated here on the ABC. What did you hear in that?
I heard that they're a bit worried about where they are. Talking about the drop in performance from last year to this year. And I think he's right. Like, they finished second last year in the home and away. I don't think anyone had them in that position for forecasting for season 25. So, but I don't think we saw them dropping outside the 8 to this extent, the year being over so quickly. So that's a problem for them. And if they are trying to bring a player like Nas in, you've got to pay for that somehow. Your draft collateral question was really good. I reckon that they don't have it. In terms of pure draft collateral, they cannot pay for Nasai Wangan and Miller. So they're going to have to cough up something else.
Yes.
That's going to be a good player.
Sorry, Half. Their first pick is pick 26, so they've traded out of the first round. Yeah,
30. Could go back to 35 by the time the academies and the father-sons come in. So that could be a almost end of second round old school pick.
So they can trade future picks, which is something they might be able to do to help make the move happen. But what do you think it would cost to get Nazire in? Is that 2 first-round picks? Because if it is, they don't have that.
I think that's the starting point.
Yeah.
2 first-rounders. Or give us Zach. You can have Nas, give us Zach, and we'll throw another first round and we'll take it.
Or, I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be Zach to St Kilda. It can be Zach to whoever.
Zach to, yeah.
Get a good couple of picks. And that's why I think they'll have to have the conversation with Zach, won't they? They'll have to go to him and say, look, let us know. If you're planning to stay here a long time, you're the man. You're the guy for us. You're our star. You're our best player. You'll be in our team for a long period of time. Let's sign a long-term deal. But if you're thinking of going at the end of next year when you're a free agent, let's rip the Band-Aid off now.
Yep.
And they can get in Nazire and not miss that.
Well, that can help everyone.
Yeah.
Rather than create a bit of tension between the parties next season if it doesn't happen and he does want to leave next season. That can help everyone and just ease the tension on that. So that's a good idea. That's a good conversation to be having. Now, you don't want to have those because you want to build around a guy like Zach Butters. But if you can bring in a generational player like Wangan Miller, then maybe that's the price you have to pay. But you're right, there'll probably be a third, possibly even a fourth party involved in any of these conversations just to get access to the picks that's going to get the NAS deal done.
So I think it's a question that you ask of Chris Davies. It's unlikely he's going to say that, yeah, we'll have those chats with Zach Butters, but you've been in footy clubs. Do those conversations absolutely happen, Huff?
Well, more so these days.
Yeah.
Back when I was playing, there were none of these conversations. It's a very different landscape these days for player movement. And players are so active in their careers now in terms of the futures. Managers are more creative with how they try and maximise the value of their clients through their AFL journeys. So certainly these days, they are conversations that are had. Absolutely.
I will leave that there with Port Adelaide 8-11 on the season, sitting 11th before this round, a percentage of 83.2, which Chris Davies did reference. Geelong fourth coming into this round, 13-6. Where do you have them? Are they amongst the very best teams at the top, or are they a rung below half?
I reckon they're a rung below, but that might finish them in a top four position, the way things are unfolding at the moment. And once if they get a top four position, double chance, so I think they'll be a real threat, because they do have the experience at the back end of the season. They know September really well, this club and this group of players. So whilst I think they're a bit below Adelaide and Brisbane, and probably Collingwood's a bit of a concern at the moment too from what I've seen the last month, I have them in sort of the Collingwood, Hawthorn, Giants bracket at the moment. The Cats down here, obviously they'll be looking for a big game and a big performance against the Power today after what they did last week, but yeah, I just have them just a half step off the best teams at the minute.
Oh, I've just been a little distracted here, Half.
See that
great answer you gave. A proposal on the ground at the Cattery on a Sunday afternoon. They are in the Guard of Honour, and a gentleman has decided now is the right time via the big screen down here at Cardinia Park to dirty the knee and propose to his now fiancée. She said yes. Thankfully.
Oh, this is great news. This is great news. We're the home of love here on the ABC. I'm all for it. More of it, and great to see you set it up too, because the cameras were ready.
Yep.
There was big screen cameras. There was still photographers there. He knew his moment, and he nailed it. Well done to him.
And there's a lot of hugging and celebrations going on at the moment.
Cats fans are having a ball down there.
What do you think of the idea of proposing
Not a chance.
live on the big screen?
No, not a chance. I just, because the danger, it's risk versus reward, isn't it?
You want to be confident.
You want to be real confident, because that can end up real messy. If it goes pear-shaped, that's not a great outcome for our man.
I must admit, you were giving a great answer about Geelong and where they sit, but I heard none of it.
You didn't pay any attention. I saw your eyes wandering.
My eyes were wandering as Chad Wingard and Matt Clinch make their way back into the commentary position. We were talking about...
I was hoping Clinchy might cover that.
Yeah.
Might be out there for the proposal.
No, we decided enough. It was time to come back upstairs to the comfy of the commentary box. I don't know whether Chad enjoyed it as much as I did being back down ground level. His memories of being down here at Cardinia Park and watching goal go through after goal go through.
Yeah, I mean, I was down there as well with Chris Davies, the man who traded me to Hawthorn.
Oh, cop that.
So thanks, guys, for taking me down there with him one-on-one.
At least you ended up in a great club finally.
Yeah.
It took your time, but you got there eventually.
He can't trade you again, Chad. Don't worry about it.
It was all hugs down at ground level, though. So
I saw embracing too, physical embrace.
It was the meaty guy. It was Norton. I got around Daniel Norton. He's been there for 17 years. He's a longest serving person there. He's a legend.
No high five for CD, a little disco. No.
Cold shoulder.
That's the beauty of footy clubs, isn't it? You might have long memories, and often these things do reappear at some stage. We're down at Cardinia Park. It's Geelong taking on Port Adelaide. Just repeating that late news, if you've just flicked on the radio, Connor Rosie hasn't made the trip to Victoria down to Geelong, and he is a late out this afternoon. So I think we're all intrigued about what we've seen across the weekend. Big win by the Adelaide Crows back on Friday night over Hawthorn. The Bulldogs stay in the race after their win over the Giants, and the Brisbane Lions with what they were able to do against the Magpies. So as we're trying to get a top four sort of order and where we sit the number one threat, number two threat, number three, it could be further than that. Geelong are sort of one of those curiosities that they get to this stage of the season and they look to really try and ram it up. And Chris Scott comes in with an unchanged lineup this afternoon, and once more it's another opportunity for them to try and get into some red hot form.
Yeah, I was just saying to Benny, I've got them a half step off the best teams. Adelaide and Brisbane I have sort of as the top two teams at the moment. I'm worried about Collingwood. We touched on that last night in the game against the Brisbane Lions at the MCG. So I'm a little bit worried about them, and certainly what happens behind the ball personnel-wise, that's a concern. But then you've got Brisbane, and you've got Hawthorn, the Giants, and and the Gold Coast Suns, they'll be pushing for a top 4 spot. So given an opportunity with the way they play, and it's stood up in finals before the Damien Hardwick system, we've known that through the years, so they'll be really confident should they get to at the pointy end to have a real influence in this competition. But I've got the Cats a little half step off. I don't think, whatever happens today, I don't think we learn a heap about what that might look like in terms of developing in the last couple of weeks. Chad, now this should be a strong win, you'd think, by the Cats today. Should be. Nothing's ever certain in footy. But even if that happens, even if it's a 10-goal win, I don't think we're going to learn too much about their capabilities in September.
No, I agree, and I don't think we're going to find out before the home and away season, to be honest. I mean, their toughest opponent in the next 4 weeks is Sydney, and that's in round 23. I mean, we can find out a little bit there, but again, it's a team that's not in finals. So for me, it's going to be similar to, look at Brisbane last year, and yes, they've got a Hawthorn, for instance. We can talk about those two teams. Hawthorn's got a really tough run home.
Yeah.
But Brisbane had a really tough final series, and when it came to the grand final, they were battle-tested. So if you're teams that have got a harder run like Hawthorn, you see that as a positive. So we're going to come into finals, if we make it, that we're going to be ready for the best of the best. Where Geelong, they're not going to know where they're at until they actually play their first final.
Yep, that's a good point. Well, the Hawks are in trouble now with Will Day being out for the season. I mean, that's a blow. That might put an end to their chances, really. I mean, he's been so critical. Without him, they are a very different team. So him out for the season now might actually spell the end of their run, and the Bulldogs might come in and be a hot team in September, and who knows what they can do with their firepower up forward.
Yeah.
So Hawthorn are in the 8 for the moment, and as you mentioned, the tough run they have to close. So Collingwood on Thursday night at the MCG, Melbourne and Brisbane at the Gabba. So the news that Will Day, unfortunately, that navicular injury has reoccurred. He was in the Moonbird as he made his way back from South Australia on Saturday morning. How much does that impact Hawthorn's chances in your eyes, Chad, and the difference maker, the impact maker in which he is for Hawthorn and their midfield?
Yeah, well, I think that it's a position that they can't fill, and they've been trying to fill it for all year. I mean, you see Weddle, when he goes out, they've got so many backs that can actually fill that role. You've got Jarman Impey, who's been starring in the last 6 weeks. You've got Carl Amon, you've got Scrimshaw, CJ. You've got guys that can play that similar role. But in the midfield at Hawthorn, that's where their depth has been really tested, because they haven't got a superstar in there. Yes, John Newcomb's been great, but he hasn't got any of the cattle of fish that these other teams have. You think about Collingwood, the stars that they've got in there. You think about Brisbane. They haven't quite got that mix where it's going to contend against the best. So that's the problem they're losing a player that's the most important player for them.
Yeah, he gives them something they don't have.
Speed.
He's speed, he's athletic, he's powerful, uses the ball really well, can hit the scoreboard as well. He is something they don't have. James Warple was the sub yesterday, on Friday night, against the Crows, and he seems to be sort of that spare parts player a bit at the moment for Sam Mitchell and the coaching staff of the Hawks. He doesn't have what Will Day brings, so that's a real blow for their finals chances.
Sunday footy on ABC Sport. As you can hear, Geelong have made their way out onto Kardinia Park, and for the second year the Cats will wear a special retro jersey, their regional jumper representing the 36 local football clubs from around the world that the players come from. So led by Patrick Dangerfield, they are unchanged following their 101-point victory over the Kangaroos last week, in which Jeremy Cameron booted 11, and the Power are just a few moments away from making their way out. And Jack Whitlock on debut gets his chance to, from Shepparton, get his chance on the big stage here in the AFL. In the match taking place at Docklands, just a reminder, there is an ABC call available. Just download the ABC Listen app if you haven't already and click on the AFL Extra button. It's St Kilda who lead by a point at half-time to the Saints 4-6-30 to North Melbourne 4-5-29. So after the Roos beat 3-1 in the opening quarter, the Saints with 3-1 in the second quarter to take the lead at half-time. So curious after the events of last week, the conversation around Nasiah Wanganeen-Millera. I don't know, Chad or Half, if you have an opinion as to what his week would be like and how much of an impact that would have on him as if he hasn't already, trying to decide where he'd like to play his footy.
I don't think last week hurts his chances of staying at St Kilda. I mean, those moments with your teammates are pretty special. If you're the central point of that, I think that can really be a strong hook for a player to stay. Not many players get those moments, just by the way, but when you have them, they are pretty special to be able to spend that with your teammates. Then all of a sudden you're on the coach's shoulders at the pub afterwards. Like it's a pretty good day to be Nasiah Wanganeen-Millera, I reckon, last Sunday. And I think that helps. His quest to, or St Kilda's quest to keep him. Then they had the big dinner, of course, with all the heavy hitters. Not sure that's his jam, but
apparently it wasn't well received, according to Tom Morris.
Could you imagine that it being the sort of thing that Nas was into? No. I don't know him, and I know that it's a bad idea.
Yep.
So I reckon they might have pulled the wrong rein there. But the moment, last week's game was a strong opportunity for St Kilda to reinforce what he means to them, for his teammates to reinforce what he can bring for their footy club. Who knows if it's got to factor into his decision. Would be a nice problem to have, I reckon, if you're Nas at the moment. Chad, if you've got a couple of $1 million just hanging over your head every time you think about waking up.
Well, that's the thing. I don't think the money's the issue. Or like if it's 100,000, 200,000, when you're talking about 2 million, I don't think that's the deciding factor. And I think whatever he's doing, if I'm thinking from a player's lens, is keep doing what you're doing because you're dominating, you're playing good footy. And yes, the decision will be made end of the year. I mean, they're obviously not going to play finals, but you see other players in this situation and they crumble or they don't have the buy-in from his teammates. He's obviously got a complete buy-in. So whatever he chooses at the end of the year, I think everyone's going to completely understand because he's gone about it the right way. He's attacking the game everywhere. He's not protecting himself. He's playing footy the right way, and that's the first and foremost thing.
I think if you're his manager at the moment, you'd be saying, well, generally we think if it gets to the end of the year, they're going. But I'm sure Ben Williams, his manager, is saying it's not affecting his form. And every week he goes out there and plays, it's only adding money.
Yep.
So why would we sign now? We might as well give it another 3 weeks. He might be worth more then.
Well, it depends. The other part of this is what can Secura afford.
Particularly if they're going to pay TDK 1.7, which has been widely reported. And if you are Nas and his manager, Ben Williams, you would be saying, well, if he's worth 1.7, I'm worth 2. Thank you very much. Please and thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's the problem. What have they got left in the kick? And how does that affect their ability to get players in going forward? So now they're sitting there going, okay, well, I'm a pretty handy player. I wouldn't mind playing in a flag every now and then. Is this the group, is this the club that's going to be in that window in the next little while? Because we might hamstring the whole budget, the whole footy cap, because there's 2 of us on 30% of the cap, 25% of the cap.
32% of the cap.
Yeah.
Loosely it is.
So that's a lot. Which means you can't go hunting too many other elite talents across the competition, which means you're banking on development, which hasn't been a strong suit for the Saints in recent history. So is that enough? Is that enough to keep him? Or does he want to try and press his luck somewhere else? And look, Port Adelaide are in a similar situation. We were talking about that before, Ben. They're not exactly in the window either. Just, by the way, new coach coming in, list that's dropped from 2nd to 13th or whatever they are at the moment. Who knows where it ends up? That's going the wrong way for a high-priced, high-class recruit.
What would you think, Chad? Would you be, if you're advising him and giving him a word of advice, would you be looking for a somewhat shorter deal and stay in the environment in which you're in, or could you understand the pull of to go home to South Australia, be back amongst family and friends, and put it back to your manager and the 2 South Australian clubs to find a way to get me home if you want me?
Well, he's got that many options. And my advice would be, what's the most important thing for you at this stage of your career? Do you want to play, is home always going to be a pull? Because that's always going to be there. Whether you sign a 2-year at St Kilda and then get to free agency, and then you take a big, the 8-year or whatever it's going to be to get him back to Adelaide. Where do you want to play footy? Where do you think you can? What's your value? Is it I want to be the best player I can be individually? Is it I want to be success? Or I really love this club. They drafted me. They saw something that the other 10 other clubs before me didn't see. Do I want to pay them back and be in a position where I want to bring a one-club player and try to win a premiership here? These are all the questions he's asking, but he's not going to say that and not going to know until the end of the year when all the chips lay where they do. But I agree with you. If Tom De Koning is on 1.7, in no other team should he be the second most paid player besides maybe Dacos. He's just that good at the moment.
Can I just run one past both of you? And I don't mean this, it's almost unfair to bring this up for the individual involved, but if I was to say to you both, what's the one thing that maybe the Fremantle Dockers are lacking in terms of on the ground at the moment? What would you say?
In terms of playing?
Yeah, in terms of on the ground, where are they maybe light in one area of the ground?
Oh, gee whiz. For outside run?
Maybe a little bit of bounce off the halfback flank?
Outside run,
Yeah, they had the pick before Nasiah Wanganeen-Malera.
Why would you bring that up? Why would you bring that up?
That stings, doesn't it?
Oh, that hurts.
Yeah.
Hey, after him as well, but they've had pick 7. I'm just spewing they didn't pick him. Yeah, I told the recruiter, I said, mate, Naz is going to be a jet. Like, can we get him?
You knew this?
Yeah, I trained with him before he got drafted with Paulie Vanderbeek. We trained him in Adelaide, and this is outside of Hawthorn. This is just
having a kick
as a kid
home.
that I knew that he was going to be a good player.
Right.
Wow.
We need you in recruiting, Chad. You know this stuff.
Easy to say now that it's panned out. I probably said that with a few guys and they did.
Chad Wingard alongside Daniel Harford, your experts on Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron to call the action with Lex Pesce down on the boundary. Connor Rosie is out for Port Adelaide. Dylan Williams comes in. Jack Martin and Hugh Jackson are the subs this afternoon for their respective sides. The sun is beating down here at Cardinia Park. The Cats are fourth on the AFL ladder, 13 wins and 6 losses, a chance to nudge closer to the top 4 and stay in that conversation about who will get the double chance. And for Port Adelaide, as Chad May mentioned, they have had success here at Cardinia Park, but with 8 wins for the season and missing so many key personnel, it will be a good challenge this afternoon to see how their young chargers stack up. We touched a little bit about the debutant this afternoon, Jack Whitlock. He is a twin, of course. His twin brother Matt went to North Melbourne with pick 27, pick 33 in the 2024 draft. So 200 kilometres north of Melbourne. Gets his opportunity, having been the 6th debutant for Port Adelaide so far this season. And with no Jack Lukosius, Port Adelaide get a chance to see the next generation. And Chad, we know the Power have been pretty keen to force him to earn this opportunity at AFL level, and then the hope that he'll be one of the players they can try and build the club around.
Yeah, and that's the same as every young player. You've got to earn your stripes, especially. But this is the point of the season when obviously they're out of finals. You've got to make sure you test some of these players. And for Kari especially, because who's the kids that we're going to invest into next year, and who's a part of our plan, and especially the guys who are out of contract, or for Boki, for instance, who are these guys who could play these next type of roles? So that's going to be very important for Kari when he sees every single game that he's going to be watching is for the future.
In the number 17 this afternoon, Jack Whitlock. Port Adelaide's midfield will have their work cut out half when you look at Bailey Smith and Max Holmes, who have been in such good form. Tom Atkins through the middle of the ground. I just wonder whether Chris Scott's wondering, once we get to finals, is that when I unleash Paddy Dangerfield and play him a bit more in the midfield if the moment requires, although he has been doing his job up forward with 23 goals of the season behind Jeremy Cameron with 69. Shannon Neal with 31. He's been a handy inclusion for the retirement of Tom Hawkins, and Tyson Stengel and Ollie Dempsey with 24.
Yeah, I think the Dangerfield question is a really interesting one for Geelong fans that have watched the Cats through the year. I've watched him a few times live. I like when he goes in the centre bounces and he sort of floats around a bit, then pushes forward, and that old Dusty Martin role, you might want to call it. I think that's his role now going forward. I'm not sure he'd want to play him full-time in the mids. He could do a 5-minute burst if you need him to every now and then, but because he's so unique forward of the ball, when you've got Jeremy Cameron, who's clearly your star, you've got Shannon Neal, who's going to always take defending, and then you've got the small fellas, Myers and Close and Stengel, and if Martin's fighting around. Dangerfield's a different breed because he can take a big bloke and beat him at ground level. He can take a small bloke and monster him one-on-one. There's not many players in the competition that can match up forward of the ball with Paddy Dangerfield. So I like that role for him as a Cat.
And there was a lot of chatter earlier on in the year about the fact that he's not a great system player in terms of in the forward line. So He's very much sort of a big presence and kick it to me. And I had it put to me by someone who knows the Cats really, really well and knows their forward line well. The one who's struggling with it is Ollie Henry, who's not there today, but he is the one who has been most impacted by Danger spending so much time down there. Yep. We've seen that. He's been in and out and sub and everything else.
That makes sense. Well, the other thing with Ollie Henry is, because he's that size, they've got such a great impact and great presence from their smalls. Those 3 guys I talked about before, Myers, Close and Stengel, they are electric. And they get up the ground and they cause havoc around the contest, and then they rip back the goal so fast that you cannot keep up with them. And then if it's stuck inside their forward 50, their hunt and pressure is so good that Ollie Henry can't match that. And so if you've got Dangerfield, Neal, Cameron as your 3, before you even think about anyone else, and the other 3, well, good luck trying to get a spot in that Geelong forward line if you are Ollie Henry at the moment. You've got to be doing something pretty special, I reckon, off the ball to be getting a look.
And they just about have a full bill of health as well, with Mitch Duncan returning through the VFL next week. Jake Kolajasny is still there fighting for a spot. Jed Buse as well. Ollie Henry has had the concussion, so he's sort of another one who's desperately trying to prove to Chris Scott that he belongs in this best Geelong forward line. So they are in a rather fortunate position that a lot of clubs would be envious of, the fact that they are in good health and in a good spot up the pointy end of the ladder.
Yeah, that's helpful. Getting to this end of the year with a healthy list, it's your health's your wealth, as they say in modern day footy, and the Cats are a shining example of that at the moment. Look at the power and the players they've gone out: Burton and Horn Francis and Jones and Lukosius and Marshall and Powell Pepper and Radigalia, all those players, let alone Rosie is missing today, and Bergman. Like, it's a lot of key personnel that they don't have access to, and probably, well, no, not probably, certainly a part of the reason why we're seeing what we're seeing from them this year.
Daniel Harford alongside Chad Wingard, Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron to call the action. Zach Butters, in the absence of Connor Rosie, has made his way out to the middle with Patrick Dangerfield as well. The final member of our team sitting in the front row is Lex Peshier. Welcome once more to you, Lex.
Good afternoon. It's a beautiful day here at Cardinia Park. The sun is shining, as Daniel Harford said, if you can't play in these conditions, then you can't play at all. There is no wind down here. It's beautiful. It's absolutely glorious.
And the locals in attendance, Lex, as you turn right or left, what sort of afternoon do you think they're in for? Are they in for a energetic afternoon with Jeremy Cameron, or are they more theatre going this afternoon, do you think?
Well, I think when Jeremy Cameron's about, it's always a bit of theatre, but it's actually it's more full than I thought it would be, and there's still people rolling in. So I think everyone's excited. Last time we were here, he kicked 11, so they're probably wanting something similar again.
And 7 goals against Port Adelaide last time they met. Thanks, Lex. Looking forward to your contributions throughout the afternoon. So Geelong looking to set themselves for the final month of the home and away season, and a chance to try and entrench themselves in the AFL's top 4 if they can continue with their winning ways. Against Port Adelaide, who are keen to try and finish their season on a high. In 11th spot with 8 wins for the season, as the tenure of Ken Hinkley and his time at Port Adelaide comes to an end. It's round 21 of the AFL. Geelong taking on Port Adelaide. Here's Ben Cameron to get us underway on ABC Sport.
Stanley and Sweet in the Geelong sunshine. Stare each other down. Crooked bounce to begin. Umpire Howarth, not his best. Umpires Howarth, Gianfania, Heffernan and Bales in charge of this one.
We're getting some feedback if that continues.
Up we go for a second time. Sweet takes it out of the ruck. High up and under towards half forward. Zach Guthrie can't take the mark. Going in Bowes, gives it off to Smith. He'll rush a kick for the Cats towards half forward. Jones spoils it down. Farrell, the lethal left leg for Port. Kicks up to half forward. That's a good kick. Right onto the chest of McEntee. He can look inside 50. Heads towards the pocket, overshoots Georgiades, and it tumbles out alongside the behind post. We'll get a throw in deep in the left forward pocket for Port. No score through the opening 30 seconds. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
It's the shape you want here as an opposition team playing at Cardinia Park through the middle. So Brisbane do it really well. The Giants even secured it when they rallied a couple of weeks ago.
Sam De Koning alongside Mitch Georgiades in the forward 50 as the ball spills out towards the goal mouth for Port Adelaide. Willem Drew kept it alive. Ollie Wines, a slick hand pass, goes through for a minor score for Port Adelaide. Through the opening minute of the match, Port Adelaide are behind. Geelong yet to score, and Oisin Mullen looks to have the job once more on the ever-dangerous Zach Butters.
Yeah, held him to 20 disposals back in their last meeting. As the kick-in goes long from Stewart, off hands out of play, throwing coming.
Lockie Jones got Jeremy Cameron behind the ball for the power. Alia's gone to Paddy Dangerfield.
What do you think of that matchup?
I'd be pretty happy if I was Paddy.
Yeah, he's way too explosive. He's just got to try and keep him away from the aerial contests.
Yep.
Stanley taps it down, but straight to Farrell. No room to move. We'll do it again.
We're playing him wider than the direct line to goal. Play him offline, Paddy Dangerfield in that role against Alia, just to keep him out of that aerial contest, as Chad talks about.
Stanley flicks it down. Drew squeezes a kick forward, out of play again, and another throw in the shade here at Cardinia Park. Round 20 from down here on the Bellarine.
A few funny matchups. You've got Blixarves on Burgoyne as well, which is a bit of a mismatch down the line as well.
And the Cats have liked starting Mark Blitzavs forward in the last few weeks as Reece Stanley wins down the tap from the stoppage. Ollie Wines tries to bust his way through, loses possession though. And a hand pass from Stanley releases Max Holmes. He runs the broadcast wing. 1-2 with Bailey Smith. Gets Geelong to left half forward. Looks in the pocket. Stengel, going back with a flight. Dangerfield can't take the mark. Alia makes the spoil. Stengel's back onto it. Hand pass to Holmes. He's cruising through 50. The quick Cat steadies and finishes for the opening goal of the match. He started the transition on the wing and was able to get the footy as he charged inside 50. Posure was on display as he put through the first goal of the match. Geelong 1 straight 6 to Port Adelaide 1 behind. Opening stages here at Cardinia Park with Chad Wingard and Daniel Harford.
Yeah, and they've just got a lot of mismatches down there. You think about, I think Port looked a little bit uncertain with their matches. I think having Blixarves on Burgoyne, and then you've got Jeremy Cameron. They've got some tall timber down there, and Dangerfield's 190, so he's actually a taller kind of player, but it was a great lead by Stengel. He actually crossed his guy up, but Dangerfield ran back with the flight. And it was a great handball to open up. Looked like he just had so much time. We could talk about the Scott Pendlebury-esque in terms of everyone's moving around him, but he's just got so much time with the ball. Just, like, again, easy handball, great pickup, and great finish. I mean, he just stumbled to it, and, yeah, hopefully it's another more to come. Hopefully, not Jeremy Cameron, though. That's the thing. Well, where is he?
He was sniffing. He was around sniffing.
Back in the middle. The Cats' best and fairest winner, kicking the first of the afternoon. Dempsey coming in off the wing, clattered into, loses it. Smith picks it up. Then Butters does the same. Cuts a sway through them. Chips the kick for McEntee. He can't take the mark. Might get a free kick. He will. So Jed McEntee pokes it short to centre half forward, and the kick good for Sweet. Right on the arc of 50.
Now the Cats mids just jumped forward from that contest that they spilled out before, just forward to centre. They all jumped forward, so the power mids just jumped to the centre half forward. Once the transition was happening and the free kick was given, they just all jumped to centre half forward. They had 3 players there unopposed.
Looks like he likes the chances of it. Kicking to the Barwon River end. Reece Stanley is opposite ruck, standing right on the arc. A true centre half forward. Jordan Sweet sends it right to the line, and it's through for a behind. Close to the line, Georgiades going down and knocking it back into play from right on the line. That was very close. Did it flick the post on the way through? David Roden, no cheesy grin on that occasion. 2 behinds for Port, 1 straight, Geelong.
4-point lead the way of Geelong, as Lawson Humphreys brings the Cats back into play. Finds Ollie Dempsey, who then in turn works it short to Holmes and back to Humphreys. They're still inside the defensive 50 of the Cats. Waits for the leads into space, and Bailey Smith takes the mark, averaging over 30 disposals this season. He works it around the outer side of the ground under the Reg Hickey stand, and Mark O'Connor marks for Geelong. He looks long down the line, sends it in the direction of Patrick Dangerfield. The captain works his way to the front in a tangle of bodies with Alia, and it goes out of play for a boundary throw in.
It's interesting that the Cats, that ball at half back, all their forwards went up to half forward to the corner, the direct line from the corner to the boundary line, all played really high and left Jeremy Cameron one out with Lockie Jones deep inside forward 50.
Umpire flings it in, winning it down blitz halves, unable to trap it there. Smith, Sweet goes in, wins it for Port, out to Drew, to Richards, handball too hot for Butters, allows in Mullen, he crushes in, tackled to ground, ball up in the middle of the ground. Ben Cameron, Matt Clinch, Chad Wingard, Daniel Harford, Lex Peshet. Down for Wines off the palm of Sweet. Quick kick forward, and Humphreys marks for Geelong, defensive edge of the square, the boy from Wickham.
He looks to send it out towards Mark Blitzhouse. Burgoyne tried to get there late, spoiled it down for Port Adelaide. But it's gathered by Brad Close. Hand pass to Tom Stewart on the wing. Sends it up towards Shannon Neal. Used his body well against Brandon Thatcher. Got it down to the advantage of Close's kick inboard to Manor, not 15. So he has to chisel it, kicking in the middle of the ground. Looking for Humphreys, spoiled away from him by Burn Jones. Bailey Smith gets it back to Humphreys. Kicks a high ball inside 50. Alia sets himself. Bumped away by Dangerfield. Zerk Thatcher bumped off it. Neal gets a hand pass out to Manor in the left forward pocket. Unselfishly centres it back looking for Close. Spoiled away by Sweet. Spills back into the path of Manor for Geelong. Hand pass looking for Cameron. He wanted the free kick, not given, and Jones just clears it for Port Adelaide. And it's out of bounds on the full. Free kick going the way of Geelong, who lead by 4 points at left half forward.
Jack Henry brings it in quickly. Away to O'Sullivan. He goes to Koning in the middle of the ground, out wide to Humphreys. Humphreys will chip inside 50, and O'Connor, he marks 45 out, 45-degree angle to the right. Just a little too easy at the moment, half and chat, isn't it?
Well, they're getting a lot of ball inside their forward 50 and having a lot of possessions. In fairness, Port are putting a bit of pressure on to make it a little challenging at times, but they seemingly have plenty of options to get access to all the way through. They can't lock them out.
From County Kerry, Premiership player back in 2022. His drop punt is into the post. Just offline. Slight tug as he searched for the extra distance. First blemish for the Cats. 1-1, plays 2 behinds. We've played 8 minutes opening term.
Docklands, the Kangaroos lead St Kilda by 3 points midway through the third quarter. There's an ABC call available on the ABC Listen app. As Farrell's kick in for Port Adelaide, chopped off by Zach Guthrie. Sends it in the pocket, and Mark Blitzhouse takes the mark. This is beyond him, isn't it, half?
This used to be the side you want to kick goals from at Kardinia Park before they put up all their stands. This was the way to kick it, because the players come out just from the race here.
Yep.
So this used to be the pocket.
6 goals, 7 for the season for Mark Blitzhouse as he starts his approach from outside 50. Has not a bad effort. It's out to the right. Neal, Dempsey had a big piece of it, and Alia in the end just slaps it through for a minor score. Geelong lead by 6 points as we tick through 8 minutes of the opening quarter. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Williams is going to bring it in for Port. Late inclusion, the absence of Connor Rosie. That lethal left leg, kicks up towards the wing, over the head of the pack. Humphreys at the back, Richards there too. Humphreys wins it initially, worried out of it, loses it. O'Connor goes in and the ball isn't coming out, a ball up.
Getting involved early doors, Humphreys. Terrific young talent, just keeps emerging week on week.
Found in the Waffle reserves, running around for Swan Districts, was in and out of their league side, and Geelong special as they go and find them.
Yeah, don't they just?
It's real sort of Chad Wingard forecasting, isn't it? Sees them early, he does.
Up it goes again. Sweet, flicking it down. Atkins is onto it, swings a handball forward, close slaps it on. Porter there in numbers. Able to work it out with Farrell and Burgoyne. He gives it to Drew, back to Farrell. Now out towards Manny Liddy.
Manny Liddy, who dribbles a kick up towards Darcy Byrne-Jones, can't take possession. Zach Guthrie can, and in the end the footy is locked to the chest of him. Manny Liddy wearing that leg guard down the right-hand side. Aaron Bryan's part of our South Australian team, letting us know he copped a stud to the leg in the sample a few weeks ago, so no doubt the AFL would have signed off on him wearing that protective sort of gear, but haven't seen it worn on the legs all that often, of course, with shoulders and arms.
Nearly lost his leg in amongst that medical recovery last year, so it was a real issue.
Sweet wins down the tap for Port Adelaide into the path of Richards. No chance to break clear as he tangles for the footy. And Tom Atkins, always on the bottom of the pack, is the last to rise. Cats leading by 6 points early stages here at Cardinia Park. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Max Holmes kicked the opening goal, spinning out of traffic, kicks to half forward. Bailey Smith now drives Geelong inside 50. Dangerfield on the lead. He bursts away, snaps across his body, and finishes with absolute class on his left. There wasn't a lot Dylan Williams could do, but watch it bounce through the major opening. A burst of pace from Paddy Dangerfield, and the Cats have their second. 2-2-14 to Port Adelaide, 2 behinds. 11 minutes gone, opening terms, Sunday footy on ABC Sport with Chad Wingard and Daniel Harford.
That was an unbelievable finish. I mean, that's on his left. He's running out from false forward and he's picked that up. And the angle that he's kicked that on, it's almost facing away from goal. That's the angle. I'm not a Pythagoras or a mathematician, but geez, try and figure out the angle on that one. It was pretty impressive. I mean, and Dangerfield, there's not much he can do, but what he can't do, but you just see how explosive he is. Like, he picked that ball up and took 2 steps and he's almost got 2 metres clear. Like, that's an unbelievable finish on his opposite.
Well, that's why you want him in that zone, I reckon. He's so unique. Even at his age and his experience, he's not slowing down. He hasn't lost any of his power. He's so unique.
Maximum danger inside 50 is Stanley. Robes his opposite numbers tap. Kicks a high ball inside 50. Aaliyah drops it. Time to recover. Works his way through a few. Kicks out towards the wing. In front, Myers, he marks for the Cats. And we know this man's a dangerous kick when he goes inside 50. He'll veer out to his left. Chip it inside the arc. Atkins on the end of it, juggles it, marks it.
He's going to Cameron. He's come off the instep a bit. It was a great piece of craft from Jeremy Cameron to find that space back in the corridor. Myers knew exactly what he was supposed to do. He just didn't pull it off, but seemingly had a nice teammate in their spot ready to go anyway.
Well, it's hard to kick across your body when you're veering out to your left.
Just about to say, it's the first time I've seen him kick straight.
Atkins chips inside 50 for Cameron, juggles it, drops it. Jones tackles him to ground. Ball hits the deck inside 50 for the Cats. Holmes is tackled, taken to ground, and a ball up. Well, I must admit, I was shocked when he veered to his left. I thought, how's he going to do this?
That's a good point. But everything's going through Cameron when they get a chance. That's what we've seen so far.
Don't mind the efforts of Lockie Jones as well, saying if you're going to get them, you're going to earn them today. Sweet one down the tap. Burgoyne's hand pass chopped off by Holmes inside 50. Dempsey in front, can't take the mark. Manny Liddy gets it down to the advantage of Farrell. Clear support Adelaide up to the wing. Lord presents, makes a good contest and then taps it over the boundary line under the pressure of Mark Blitzavs, and the umpire says throw it in under the Reg Hickey stand. Geelong 2-2-14. The Power 2 behinds. 13 minutes gone. Opening terms, Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Now Blitzavs goes into the ruck. Stanley has a bit of a stint forward. Aaliyah gets him. So they just keep changing the mix, the Cats. Have some weapons in that regard.
Yeah, a lot of coaches have spoken about just how confusing that can be to coach against. Adam Simpson, I think, has been pretty vocal about how Chris Scott tied him in knots as Wines takes a free kick here for Port. Chopped off by O'Connor. Wins it at ground level. Back to Myers. No room to kick across the body, so back feeds a handball. O'Connor on the back flank. He'll chip it 5 metres out on the full.
What was he doing?
Port Adelaide ball, half forward. Geelong lead by 12 points.
43-29, the disposals early the way of the Cats. So inside 50, the long kick for Port Adelaide. Stewart in the pack. Richards brings it down, tries to knock it onto Burne-Jones. Through traffic, loses possession. Here's a chance for the Cats. Henry tries to get it forward for Geelong. Stewart's tackle. Careful not to get over the shoulder. And a ball up in the left forward pocket for Port Adelaide as Ward is the last to rise.
Inside 50 is 10-3 in favour of the Cats. Marks were concerned. 14-2. They have had no control the power here so far.
Sweet down to Smith. Clearing kick for the Cats. Burgoyne's onto it for Port. He'll wobble a kick into the pocket. Bouncing ball. Wines gathers wide out. Feeds a neat handball to Burne-Jones, who flicks it on. Wow. Running in. Beautiful finish on goal. Berry squeezes it through from the tight angle in the left forward pocket. And what a way for Port to kick their first. 2-2-14 plays 1-2-8, quarter hour mark, opening term, Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, great system, great build-up from the power. Worked it beautifully from the pocket, from the angle, work it back in by hand. Good follow-up run. I heard what you did there with Berry squeeze too, just by the way. I don't think that slipped me either, Benny. That was nice. But that was a great finish. They had some presence in their forward half. They haven't had any presence. As I mentioned, 3 inside 50s for the game so far. So that's a good opportunity for them. Maximise. That's what they're going to have to do. You've got to take your chances down here because Geelong don't give you many but if you don't get a chance to maximise it, they will steamroll you the other way.
Joe Berry with just his second goal of the season from Benalla in country Victoria, so no doubt some of his friends and family would have come in to watch this afternoon. And the Power have their first goal of the match. 15 minutes gone in the opening term. Blitzhouse tries to take it out of the ruck against Whitlock. In the end, it's Port Adelaide who gather it through Willem Drew. Hand pass chopped off by Tom Stewart, who knocks it forward. Then gets a hand pass to Blitzhouse. Willem Drew offers the chase. Squeeze the kick up towards half forward. Awkward bouncing ball for Close. And in the end, it's Port Adelaide who emerge. Liddy's hand pass too slick in the end for Sin. A turnover. Geelong take it back. Bose, hand pass to Close. To Stengel, streaming inside 50 in the left forward pocket. And he misses to the left-hand side. Just himself in the goal face to deal with and couldn't finish. The Cats leading by 6 points, make that 7. 16 minutes gone opening term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Geez, he had a lot more time than he probably realised. He actually could have opened up the angle, snapped it if he wanted, could have run another 5-10 metres. But like I said, you never judge a small forward because they don't miss too often, especially one of his calibre.
We saw Connor McDonald do that the other night and miss, Chad, as he tried to...
I'm just being biased to small forwards.
I know. He tried to straighten up and then snap it across the body and missed. Could have kicked the drop punt. They win it back, Geelong. It's with Stengel again. A second chance. He snaps this time and misses.
Chad, it's about time to call us out.
Further out, more corridor.
Is it a bit windy down there?
Another behind for Stengel. 2-4-16 plays 1-2-8. Geelong by 8 points. Lex, any breeze down there?
Not at all.
Look at those flags, Chad. They are just limp on the post down there.
Didn't even notice them.
As Josh Sin looks ready to bring Port Adelaide back into play. Geelong by 8 points, 2-4 to 1-2. That's a risky kick, looking for Mead at Sport away. And he has to try and go back in and redeem himself. He gets a clearing kick as Myers lays the tackle, works it out to Liddy at half-back. Hand pass to Travis Boak, who comes inboard with a kick wide of Richards. And Humphreys takes the intercepting mark for Geelong.
Trampoline at the moment, this kid. Everything that he touches just bounces off him.
The Western Australian veers out to the right, drives Geelong inside 50 once more. Cameron the target. In front, Jackson taking a good mark, sliding in from the side. And Lockie Jones was able to wrestle his way to the front position in the right back pocket.
Kicks a low ball out of the defensive arc towards a contest. Georgiades with hands on it. Down at ground level, McEntee. Butters throws his head back. High free kick. But the boy from Bacchus Marsh, Zach Butters with the free kick, or I should say Darley. Get upset. So the people of Darley. As he kicks infield, the bare 15. Burgoyne marks and then chips it short to Whitlock. Working up the wing. Cats by 8 points. Whitlock chips it short to Ollie Wines in front of the interchange gates.
Yeah, it's a hand pass over the top as the Power try and build on the wing. Mead one way then the other and then kicks the ball up the wing along the ground in the direction of Liddy. Bumped off it in the end by Sam de Koning, and Bailey Smith runs out of room after being tackled by Ollie Wines. A few pats on the back for the Port Adelaide veteran. A boundary throw in between wing and half forward for Port Adelaide. It's the Cats who lead by 8 points, 2-4-16 to Port Adelaide 1-2-8 Matt Klitsch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Chad Wingard and Daniel Harford, your experts. Lex Pescier down on the boundary. Whitlock in front position, wins down the tap against Blitzavs. Spills out the way of Farrell, knocked into the path of Burgoyne. Gets a high kick inside 50. Georgiades won't get to this, and Boak did well to get it down in the end. Quick kick by McEntee inside 50. Lord kept his footing, gathers onto it, kicks across the face of goal. Some desperate defending by Sam de Koning, who got a tackle in there, and it goes out of play and through for a minor score to the left. The Cats leading by 7 points.
Ollie Lord, of course, the grandson of the great Alistair Lord, 62 Brownlow medalist and 63 premiership player at the Cats. As Humphreys runs his measure, kicks up to the wing on his left. Dempsey brings it down, he's quickly enveloped, and a ball upcoming.
Lex, I saw Jeremy Cameron just coming off there for the Cats. Did he have his opponent running right in his back pocket?
No, he didn't, actually. He's all alone. Funnily enough.
Lockie Jones is wearing it very tightly out there. He's done a great job so far for the Power.
Bailey Smith with the clearance from the wing, up towards half forward. Neil at ground level, picks it up, the big man, then loses it. Umpire calls him for a throw. Free kick going the way of Port. A free kick taken by Zirk Thatcher. He moves it on by hand.
As they work it out towards the broadcast side, Georgiades off a step, tries to dribble a kick up towards half forward. Tom Stewart is able to intercept it and see it out of play in front of Jed McEntee, and a boundary throw in between wing and half forward for Port Adelaide. Lex Pescier on the boundary.
But now that I look over, I can see Jones just staring at Jeremy Cameron. He's waiting.
There you go. There you go.
Don't want him to sneak on, do you?
No sneaking.
He's a competitor, Lockie Jones. I get the feeling he'll go step for step with him, given the task. Blitzavs tries to take it from the stoppage. Hand pass to Bailey Smith, who lost his headband in the process. Hand pass out towards O'Sullivan, and it goes out of play for a boundary throw-in. Still just wide of right half forward for Port Adelaide. It's the Cats who lead by 7 points.
Interesting how they work that matchup. If I was Jeremy Cameron, I'd be trying to get on the move a bit, Chad, and trying to lose Lockie Jones, getting back to goal. He's one-on-one, he's pretty strong.
Yeah, exactly right. That's why I said in the aerial contest, it's not his strength, Jeremy Cameron, so just needs to get up the ground and run towards goal.
Drew with the clearance for Port Adelaide, and Ollie Lord charging out, marks on his chest, 40 metres out, 30-degree angle to the right.
It's been pretty impressive. I mean, they've had, I think this is their 6th inside forward 50, and this is potentially going to be their 5th shot at goal. So they've kicked 1 goal 3, but they're getting shots at goal, which is the most important thing. So if you can kick this one here, there'll only be 1 point in it.
So Geelong with all of the early running, and then Port have just neutralised a little bit. On the ground on which his grandfather dominated, Ollie Lord drives it through the middle. And Port bring it back to 1 point. 2-4-16 plays 2-3-15. 21 minutes into the first. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Chad Wingard and Daniel Harford.
It was a nice finish there from Ollie. Just a nice piece of forward craft as well. In front of his opponent from the stoppage, just on half forward. Quick kick in. You want to make sure that your forwards are the first players to react, and they had a big channel of space for him to work in. And he was able to just get that fully chested and go back and slot it. So that's a positive outcome for the Power. They're 7-7 in clearances at the moment, so matching it with the Cats so far, I reckon Ken Hinckley will be pretty pleased about that.
Yeah, and there's a big space there. Normally, Geelong like to have an extra spare there. That's normally Tom Stewart to mop that up, but they had no one there at this time, so something to look forward to. I think they'll try and generate a spare in some way next time.
Ollie Lord with his 9th goal of the season, back in the middle of the ground. Sweet wins down the tap, gets Port Adelaide to half forward. Bailey Smith overran the footy. Bucketers, hand pass away to Wines. Beautiful link up as the shot on goal from McEntee. This is to the right-hand side and a minor score. Centre bounce clearance like that against Geelong doesn't happen that often. Scores level at 16 apiece.
Holmes going back to take the kick in. Runs to the right back pocket, takes a bounce, and then laces out Stewart beyond the defensive arc. He'll set it up to the wing, looking for Dangerfield, plucks it right in front of the Hickey stand, gives it off to the runner Bailey Smith. Headband back on, mullet flowing, kicks inside 50. Up goes Neil, hands to it, down in front. Port Adelaide have the numbers. They work it out, Aaliyah. He tries to rush a kick, turns it over. Myers pokes it on. Stengel marks in the pocket. Aaliyah shanks his kick, and that is calamitous for Port Adelaide.
It's a good word for it. That was a disaster. I'm not sure what he was trying to do there earlier. Just a neat little kick back into the corridor. It came off the side of his boot. And we talked about this plenty of times before down here, you cannot afford to give the Cats a sniff. That's a football disaster for the Power when that happens.
Bryson Stengel, All-Australian in the Premiership year of 2022. All-Australian squad member last year. Tight angle, right forward pocket. Sprays it across the face.
Oh, no.
You've mozzed them. Small forwards couldn't be having a worse day.
I've given him the media curse. I really have. I'm sorry, mate.
He's got 3 behinds. Bryson Stengel.
You're better than that, Chad.
Was enough for the lead, though. Cats lead it by that behind.
As Farrell brings the Power back into play. Lorenz marks in the left back pocket. Looks to send Port Adelaide out towards the Hickey stand where Lockie Jones is the target. Presents in front of Jeremy Cameron. Makes a good fist of it. Tries to knock it clear, but Stewart takes it. Hand pass chopped off by Lorenz. Quick 1-2 as he bursts away at half back. Straight into the back of Travis Boyd. That doesn't help. Max Holmes gathers. Hand pass away to Bailey Smith. To Myers who chips it over the top. And that's a free kick going Geelong's way. Jeremy Cameron, in the end, is going to get high contact here. What did you think, Half? Was there that much in that?
No, I don't think much in it at all. He's going to get 50 as well.
He's going to get 50 to make a certainty of it.
Tell you what, that might be a little home crowd decision, that one.
Yeah, that was pretty bang, wasn't it?
That was regulation defensive play. As we just check the replay, comes in. Gets him a little bit high.
So Sin trying to get in late with a fist. It's maybe collected Jeremy Cameron just above the right ear as he comes into the top of the goal square. And Jezza is on the board. The Coleman leading Cat with his first goal, number 70 for the season. Having booted goals in 19 of his last 20 matches. He leads the Coleman by 19 goals, and the Cats are back in front by a 7-point margin, 3-5-23 to Port Adelaide 2-4-16. 25 minutes gone, opening term, Sunday footy on ABC Sport. It's three-quarter time at Docklands, and it's the Saints who lead 10-11-71 to North Melbourne 7-6-48. So after the Roos had the early dominance there, it's the Saints who lead by 11 points at three-quarter time.
Yeah, it was a bit of a calamity, wasn't it? You think about Leo's kick, turnover, then Lorenz kicks it in the back of Travis Boak, and both went up in scores. And yeah, it was a late hit, but there's not much in it. He's got nothing to worry about. But I think that, like you said, a home crowd advantage, get a 50, nothing like a shot on the goal line to start your day. That's,
that's right.
Rather than a 40-metre out.
It's a free kick, don't deny.
Yeah,
Don't get it
100%.
wrong, but not a 50.
Thoughts of Chad Wingard and Daniel Harford back in the middle. Put Adelaide with the clearance. Wines digging it out, feeding it to Drew. Driving ball, Jack Henry. There's a wall back there for the Cats. He marks and spreads it out wide. O'Sullivan takes it. Goes for a little gallop in that famous number 14. Kicks up to Dangerfield. Aaliyah right there with him. Spoils it down. Wins it, Aaliyah. Port go back the other way. His kick towards half forward. Georgiades juggles it, marks it. 60 out from goal for Port.
As they look to try and move it quickly here, Georgiades' long kick. He goes for home. It bounces and bounces just offline to the right-hand side and through for a minor score. It was from about 60 metres out, but with the vacant goal mouth, thought it was worth a crack. Geelong by 6 points.
They bring it back in, the Cats, through Zach Guthrie. Short kick away to Bowes.
Free up that right-hand half of the ground for the kick-ins and get a high half forward to run into the space. They all go left, they open the space up right and use a high half forward to run into it and get out of their defensive 50. Clever.
Short kick away to Zach Guthrie, who goes back to O'Connor, who goes right back to fullback. And they'll try and complete the V-switch. A kick from Stewart out to De Koning on the back flank. They'll go back inside defensive 50 to Jack Henry. So maybe the double switch from the Cats. Off to Stewart, opposite back pocket. Still in their defensive arc. He moves it out to O'Connor. So just shifting this Port Adelaide defence across the ground side to side. O'Connor kicks down the wing and he turns it over right onto the chest of Stengel.
Stengel almost run down. A desperate effort by Ollie Wines. Searching more to half back. O'Sullivan had it spoiled away from him by Farrell. Spills out the way of Georgiades. Kick long inside 50. Brought down from McEntee. Hand pass from Burn-Jones. Over his shoulder looking for McEntee again. But the Cats through Tom Stewart. He emerges with it. Hand pass away to Atkins. His kick is a turnover. Ollie Wines for Port Adelaide in the middle of the ground. Hand pass to Lorenz. Gets to 50. Goes for home. Can it carry the line?
That's a better kick.
Will Lorenz with his second goal of his career and second goal of the season. In game number 6 this afternoon, draws scores level once more. 3-5-23 between Geelong and Port Adelaide. 28 minutes gone in the opening term. This is all off the back of the Cats having had 30 to 8 inside. What am I looking at?
15-11, yep.
15-11 inside 50s, but 30 to 8 the marks the way of Geelong.
Yeah, that's a staggering stat, 30 to 8. So they've had no control of possession at all. The Power, it's all been flow. It's all been get it and go, try and put as much pressure on the Cats as possible. And they haven't had a heap of the footing, the grand scheme of things either. So it's really quite Route 1 football at the minute from the Power. It's just catching the Geelong defenders a little bit off their guard. I mean, the Cats have been a bit cute a few times, I reckon, coming out of their back line, Chad, and that one turned it over and cost them a goal.
Good kick when Travis Spoke isn't 2 metres in front of him. Stanley taps it down, follows it up, rushes a kick inside 50 for the Cats. Close, he gathers it, handballs over his head, Sin pinches it, clears for Port. Farrell accepts it, back flank, can work down the Hickey stand wing, low kick, bouncing ball, clean bowls, Burn-Jones, Richards can't gather first time, goes in again, big collision there with Mullen. Now it jars free, Cats have the numbers. Zach Guthrie out towards Humphreys. He dribbles a kick around the wing, trying to get it towards Farrell. Farrell's now under the pump. Mullen goes in. Eventually the Cats arrive in numbers again.
Bowes gets a hand pass forward. Look away, hand pass from Manor. That works. Into the path of Close. He tries to kick a barrel up towards Jeremy Cameron. A bouncing ball. Lockie Jones right there with him. Power have the numbers though as Ollie Wines gets a hand pass out. Sin couldn't take it cleanly. Getting back is Lorenz. Hand pass to Travis Boat. They try and work it around the outer side. And now a bounce from Williams as he runs the Hickey stand wing. Long kick. Georgiades won't get there. And the intercepting mark is taken by Sam de Koning, who now receives the mark, having been switched back from Zach Guthrie.
He moves it on to Holmes, who swings it out wide. Back flank for Stanley. Stanley pokes it over the top to the run of Humphreys. Down the members' wing. Humphreys will kick around it, looking for Dangerfield bursting at it. Caught behind Aaliyah. He zoomed past him and swatted it out of play to Harvard, thrown for the Cats between wing and half forward.
Humphreys been everywhere. I mentioned him before, but he's got up to 10 disposals for the quarter now. He's absolutely impacting this contest. Ollie Wines with 12 leads all comers.
Scores level. 31 minutes into the first term. Tapping it down, blitz up. Trying to burst through Atkins. Spills out to Holmes. Deep kick to full forward for the Cats. Cameron trying to mark it on the last line. It spills free. Gathered there by Jones. He was wrapped up. Stengel got him. He gets rid of a handball. Cameron comes in high there on Manny Liddy in the back pocket. It's not Liddy, in fact. This might be Berry getting back there to help out, or Lorenz.
Sin's in a bit of trouble. His shoulder stinger, I think.
Well, Lorenz it is, the goal kicker recently for Port Adelaide. Is in the back pocket, he sends it as far as he can. Whitlock in from the side, but good mark taken by Takoning, who wants to move it quickly. A centering ball inside 50. Williams got a hand to it first, straight to the path of Manor, who fires on goal. It's after the siren.
Oh, where's the review?
The Cats fans are celebrating. The umpire inside the forward 50 was waving his hands instantly.
Good umpire.
Sean Manor would like this to be reviewed, and the shot of Kate Roffey, who's the goal umpire between the two posts. I think they've made their decision.
So I feel like the important thing to always say here is that the rule is when the umpire hears the siren.
That's right.
And that's all that matters.
All that matters.
So if the umpire feels like they've heard the siren before the boot hit the ball or left the boot.
Who was on the siren duties? Obviously not a local.
Port Adelaide fans.
Yeah.
This is where I like Adam Ramanaskis' idea that when time expires, the advertising hoardings that are now LED, they should go red, kind of like the shot clock in basketball.
Yeah, I like
and if
it.
it's gone red,
on the goalpost,
score doesn't count.
Another stupid
Great idea from Rama.
Stupid Rama idea.
He was
like
due
it.
one, but there it is.
LED goalposts.
Oh, now we're talking.
So you can see if it goes through, if it gets touched.
Now, Chad.
Oh,
Now that's where we need to head. Let's
goes
do that.
green if it's a goal.
Let's do that.
That was AFLX. We had that in
that was.
AFLX, didn't we?
Did we?
Sick.
I think we did, yeah.
I never watched.
Some innovation ideas this afternoon on a Sunday afternoon from Cardinia Park. It scores level at 3-5-23 apiece. So the Cats sitting fourth on the ladder. The Power have given every bit as good as what they have got so far, despite Geelong dominating possession. The Cats booted the opening 2 goals, and then the Power finished with 3 of the last 4 of the quarter. 3-5-23 apiece. The goals for Geelong coming through Dangerfield, Holmes and Cameron, while for Port Adelaide it's Lorenz, Lord and Berry. At Docklands, it's the Saints who lead by 17 points. The final term has just got underway there. So Nick Larkey with 3 goals for the Kangaroos, but St Kilda with a 17-point lead. There is an ABC call available on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL extra button. Don't forget, of course, the final match of the round, Fremantle and Carlton to come from Perth to close out the weekend. This is Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
An emergency can happen anywhere. There are 3 warning levels across Australia: advice, watch and act, and emergency. To learn more, go to the ABC Emergency website and stay listening to your emergency broadcaster, ABC Radio.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Aliir makes the spoil. Stengel's back onto it. Half past to Holmes. He's cruising through 50. The quick cat steadies and finishes for the opening goal of the match. Bailey Smith now drives Geelong inside 50. Dangerfield on the lead. He bursts away, snaps across his body, and finishes with absolute class on his left. There wasn't a lot Dylan Williams could do, but watch it bounce through the major opening.
Bouncing ball, Wines gathers wide out. Feeds a neat handball to Burn Jones, who flicks it on, running in. Beautiful finish on goal. Berry squeezes it through.
Max Holmes gathers, half pass away to Bailey Smith, to Myers who chips it over the top, and that's a free kick going Geelong's way. The Sin trying to get in late with a fist. It's maybe collected Jeremy Cameron just above the right here as he comes into the top of the goal square, and Jezza is on the board.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Goal number 70 for the season for Jeremy Cameron, but the two sides are locked at 3-5-23 between Geelong and Port Adelaide. Sunday footy on ABC Sport from Cardinia Park. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Daniel Harford and Chad Wingard are your experts, with Lex Pesce on the boundary. Harf and Chad, your thoughts on what was a relatively entertaining opening quarter as the Power have been able to stay strong?
Yeah, and it's on the back of their pressure, I believe. You think about their disposal efficiency. It's been really rough kicking display by Port Adelaide. They're kicking at 53%. And you can see they're just rushing a little bit, but it's helping them get speed in the ball. So it's just kicking quickly, getting it down the ground. And when they do go inside forward 50, which has only been 11 times, but they've scored 8 of those. And it's because they're just getting it in there quicker. You think about Geelong, the reasons why they've been probably not scoring as heavily is that it's been a lot of re-entries. It's been a lot of... They had like almost a wall back here, but a majority of Port Adelaide players are actually in the defensive 50, which makes it... inflates their inside 50s, but it makes it harder for them to score. So we saw Geelong, I suppose, switch it a couple times just to try and pick them apart, to try and get some speed on the ball, to get it inside for a one-on-one. So the thing that's interesting me at the moment with Port Adelaide, they're playing a very, very much one-on-one defence. They're very accountable. I haven't seen a handover, and a handover means when someone comes into your position, you just hand over your offending players. Port Adelaide are going 1-for-1 all over the ground, so they're being accountable. You don't see it very much in this day and age. You see a lot of players kind of zone off a little bit, or at least give a little bit of leeway, but obviously with a younger team, you go back to one-on-one, go back to basic footy, and it's working for them at the moment because Geelong can't quite get their ball movement going, but you suspect the further this game comes on that Geelong will start getting that going.
Well, it's on the back of their pressure, as you said, Chad. The Power have had 30 tackles in the quarter. 30.
Yep.
It's going for 120, which would be sort of all-time sort of category. So their pressure around the contest, and you can do that when you're one-on-one because you know your direct match-up, you know who you're responsible for, and you can put physical pressure on more. So that's a really positive start. If I'm Ken Hinkley, I'm highlighting that in the quarter-time huddle. The concern is the way that they're allowing Geelong to move the footy the way they want to move it. They love uncontested marks, the Cats. They've had 30-7 in that first quarter, which is way too many. So you can't allow the Cats to have that level of controlled possession through no manning up or no pressure on the kicker.
Can I just jump in there, Half? So this season, when they take 90 uncontested marks, 9 and zip.
Yep.
When they take less than 90, 4 and 6. So
what are they when they're more than 90?
9 and 0.
9 and 0, yeah.
Yeah.
So they average 99 marks a game. If they get over 90, as you say, uncontested, then it's curtains for the opposition. So that's a real number that they would have come in being really aware of, the Power. We can't afford Geelong to have the capability and the time to just move the ball, march the ball up the field with no pressure like they want to do. And they did that in the first quarter, but got away with it with their transition play. Joe Richards might be under the pump as well down there on the boundary line too. He came off, he was in the hands of the trainers for a little while throughout that first quarter, so we'll keep an eye on him. Lex will have to do that for us.
St Kilda by 16 points over North Melbourne, but the Kangaroos have kicked the first 2 goals of the final term. Chad's man, Messiah Wanganeen Millera, 34 disposals, 8 clearances and 2 behinds. As we get the second quarter underway, locked at 23 apiece. Sweet gets a hand pass forward for Port Adelaide, but it's Holmes for the Cats who gathers at the back edge of the centre square. Hand pass out to the broadcast wing looking for Bowes. He's worked off it by Mead though. Hand pass out to Burne-Jones, who cuts back into the middle of the ground. Kicks for Willem Drew down low. And he takes the mark in front of Max Holmes. Immediately turns onto his right-hand side, looks up towards Whitlock. Kick is over the top of him. And the intercepting mark taken by Connor O'Sullivan of the Cats.
He looks out wide, finds Dempsey, who gives it off to Humphreys, curling around the back, left foot kick, good for Stengel. Quarter the centre line, wide out in front of the Hickey stand. Stengel chips it up to half water. Leah, he's there for Port, takes the mark.
It's just their second intercept mark for the Power. The Cats have had 8.
Shooting his eyes from the sun, Alia. Scores level. Opening minute of the second term. Alia sets it up towards a contest. Stengel in front. Whitlock arriving late, out of play. Goes to about row G in the lower level of that red Hickey stand, and we'll get a throw in. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
If you want to join us throughout the afternoon, the SMS number is 0437 774 774. A few people like your suggestions of the Zinger posts. Of course, we see it in cricket.
Yeah, Zinger. Good goal, Zinger.
Thrown back in.
Second quarter Zinger.
Blitzavs wins down the tap. Lorenz is trying to race after it, but it's Bailey Smith with a look-away hand pass towards the boundary line. Tom Stewart gathers on the Hickey stand wing. Hand pass over the top to Dempsey. Links up with Stengel. 55 out from home. Long towards the goal square. Dangerfield's there. Staying down in the end was Bowes, who was the small forward. Bailey Smith runs onto it. Tackled by Willem Drew. That should be holding the ball, and it is. A Port Adelaide free kick to be taken 35 metres out from their defensive goal. The players stand in. It's still locked at 23 apiece. Early stages, second quarter.
Chat inspired by danger. Second half last week as Drew kicks from fullback towards Lorenz on the back flank. Pokes it over the top, and Burne-Jones, his kick knocked down by the man on the mark, Blitzarves. Boat cleans it up. Handball back for Burne-Jones. Has to go back and get it though. Pressing now the Cats. Blitzarves does well, applies the tackle. Out of play it goes, and a throw in. Right half forward for Geelong. Scores still level.
What was your favourite post-game food, Chad? Were you on the kebabs? Pizza?
Well, recently Hawks were sponsored by KFC, but we only got it once a year, and it was towards the end of the year. So, yeah, just a couple of chips and a burger was pretty nice, but it wasn't every week.
Surely there's a drive-through on the way home somewhere.
Oh, yeah, the Golden Arches were pretty good.
Sweet wins down the tap. Travis Boak is able to win it, though, for Port Adelaide. Kicks a long ball up towards Lord. In front of Henry. Can't take the mark. Zach Guthrie coming in. Door for support. Hand pass to Holmes, who darts around the back. Switches out towards the Hickey stand wing. It's a good pass that finds Dempsey. He wants to try and move it quickly, although the kick is along the turf. Out in front of Burgoyne, who leads Stengel to the footy. Gets the hand pass away to Lorenz through the middle of the ground. Kicks to Travis Boak, who marks down low. Out half back for Port Adelaide.
He goes backwards to Williams. Pokes the pass into the middle for Berry. The strength and conditioning guys do say that you can basically eat whatever you want after a game.
Yep.
The players basically, all bets are off after a game as Berry kicks out wide trying to find Mead. Cats free kick picked out. Now they zip down the wing. Smith, away to Manor, chips the ball to half forward. Blitzarves marks, gives it off to Bowes. He'll poke it to the pocket, looking for Dangerfield, and he's got him. Gives it off. Jezza rolls by, snaps the goal like a training drill. Cameron's got a couple, and Geelong lead by a goal. 4-5-29 plays, 3-5-23. 4 into the second. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
And geez, that was good ball movement. I mean, you talk about Dangerfield again. The reason why you have him so deep half is he can get in the air because he's nearly 190 centimetres and he's still got that explosiveness because he was in a marking contest before, which he didn't mark, but as soon as he lands, he's still on the ground. He stands up in every single mark contest. You don't see him go to ground very often. And he's such a weapon to have down there. That's why you have him there. And he's just so potent. And how unselfish of him, obviously, to give that off to Jeremy Cameron, who's in a Coleman race that he's by himself. But yeah, what a great finish and great ball movement. That's probably the first time we've seen him actually get a bit of space between their opponents, and the speed that Blitzarves, that handball, just opened up the whole ground.
Goal number 71 for the season for Jeremy Cameron. It's back in the middle of the ground. Port Adelaide through Sweet, one down the tap, and then lays a big tackle on O'Sheen Mullen, who has the job on Zach Butters this afternoon. How many disposals for Port Adelaide's number 9? There's a free kick going against Tom Stewart here for a hold. Oh, it's going Tom Stewart's way.
Just a 3 for Zach.
Against McEntee. Stewart to Bailey Smith. Sends it up towards Shannon Neal. Had the arms chopped in the eyes of the umpire. And will take the free kick to the right of the centre circles in the middle of Kardinia Park. He's got Mark O'Connor, who's crept forward. He's unmarked at right half forward. He takes the mark into the pocket, looking for Dangerfield with one arm, can't reel in the mark. And Travis Boak for Port Adelaide. Back to Zirk Thatcher. Trying to find a way out of defence is Lorenz. He drives a long kick up towards Lord. He presents. It's spoiled down in the end by Henry. Port Adelaide keep it alive. Quick hand pass came out to Burne-Jones. Hand pass forward looking for Mead. Loses possession. Holmes dribbles it to half forward.
Bouncing ball for Manor. Gathers the footy. Pokes it towards half forward. It works out. Bose accepts the mark. 45 out. Slightly better than a 45-degree angle.
Just by any means necessary, any means possible, isn't it, getting the ball forward at times by the Cats. Indiscriminate to a degree, in many respects. There's always someone reading what's happening from outside the contest. Bose did on that occasion. He knew exactly what was going to happen before Manor even got his foot on the boot.
In he trots. Laces through it from 50. Bose, arrow straight. Cats double their advantage like resting dough. They lead by 12 points. 5-5-35 plays 3-5-23. 6.5 minutes into their second term.
Don't think we missed that even. We know exactly what you're up to today.
It's hard to miss when he's waving his hands towards you. Noticed it?
And nudging me as he's talking.
I did not do any of those things. I was doing half not to mention it.
You did so. Full of confidence you are today, and fair enough too. Just like that kick from Jack Bose, it was straight as an arrow for him. Gets the Cats a bit of a breathing space in this second term. Some by the Cats the Power have had a couple of opportunities to move the ball forward. What the Cats do really well is they get a hand in a lot. They've just got active hands at the contest. They just wave them around and get in the way. They've deflected a couple of balls and got possession on the back of that. That was a scoring opportunity from a touch from, I think it might have been Dempsey.
2 goals to start this second quarter the way of the Cats as Stanley one down the tap. Free kick going the way of O'Shea Mullen for a hold off the ball. And he'll take the free kick just as Port Adelaide were about to break clear. Kicks up towards Reece Stanley. Getting back, Lockie Jones. Gets a hand in there and races back and wins possession. Gets the hand pass to Sin. This kick is smothered by Tyson Stengel and goes out in the right forward pocket for Geelong. Lex Pesher on the boundary.
There is still no sign of Joe Richards down here. He went in at quarter time. The doctors came out a short time ago, but we can't see him yet.
Umpire hurls it in a distance. Flicking it down, Shannon Neal. Ball ricochets away. Zirk Thatcher quickly caught there by Jeremy Cameron.
Yeah, that was a big throw, wasn't it?
That was a long...
NFL preseason just started. Trying to get a gig, maybe.
The Rucks didn't even have to run in from their usually too deep starting position as Neal taps it down. Manor rushes his shot on goal. Misses right. Minor score. Cats lead by 13. 8.5 played second term.
You can tell Sean Manor is still thinking about that goal on the quarter-time siren that should have been in his eyes. And of course, is when the umpire hears the siren, they are mic'd up with earpieces, so they hear it instantly, but the Geelong fans didn't hear it that quickly.
Oh.
That's not a good kick. A turnover.
Wow.
Straight to Tom Atkins, who can't believe his luck as Farrell's kick went straight to his chest. He is 40 metres out, directly in front. He's going to give it off because Manor's all on his own. Bailey Smith was on his own. And the Power a little dishevelled after that poor turnover.
It's strange to me. That's probably the third or fourth time they're with their kick-ins, in particular Port Adelaide, that have turned it over, and they've gone for kicks that I just don't think are necessary because it's not going to open up the game. The risk versus reward is just not there. And like I said, after the first or second time, you'd think you just go to the safe option, but unfortunately it's going to cost him here with a shot on goal.
The mature age Cat, who's kicked goals in 11 of his matches so far this season. Having featured in all 19, he fires on goal. And this time misses to the left-hand side. So he's got a few behinds next to his name. And Geelong lead by 14 points. 9 minutes gone, second quarter. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. The Saints leading by 8 points over North Melbourne at Docklands.
Sin takes this kick in. He moves it to Farrell, who looks long into the middle of the ground. Whitlock jumps into a chest mark right in the middle of Kardinia Park. Shorts it for Sweet. Sweet will look out wide. Hickey stand wing, trying to get it to Berry. Right there with him, Humphreys. He's everywhere at the moment. Gave away a free kick, though.
It's a late one.
Little chopping of the arms. I think it was there.
Yep.
So Berry in the sunshine, the last of it, out on that Hickey stand wing. He will look corridor. Trying to find Whitlock. Right there with him to Koning, holding free kick. It'll go the way of de Koning. So the defender to get it at fullback. Geelong leading by 14 points, 10 travelled, second term Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
What do you do half as an umpire if both players are holding on?
Yeah, I was just about to ask that.
Normally you let it go.
Go to the defender.
Not a great kick from Sam de Koning, and rising up. Farrell can't complete the mark. He now becomes the tackler on Bowes, and the umpire will ball it up at left half forward for Port Adelaide.
Having said that, in real time I thought it was a free kick to de Koning as well, so I was with the umpire on that one.
Two rucks are a little slow to get there. Sweet wins down the tap against Stanley, out towards Bailey Smith. He's tackled as he dribbles the ball towards the boundary line by Jackson Mead, and a boundary throw in front of the two benches. Which Max Holmes and Patrick Dangerfield are about to come back on. Zach Butters comes to the bench for a breather. Hasn't touched the ball so far in this second quarter. Just 3 disposals for the match. Thrown back in. Sweet wins down the tap against Stanley for Port Adelaide. Bailey Smith lays the tackle on Mead. He thought he pinned the arm. The umpire says ball it up, trying to clear the arms.
Geelong by 14. Flicking it down, Sweet. Ball ricochets away. Bowes soccers it on, coming through Manor. And he soccers it to his own advantage. Flicks on a handball. Cats it half forward. Bad bounce for Neil. Allows him Port Adelaide. And he goes back and gets it. Beats 3 of them, Neil. He's wrapped up and a ball up. Then Cameron Matt Clinch, Chad Wingard, Daniel Harford, Lex Peshet. All up half forward for the Cats. Backhanding it down, Sweet. Then turning tackler. Takes Manor to ground. Another ball up. Lex Peshet
is about to come back on. He's got that left shoulder heavily strapped, but he's good to go.
Thanks, Lex. Jack Martin and Hugh Jackson, the subs this afternoon for the various sides. Sweet tries to knock it out and takes possession. He's locked up by Shannon Neal and Tom Atkins. Cats have it between wing and half forward on the broadcast side here. Another good crowd here at Cardinia Park on a Sunday afternoon. Sweet over the back. Ripped away from Lorenz by Manor. Drives it inside 50. Alir rises against Brad Close and takes the intercepting mark for Port Adelaide. He looks to turn out towards the Hickey stand side of the ground. Where Lockie Jackson streaming away at half-back into the middle of the ground. It's a good pass as he finds the mark of Williams, who through the middle of the ground links up with Travis Boak, and now to Sweet across half forward. Gets a hand pass forward. Mead fires it over the top to Ollie Wines, trying to link up with Willem Drew. One hand pass too many, although Atkins crashed into his own teammate in Jack Henry. Spills out the way of Georgiades, who gives a hand pass away, and Lord can't break clear. As Neal and Dempsey lay the tackle. Left forward pocket for Port Adelaide. It's the Cats who lead by 14 points.
Umpire puts it aloft. Stanley winning the tap. They play volleyball. Boak tackled to ground. O'Sullivan over him. Wearing number 14 in front of the Joel Selwood stand. Up it goes again. Stanley flicking it down. Richards gathers it. Bracketed by a couple of Cats. Nowhere to go. Try once more.
This is good for the power. Just control the time here in their forward half and make the Cats find a way out.
Lord flicks it over the back this time, but straight to O'Sullivan. He's got no room to work. Repeat stoppages. Left forward pocket here for Port Adelaide. They trail by 14.
And at Docklands approaching time on. St Kilda lead North Melbourne by 8 points. Stanley wins down the tap. Richards back onto the field, trying to go to work against Bailey Smith. They tangle at ground level. Umpire waits a few moments to see if the ball will come out. And Ollie Wines over the top ensures it doesn't. Cats by 14 points at Cardinia Park. 14 minutes gone. Second quarter. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Lord wins down the tap for Port Adelaide. Sharp by Atkins. Hand pass chopped off, and Richards is tackled by Max Holmes and Connor O'Sullivan, and deep in the left forward pocket for Port Adelaide.
Umpire hurls it skyward. Stanley slaps it down to Boak. Boak likes the chances. He fires on goal. The drop punt is good. His eyes lit up as soon as he got it. And Boak swings it through. It's back to 8 points. Deathly silent around Cardinia Park. 5-7-37 plays, 4-5-29. quarter-hour mark in the second.
Which is exactly what you want when you're a travelling team, to keep this place very, very quiet because of the scoreboard and what you're doing against the home team. And that was a brilliant finish from Boak. But it's on the back of about 4 or 5 repeat stoppages where they just controlled the time in their forward 50 and made the Cats try and find a way out under a fair bit of pressure. So hats off to the way they've started this quarter. The Power, even though they're a goal down, still 8 points down still, I reckon they've started really well. They've taken away the Cats' uncontested mark game. They're actually leading that stat at the moment, 13-11 this quarter, and they've been able to get some tackle pressure and forward half pressure on the Cats. So this is not over by a long way, this game. The Cats have got to find a way to get some flow into their game. It's been a pretty stop-start performance from them so far.
Celebrated his 37th birthday on Friday, as Chris Davies told us before the game. The Port Adelaide veteran back in the middle of the ground. Socket forward by Myers, but only as far as Burne-Jones of Port Adelaide. Hand pass to Sin, switches across half back. Lorenz had to try and tap it on into the path of Mead, but Geelong win it through Max Holmes on the right boot. He drives it inside 50. Bouncing ball for Lockie Jones. He charges onto it, kicks straight towards the boundary, and a bounce on the full. He had the speed wobbles as he tried to control the kick, having cut past Shannon Neal, and unfortunately sent it straight over the boundary line. Max Holmes just waiting for a few fans to return the yellow Sharon to him.
Stuck. Oh, there we go, under a gate.
Seen everything today.
There's been a bit going on.
Yeah.
Trying to stick it in a bag, keep it as a prized possession.
eBay.
Holmes wide out. You'd rather have the footy, wouldn't you?
Nah.
It's Holmes, sets it up towards full forward. Dangerfield. It bounces off his big pecs and tumbles out of play. We'll get a throw in right forward pocket. It is a big chest, isn't it?
It's in your hands, Patrick.
Yeah, get him out in front. Hassaman.
Get the Dukes out. That was an opportunity gone begging there for the Cats. That was a beautiful lead, great kick. Just with the high chest mark.
Gobble that up. 99 times out of 100, maybe more. Throw in right forward pocket for the Cats. Stanley takes it out of the ruck, gets a handball away. Fighting through, flicking it out Myers. Now Whitlock rushes a clearing kick straight to Jezza Cameron. He'll twirl, snap, and miss narrow. Little pirouette there from Jezza. Couldn't quite. Cats lead it by 9. 5-8 plays 4-5. 17 and a half into the second term.
They set up their forward line so well, the Cats. Patrick Dangerfield plays sometimes as a deep forward. Jeremy Cameron up to the stoppage, allowing those pockets of space to lead into. Sin out of defence with the kick-ins for Port Adelaide. Kicks long towards half-back. Spoiled down. Onto it, Ollie Dempsey. Cuts around his body. Kicks to the leader post. Can't take it with one arm. Burgoyne tackled by Neal. Dangerfield toe pokes it forward to the goal square. Trying to hack it over his left shoulder and goes straight in the air.
What's going on?
Didn't get that much purchase on it. A couple of bizarre moments of danger in the last few minutes. And then he lays the tackle to lock it up in the right forward pocket. Not quite as athletic and mobile as what he once imagined, maybe.
Stanley flicks off his fingertips. Burgoyne's there, dumps it on his left boot, clears beyond the arc. Zach Guthrie flicks it down, overrunning at Cameron. O'Sullivan the same. Port Adelaide arrived. Georgiades cuffs it up with a handball. Blitzarves for the Cats. Off to O'Sullivan. Kick ricochets inside 50. Now Farrell's under the pump. Gets rid of it to Burgoyne, rushes a kick, and O'Connor can't pick up the mark off his bootlaces, but the Cats back with the ball to O'Sullivan. Swings it back to Henry. Treating the Cats, he'll kick to the defensive edge of the square, and Holmes can mark.
This might give them their best look. They've been really confined to space for the way the Power defenders are opening the ground up. Might create some opportunities here.
To Zach Guthrie, who takes the mark. He works it out wide to Connor O'Sullivan at left half forward. Into the pocket for Close, who wanted to play on initially. Now we'll go back behind his mark. He's 40 metres out from goal in front of the big screen at the players' stand end here at Kardinia Park. Now we'll have to have the set shot on goal. Right on his range, you would imagine. For Close, who's kicked 15 goals, 8 so far for the season in these trademark long sleeves. Starts his approach, out to the left. Builds some rhythm and veers out to the right. It's not a bad effort. It's near to the left all the way and a minor score. The Cats leading by 10 points. They put in 2 goals forward to Port Adelaide's 1 straight. Tick past 19 minutes gone, second quarter, Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
But the method was better. The method's going to produce more opportunities, I reckon, rather than trying to force their way through the numbers. Chad touched on about it at quarter time. Lots of inside 50s doesn't mean you're going to score all the time, because all the numbers there.
Sin with the kick in. Gets it to Aaliyah. Paid a free kick. He moves it out wide to Liddy. Between half back and the wing here for Port Adelaide. Oh, his kick's a shocker. Turns it clean over. Neil marks for the Cats. Off towards Myers. Not the required 15. Dangerfield back to Myers. He'll kick on goal and miss.
Yeah, they're being a little bit too cute now, Geelong. I think they're looking for Cameron a little bit. It was pretty obvious at this point, but they're just not quite in sync going forward of the ball. It just looks like they just missed that one, but being a little bit too cute half at the moment.
Yeah.
Cats by 11 points. That kick from Liddy. It was like he meant to kick it to Shannon Neal.
Yeah.
Makes out.
At Docklands, the Saints lead by 3 points with 3 unanswered goals for North Melbourne. 60 seconds ago. It could be a deja vu from last week, could it? Or is it just another chapter for Nazai Wanganeen Miller to get involved? The Cats gather at half forward. Blitzapps, hand pass to Myers, unmarked goal square. So why not send it straight through the middle? Across his body as he jags another goal for the season. Brian Myers, his 10th. And Geelong have booted 3 goals to 1 in this second quarter as they open up a 17-point advantage. 6:10:46 to Port Adelaide, 4:5:29. 21 minutes gone. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Chad Wingard alongside Daniel Harford with you on ABC Sport.
Again, it's just another kick in.
Yeah.
Like they've put that too central. So at the moment, yeah, it's good if it pays off. But if you get a spoil off a kick in that's very central, that's going to go directly a better shot for Geelong. So that's now they're not just that it's a shot against, but they're not predictable for where they've had about 4 different directions that they're going. Some long left, some long right, some short. I think their ball movement from the kick in, as well as the other kick turnover they just had from Liddy, just a little bit unpredictable at the moment for them.
Thoughts of dual All-Australian Chad Wingard. Bounce back in the middle. Blitzarves doing the ruck work with Sweet. The latter wins the tap. Boak gathers. Handball to Drew. Back to Sweet to Wines out the front. Flicks a handball to McEntee. He was dealt with 2 Wines. And he's down and a little dazed.
Yeah,
Tom Stewart, the offending party.
Was
that a little clumsy?
Well, nowhere
Worse than that.
nowhere near the outcome, but it's the similar type of incident to Brayshaw and Maynard. Yeah,
I agree.
Jumped up in the air to smother the ball and just cannoned into him.
Ooh, he did too. It's a great description there, Half. Ollie Wines is up, which is a good sign.
Yeah, it's an interesting incident, that one.
Yeah, that will be one that we will see how that goes. Ollie Wines slapping Tom Stewart on the back to say, all okay, mate. McEntee with the free kick. Looks into the pocket and Stewart intercept marks. Left back pocket for the Cats. And they lead it by 17 points. Do you think there's an issue there, Shadow or Half?
I think they'll be looking at it, yeah.
Particularly if Wines does end up concussed and out of the game. That will be an interesting one. They move it up towards the wing, the Cats. Dempsey playing that wing roll. Flicks it out towards De Koning. Stops, props. Kicks it around the wing. Neil late arriving. Hands to it, doesn't mark. Liddy Rose, tackled by Neil. He's got him. Gets out of handball. Wines flicks it on. Boak's there for Port. Off towards Burgoyne, who gets it onto McEntee. Tumbles it to half forward. Williams zigging, zagging, chipping. Clever kicking. Burne-Jones not quite. Zach Guthrie keeps his feet. And he'll clear for the Cats.
He did that so well, Zach Guthrie, as he sends it up towards Max Holmes, who marks it right half back. He then kicked it into the man on the mark, Willem Drew. Port Adelaide take it back. He's chip kicking for Burne-Jones, and Guthrie once more intercepts. So the Saints have held on to win by 9 points with a shot after the siren. North Melbourne kicked the first 3 goals of the final term to bring the margin back to 3 points. And Nazai Wanganeen Miller with 36 disposals and 9 score involvements in the Saints win. Myers under the Hickey stand, works it around the boundary line. O'Shea Mullen takes the mark. And Myers has kept running. He wanted to give him back the hand pass. He fumbled it in front of Travis Boat. Now does get it to Myers, although his kick is smothered by Burgoyne. Lord gets a hand pass back to Burgoyne. And now the run of Liddy, who sends it up towards the wing. It's over the head of Whitlock in the end, and Tom Stewart for the Cats takes back possession. Hand pass away to Humphreys. Drives it up towards Dangerfield at half forward. Strong presence in front of Burgoyne. Takes the mark. He veers out to his right. Gains a few metres. He has Stanley in the goal square against Sir Thatcher. Stanley went up early. Wanted a free kick and he gets the whistle. Sir Thatcher just panicked and gave away a free kick with a push. With no eyes for the ball. And Stanley will have it no more than 15 metres out. Hand pass to Jeremy Cameron. Steps on his left. They're all trying to be the providers this afternoon as Cameron puts through his 3rd of the afternoon. And he moves to 72 goals so far for the season and currently leads the Coleman by 21 goals from Ben King. Don't they know it's enough? Geelong 7-10-52 to Port Adelaide 4-5-29. Of course, the other.
Now the 100's on, mate.
Triple figures.
The 100 is on. That's what they're trying to make happen here, the Cats. Poor old Lockie Jones, who was onto that too. He knew that Cameron was sniffing around the back of this from Reece Stanley and looking for a handball. He was right on his backside. Cameron had the ball to give back to Stanley. Jones is right on him. He gives him a quick push on the chest, gets a handball and kicks him in a step and gets the goal. Poor old Lockie Jones. That's not your fault, mate.
The only thing I would say,
it's not
the commentary box makes a good player of us all, and I've never played at this level. Could he have been maybe the other side?
Oh, mate, that's
it's
all right,
critical, isn't it?
You just hit the bows.
You have to be close enough to him.
He was right there.
He did everything he could.
Did everything possible.
Very unlucky.
Yeah.
Back in the middle, Smith goes out after it towards the wing, picked up by Humphreys. Left foot kick towards half forward. Bouncing ball. Free kick, it'll come back. So a Cats ball. Carson Stengel stabs it short to Bailey Smith. Cats by 23, 4-1 in the second. After scores were level at quarter time. The veers out to the right, kicks to full forward Smith. Neal with hands on it, ricochets down. Taken by Farrell, handball back to Berry. Bracketed by Cameron and also Neal. All upcoming, Lex Pesce quickly.
Ollie Wines has come to the bench. He looks okay, but he's just testing out his neck at the moment.
Okay. Thank you, Lex. Thrown up. Stanley wins down the tap against Sweet. Butters is onto it. Hand pass a little wide for Liddy. Under pressure. Tackle by Dempsey. The tackle was over the shoulder. Free kick going the way of Port Adelaide.
Liddy in the back pocket. That shooter's sleeve on his right leg. He'll kick long beyond the defensive arc. Out towards Georgiades, who's shoved out of the way by De Koning. Takes the mark for the Cats. Attacking point of the square. Sets it up to full forward. Pack form. Stanley juggling, not marking. Turns tackler on Burgoyne. And a ball up, full forward. It's for Geelong down at the Barwon River end. They lead it by 23. Umpire puts it aloft. Sweet and Stanley both with hands on it. Coming through Boak. Handball away to Jones. Dispossessed. Mullen snaps over his shoulder. Misses. Not quite for O'Sheen. Cats lead by 4 goals neat. 3 minutes away from the half. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Zach Butters has decided to do the kick in to try and get a chance here to get involved. Kicks up towards Georgiades. Worked underneath the footy. Stuck underneath him and Sam De Koning as the two tangle at ground level, and the umpire will ball it up. Geelong 7-11-53, Port Adelaide 4-5-29, 28 minutes gone, second quarter. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Daniel Harford and Chad Wingard, your experts. Lex Pesce down on the boundary. Atkins gets a hand pass to Myers. Dempsey kept it alive. Got a hand pass forward to Blitzaz, who drives it inside 52 wide for Stanley. And a lunging effort from Brandon Thatcher can't take the mark, and it just bounces inside the field of play. A throw in the left forward pocket for Geelong.
Just wondering what's going through the mind of Zach Butters at the moment. He's sat out of that stoppage on at half back there for the Power, just at the top of the arc of the defensive side. With Horn Francis and Rosie out of this team, he's got to be at the contest all day, every day.
Neal slaps it down. Cameron gathers, rushes a snap. It'll go to the pocket. Butters goes up. Back pocket for Port. Fighting after it at ground level. They wrap him up and a ball upcoming.
One thing we know today, if Jesse gets the ball, don't even bother asking for it.
Yeah.
He's not interested in giving it to anyone else.
Ball up, left forward pocket for the Cats. Stengel swings a handball. Aaliyah goes and gets it. Zerk Thatcher pinches it from him, gives it back to Aaliyah. He swings a handball away to Berry to Burgoyne. Kick to the half-back flank, and the mark taken by Joe Richards. About 40 out from his defensive goal. But Adelaide under pressure in this second term. 4-1 the way of the Cats after it was 3 goals apiece at quarter time.
And they're still in the defensive goal square.
Playing fullback.
So just 5 disposals for the match. He's had 2 in this second quarter. So it's certainly a watch as he's giving instructions at the moment. Travis Boak across half back. It's the Power. Try and work out how to move it through Mead. He sends it up the broadcast wing. Whitlock shoved out of it by De Koning. Sweet makes a presence in front. Shortly taken high. There was Berry. Zach Guthrie gives away the free kick. Port Adelaide's way, centre wing, with the Cats leading by 24 points.
Maybe he's trying the rope-a-dope.
Yeah, maybe.
Playing possum.
Robert Harvey was good at that. I don't think it's Zach's go.
Berry kicks up to a contest at half forward for Port, roving the pack. Richards gets rid of it to Boak, who's tackled to ground by O'Connor. Umpire crosses himself. Standing behind, about a kick behind the play at the moment, Butters, and now he'll trot up towards this contest. Almost in a sweeping position. Bowes gets the clearance, tumbles it along the wing. Jones waiting for the bounce. Cameron tackles him, carries him out. Throwing coming.
I just reckon you've got to have him around the footy. He's your clean ball winner, powerful runner. He's not really making Mullen earn anything at the moment. He's just letting Mullen dominate him.
Mullen going every step of the journey with him. Tap came down to Boat, tackle, dispossessed, holding the ball. Geelong take it back. And Tom Stewart, well, he thought he might get the free kick, but it's Tom Atkins' way, as both were involved in the tackle. Now, Atkins had the short option in Bowes, who's jumping on the spot as he ignored him initially and now does. Chip it to Jack Bowes at right half forward, and Cameron on the lead. Takes the mark in front of Jace Burgoyne. It's a little surprising that Port Adelaide aren't awake to the fact that the ball is going to Jeremy Cameron on most occasions, and if Zach Butters was looking to try and help his defenders, he could just do a bit worse than standing alongside Jezza.
Yeah, just jump in front. Yeah, I can't work out the Butters situation at the moment. It's not helping Port Adelaide. I'll give you the tip.
Off the back of a career best 11 goals against North Melbourne last week. A little slow up pace this afternoon so far, but with 3 next to his name, 4 before half-time would be nice. Jeremy Cameron on that left boot from 50. It's a thing of beauty. As the Geelong locals get to their feet and applaud the 4th goal from number 5. He is having some sort of season, and he's a sight when he is in full flight like that, comfortably clearing 50 metres. Cameron has 4. Cats lead by 30 points. And they've taken control in this second quarter with 5 goals to 1. And the locals will be thinking this is the show we came to see. 8-11-59 to Port Adelaide 4-5-29. Daniel Harford and Chad Wingard with you on ABC Sport.
Yeah, and it's starting to get pretty ugly for Port Adelaide. You think about Butters is obviously not having his best game. He's not even in a position where he can really impact. They're 5 inside 50s to 18, and it's 5 goals 6, so 11 shots to 1 this quarter. So it's starting to look a little bit scary if you're Port Adelaide, and obviously with their season, what they're playing for, and compared to what obviously Geelong are. So they need to find something, because otherwise this can get ugly very quickly.
Butters now starting out of the centre square behind the ball as a defender.
Sweet tapping it down, cruising through Mead. And that will be half-time. So 5 goals to 1 in the second term for the Cats, and they lead by 5 goals neat at the main break. Jeremy Cameron with 4 in the first half. That's after 11 last week. Singles to Holmes, to Bowes, to Myers and to Dangerfield. While for Port, all singles there. 4 goal kickers, Berry, Boak, Lord and Lorenz. Half-time at Cardinia Park. Geelong 8-11-59, leading Port 4-5-29.
Just having a look back to last week, Jeremy Cameron had 5 by half-time against North Melbourne. He did kick 3 in the opening quarter, but once more is on track for another big bag. Meanwhile, at Docklands, it was the Saints who held on by 9 points to defeat North Melbourne with a goal after the siren. North kicked the first 3 goals of the final term to bring the margin back to 3 points late, but St Kilda prevail for back-to-back victories after the efforts of Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller against the Demons last week. The biggest comeback in VFL AFL history at 3-quarter time. This time it was they who had to try and hang on for another win. The thoughts of Daniel Harford and Chad Wingard, our experts. The Cats leading by 30 points at half-time at Cardinia Park.
Well, the game's been broken open, Chad, as you talked about there late in the quarter. 5 of the last 6 goals, or 5 of the 6 goals in that quarter, 3 in the last 10 minutes, 11 minutes here from the Cats. And it's the problem is they've got no drive from contest. Ollie Wines is doing a pretty manful job to try and drag his team. Even Travis Boak, the old stager, is getting more active than he perhaps has been through the season so far for the Power. They haven't got any real quality around the contest. Horn-Francis is not there. Rosie's not there, even though he traditionally plays half-back. Butters is sitting behind the ball, which I can't work out for the life of me. They've got no presence at the contest, so they can't get the ball forward. And you've talked about their ability or inability to exit their D50 from a mark or a free kick or a kick him, the way the Cats have squeezed the ground on them. And so they look to me like they're absolutely devoid of confidence. They've got no zest about them, got no energy about them. They kicked their first goal in that second term. It was the third for the term, but their first goal. And it looked like they were going to have a bit of momentum, and they'd taken the energy out of the stadium and the Cats as well. But they've given it all back, plus some, in the last 15 minutes of that quarter. And it looks like now it could be a real romp should the Cats get things going, because they're a long way from their best at the moment too.
Yeah, you said everything. I agree with what you said there. And when Port Adelaide actually have a bit of a run in this early stages of this quarter, they went through the corridor at the right times, but then once they actually took that risk and went through the corridor, when Boki got a mark near the centre circle, he went wide again. They just didn't go direct when they needed to. The first quarter, when they looked the most potent, it was when they got in there quicker, because it was one-on-one contests and they were scoring on nearly every entry. Where this year they only had 5 entries. It's been actually brought back down to 4 this quarter. And, yeah, like I said, their back half ball movement, maybe that's why they are trying to get Butters back there to try and get someone who can actually use the ball. Maybe it's even a bit of direction. We saw him late in that quarter trying to direct where to go, because it just looks like they're just, like I said, lack of confidence. But their turnovers are really killing them, especially now that Liddy turnover, the kick-ins. They maybe just need him back there to just kind of get the fort back into a bit of control, get the ship going in the right direction, because if it's in the midfield and they're not even getting back to centre square, they just need someone. They're missing Rosie. They're missing the class back there. They're missing a lot of players, obviously, but maybe that's why they're putting Butters back there. That's the only thing I can think of, because otherwise, why would you take him out of the contest?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me. You've got to have a guy like him around the footy to give you any presence, and it's coughing it up. They're just giving Geelong what they want, and Mullen's having the afternoon of his life. Doesn't have to work too hard, because Zach's just staying behind the ball, just holding shape.
That's the thing for mine. He's a work rate player.
Yeah, that's right.
And yet to see him in almost that sort of defeated body language mood, where it's sort of that frustration of, I just can't get a spare millimetre on this guy to get a loose possession, or at least to try and build myself into the game. So that's why taking the kick-ins is probably not the worst option. But Port Adelaide are looking for someone to try and lead the charge, and it can't be just Travis Boak and some of the old-timers, Ollie Wines, who are continually doing so.
And that's exactly what you do when you're playing Port Adelaide and Rosé and Horne-Francis are out. You target Butters, you just lock him out, because you know it's going to grind on him mentally as much as physically. And we're seeing at the moment, and I don't recall ever seeing this in a Zach Butters game, but he looks to me like he's almost just said, this is going to be too hard.
Not today, Coach. Too hard.
Yeah, one of those ones. Not today, which I've never seen from Zach Butters. Now, I'm not. Oh. He might come out at the second half and show me exactly what he stands for. But at the moment, that second quarter in particular, he was limp the entire quarter.
And I agree. I think if you think of the two sides, how Geelong are really looking after Jeremy Cameron, for instance. Like they're trying to get him.
Yeah,
I have not seen Butters get any help. Ollie Wines has put on one block at a stoppage for Butters, but if you think about a guy that's getting tagged, bash the guy, bash the tagger, any way around the ground. Just make sure you knock him, disturb him.
Great point.
Because you're not helping your best player in your team. Just doing it. You never let your best player who's getting tagged every week do it by themselves, because they're taking on so much responsibility. And you think about Jeremy Cameron, who they're looking out for him because they know where he is. Give the handball twice in front of goal to get him where he needs to be. He's one of your best players. You need to look after your best players, especially one who's so important for you to win.
Well, Kane Corns always tells the story about when he played down here in Geelong, that one day he said he was nearly in tears at quarter time, because they had made such a clear focus that if he was going to tag Gary Ablett Jr., they were going to physically accost him, and they did it all day. And that's what you can do. And Chad, you can speak to this. They tell you that when you lay a block, it's incredible how often you become free as well and end up with the football.
Yeah. It's the old pick and roll. It's the basketball pick and roll. You put the block on, you're the player who becomes free. Lance Whitnell was the best at that.
Right.
He was the best at that. He put a block on the forward line for the Blues. His defender had gone to the guy he was trying to create space for. He knew exactly what he was doing. He became the free player, duck back into a pocket and get the ball more often than not. He was a wizard at that.
Lance. How is Lance? Have you seen him lately?
For a while, the big fella. He's dominating out of Craigieburn, I think, these days, isn't he?
So Jeremy Cameron's up to 73 goals for the season. He's played all 20 matches so far in Geelong's home and away season. So throw in another 4 at half time, and that's 53 across the last 11 matches.
It's game on If he gets another 4, it's game on.
It's sort of a throwback to yesteryear when Dunstall and Ablett and these players were having days out, and you would try and feed the hot hand and see how many they could end up with.
Yeah, slightly different. They used to mark the ball and kick their goals, not just the wraparound handballs from the mark on free kick 10 metres out.
The little details get in the way. Just indulge the storyline.
Don't get bogged down in detail. Yeah, I agree. No, I'm all for it. I'm here for 100 goals. I would love to see Jeremy Cameron kick 100 goals. As was discussed through the week, if it happens in a grand final, it's a disaster.
Oh, that would be a disaster.
Would people charge the field in?
Absolutely,
100% they will.
It's grand final day.
100%.
100.
100%.
I'm going down and storming the field if
From the box.
From the box.
There might be a few past
I'm
players or current day players who are given their grand final tickets who come along and decide they want to run onto the field as well and not waste that moment, of course, the piece of history that Lance Franklin and those at the SCG got to enjoy as well. So the count is on for Jeremy Cameron. 73 goals for the home and away season, and that's just a half-time with 4 next to his name. Half-time here at Cardinia Park. Geelong lead by 30 points. We'll pause for the moment and bring you the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. New South Wales police say due to potential crowd crush concerns, the Sydney Harbour Bridge will remain closed for longer than originally planned, so thousands of pro-Palestinian protesters can walk back across it into the city. Thousands of people have braved the wet weather to join the protest over the Sydney landmark, which was given the green light after the New South Wales Supreme Court threw out an attempt by police to stop it. Police say they were worried about the risk of a potential crowd crush at North Sydney train station due to the numbers, and so people can now turn around and walk back across the bridge into the CBD. Earlier, Greens Senator Marine Faruqi told protesters at the rally they're part of an unstoppable movement for justice.
And we cannot stop now. We've got to keep building this momentum because we don't want rhetoric or words or signatures or gestures. We want the harshest sanctions on Israel.
Hamas has reiterated that it won't lay down its arms until there is an independent Palestinian state. Ali Crew reports.
Hamas says it will not give up armed resistance unless a fully sovereign Palestinian state with Jerusalem as its capital is established. It follows reports that US President Donald Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff told the families of Israeli hostages that Hamas was ready to disarm. The Reuters news agency is reporting in a recording of the meeting, Mr. Witkoff can be heard saying, "We have a very, very good plan for the reconstruction of Gaza that effectively means the end of the war." Indirect negotiations between Hamas and Israel aimed at securing a 60-day ceasefire in Gaza collapsed last week.
The Northern Territory's Aboriginal Affairs Minister has acknowledged his government's tough-on-crime policies have led to an increase in youth incarceration. Steve Eddington has responded to questions at the Garma Festival in Arnhem about worsening incarceration rates in the NT and conditions inside police watchhouses. Mr Eddington says his government's focus is turning to the rollout of youth boot camps as promised ahead of the last election.
We're about to invest in youth boot camps in Tennant Creek, Alice Springs and Darwin. This is work in progress at the moment when it comes to working with young people.
The union movement is calling on the federal government to make big changes to negative gearing and the capital gains tax ahead of the major productivity summit. The government previously shut down speculation it would make changes to the tax policies, but Secretary of the Australian Council of Trade Unions, Sally McManus, says it's time for a rethink to help young Australians buy a home.
We've got to bite the bullet. Otherwise we're just saying, too bad, young people, you're not going to be able to ever own a home. It's going to continue to get worse. Unless the government's brave enough to do something about it, we are just abandoning those generations.
The Australian Maritime Safety Authority is calling for public assistance to help locate 2 people missing after their light aircraft bound for New South Wales failed to arrive. Meg Whitfield reports.
The aircraft departed from Georgetown Airport in Tasmania's north yesterday about 1:45 in the afternoon. The pilot and passenger, both Tasmanian residents, were en route to central western New South Wales. The alarm was raised by concerned family members after the plane failed to arrive as expected to Hillston Airport. The Australian Maritime Safety Authority and Tasmania Police are urging anyone in Georgetown or transiting the waters in northern Tasmania and Bass Strait or southern Victoria near Leongatha to keep a lookout for any signs of the aircraft or its occupants. The search is ongoing.
More than 10,000 homes are still without power across WA's southwest after heavy rain and damaging winds lashed the region. The State Emergency Service has responded to dozens of calls for help, mostly in the Rockingham and Mandurah areas south of Perth. A severe weather warning for damaging wind gusts of up to 100 kilometres per hour is in place for the state's southwest, from Jurien Bay down to Esperance, including Kalgoorlie and Perth. A small earthquake has rattled the New York area in the eastern United States. The U.S. Geological Survey says the tremor had a magnitude of 3.0. It struck in a New Jersey suburb less than 13 kilometres from Central Park at a depth of about 10 kilometres. And in the NRLW, the Warriors have secured their second win of the season, downing the Cowboys 12-6 in wet conditions at Hunter Stadium. The Cowboys scored first, but the Warriors hit back with a try and a penalty to lead 8-6 at the break. New Zealand went on to victory, breaking North Queensland's two-match winning streak. You're up to date with ABC News. Get more news at any time. Download the ABC Listen app.
You meet the most interesting people on Sunday morning.
I tell you what, I'd kill for some clean air and a good coffee over here. And there's no generic latte over here.
Come home straight away, please. Join the rest of Australia right here on Sunday morning.
Australia All Over on ABC Radio. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Blitz ups marks, gives it off the Bose. He'll poke it to the pocket, looking for Dangerfield. And he's got him, gives it off. Jezza rolls by, snaps the goal. Like a training drill. Back to Sweet to Wines out the front. Flicks a handball to McEntee. He was dealt with two Wines. And he's down and a little dazed. Tom Stewart, the offending party.
It's the similar type of incident to Brayshaw and Maynard. Yeah, jumped up in the air to smother the ball and just cannoned into him.
Stanley will have it no more than 15 metres out. Out pass to Jeremy Cameron. Steps on his left. They're all trying to be the providers this afternoon as Cameron puts through his third of the afternoon. It's a little surprising that Port Adelaide aren't awake to the fact that the ball is going to Jeremy Cameron on most occasions, and 4 before half-time would be nice. Jeremy Cameron on that left boot from 50. It's a thing of beauty. As the Geelong locals get to their feet and applaud the fourth goal from number 5.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Half-time at Kardinia Park, and it's the Cats who lead by 30 points here on a Sunday afternoon. 8-11-59 to Port Adelaide, 4-5-29, in which Jeremy Cameron has 4 goals as the leading goal kicker so far this afternoon. Individuals to Holmes, Bowes and Dangerfield for Geelong, while for Port Adelaide their goals have come through Berry, Boak, Lord and Lorenz. In that quarter, the Cats booted 5 goals, 6 to Port Adelaide's 1 straight. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Chad Wingard and Daniel Harford are your experts, with Lex Pescier down on the boundary. The Cats doing what they need to do in this match down at Kardinia Park. They are in 4th spot on the ladder, 13 wins and 6 losses, but a chance to close the gap between them and the pack on top of the ladder. So Adelaide and Collingwood on top with 15 wins and 5 losses. The Brisbane Lions are half a game further back after that draw with North Melbourne, so they're on 58 premiership points, and victory for the Cats this afternoon would move them to 56. So in 4th spot on the AFL ladder. Earlier today, it was St Kilda who recorded a 9-point victory over North Melbourne. 11-12-78 to the Kangaroos, 10-9-69. It wasn't quite the same dramatics of last week. St Kilda held a 23-point lead, and the Kangaroos came charging back with the first 3 goals of the final term to move the margin back to 3 points, but a goal after the full-time siren, courtesy of Max Holmes, ensured... Max Hall, I should say. Max Holmes is out here for Geelong. Ensured a 9-point win for St Kilda as they record back-to-back victories. And so the Saints up to 14th spot on the AFL ladder with their 7th win of the season. Chad, I'm not sure if you saw, but Chad, you're a big fan of Paul Curtis. Involved in a strike from Angus Hastie as they were tangling off the ball. Curtis looking to lead to the right forward pocket. It was about 3 or 4 attempts in which Curtis could clearly be seen to get frustrated, and one that looks like to have made contact to the jaw and the face.
Yes, I did see it. I couldn't quite see if it was an open hand or a closed fist. I think it was an open hand, wasn't it?
Not sure.
Yeah, but again, you're always going to be in trouble, and because he's obviously been in that situation early in the year. I know they say it's not cause for another I suppose, missing weeks, but yeah, I feel like it could be in a bit of trouble.
And just a frustrating season for North fans, despite the 5.5 wins so far this season. And for some, they'll say that's an improvement on 3 wins in the last 2 seasons. That the frustration when you are trying to be one of the players that lifts the team up and into another win, clearly not dealing with that frustration all that well, Paul Curtis.
Yeah, I mean, they would have expected some more growth, I reckon, the Kangaroos and their supporters this year, and they haven't got that. They're going to finish in the bottom 2 for the 6th year in a row. Like, it's a disastrous run for a footy club that needs everything going their way, and performances on the field have been lacklustre. Start of the year, you think, but that win against Melbourne early, you think, we did that game.
Yeah.
You think, gee whiz, this maybe is the turning point. It was just a bit of a flash in the pan, sadly, for Kangaroo supporters. It's been a very disappointing year.
They smacked them with centre clearances on that afternoon back in round 2, and you thought, is this the future for North Melbourne? And while there's been signs of growth, it hasn't quite been the same growth they would be looking for. Natai Wanganeen-Miller did the TV interview with Fox Footy after the game. He was asked the question about his contract situation and said that he'll leave that up to his manager at the moment. The real revelation is that Chad Wingard could have steered him towards Hawthorn had he done a little training
You've added some...
with he and Paulie Vandenberg in South Australia before he was drafted, but no one would listen to Chad's cries of the superstar in which he was going to be. So I'm sure there's some horse trainers that would be looking for Chad's involvement to try and pick the next superstars. But
you're trying to get me another job or something. That's what it sounds like.
Just supporting you as best I can,
thanks,
Chad.
Mate. Appreciate it.
The story goes that it was Robbie Gray who was really big on Butters to Port Adelaide. So he now works in the recruitment department at Port Adelaide, but he was interested in that space and said, look, I think this guy can be a serious player, and played a hand how much you'll never know in getting Butters to Port.
Well, I don't want to say too much, but I pick Sam Mitchell out. I don't want to talk about it. That's not so important.
Is that why you were playing at Box Hill?
Correct. The worst thing I ever did. He took my spot. Took my whole life.
Gee, this guy's pretty good.
Nazai with 36 disposals, 9 score involvements and 2 behinds this afternoon in the Saints' 9-point win over North Melbourne. So I guess that conversation is just going to continue to linger on until the end of the season as his signature is more sought on as each week grows on.
You might as well hold out now.
Yeah.
Wow.
If you use management, you just hold out.
It doesn't sound promising for St Kilda, does it, when you say, I'm just leaving it to my manager?
Oh, I don't know. They've played this beautifully.
What else can you say?
They've got 3 clubs on the hook and no one knows what's happening. I reckon that's brilliant.
Yeah.
Well, if you're staying, there's generally something a little more firm than that, I would think.
Yeah, but if you're trying to
but you don't know what the club's saying
close
to him.
still and not give away too much.
Good poker player, Naz.
Yeah, I think he's pretty good. Benny Williams is pretty good too. If you can win Big Brother, mate, or come second to Big Brother, you know you can go deep in these.
That is a good point. I've never thought of that.
Yeah, you got to play the game. Benny has played the game, literally.
And now he's doing it as a manager.
Contract.
But it would be uplifting for St Kilda if they got that signature. I mean, how big would it be for what they're trying to build?
It'd be unbelievable. Saints fans would be they'd be marching the streets with joy, I reckon.
Players are out in position. We're ready to go for the second half. I noticed what you did there, Half. So did Benny. He's a bit jealous. Geelong by 30 points. Here is Ben Cameron.
Stanley and Sweet. Beautiful bounce. Both rucks with hands on it. Stanley gets a handball out. Mullen onto the footy for the Cats. Feeds a handball forward. Manor runs onto it. Swings it to close. 40 out. He'll chip it to the pocket. It's Neil. He marks it out in front. 25 out. Tight angle, 45 degrees.
Lockie Jones isn't giving Jeremy Cameron anything here. He's 30 metres away in the corridor. High-fiving people. Lockie Jones isn't buying any of this. Because this is the watch now. This is exactly what we'll be paying attention to.
23 goals over the last 10 weeks. Shannon Neal. His drop punt here. He's straight through the middle. To begin the second half for the Cats. They make it 4 consecutive goals. And they make it 6 goals to 1 after quarter time. They lead by 36 points. 9-11, 65 to 4-5, 29, a minute in.
Yeah, clearly not the start that Port were hoping for. They're just getting beaten on the outside there with the centre clearance. I mean, for them to actually pick the ball up outside of closer towards the edge of the square before they dispose of the ball correctly, they're just getting burnt on the outside. And Butters isn't there now, which is he was in the first one as well. So at least he's actually in there and having a crack. We'll see what he can do in the second half. Obviously, only had the 3 touches.
At 5.
5 touches at
half
half-time.
Had 3 in the second quarter. So Geelong strike first inside a minute. It's an ominous sign with 6 of the last 7 goals of the match. And the margin now out to 36 points. That bounce will be recalled as it sprays out to the right. As the sun is starting to set and the floodlights eventually will take toll in the next hour or so. Back in the middle of the ground. Sweet wins down the tap against Stanley. Ollie Wines tries to break his way clear. Myers laid a good tackle and will be rewarded for it. Holding the ball and he wastes no time. Plays on around Ollie Wines. Drives it inside 50. Neil's on the lead. Lockie Jones getting back and takes a good mark. Peeled off Jeremy Cameron at the right time and an excellent intercepting mark, knowing that Shannon Neil would be making contact.
He was bearing down on him, wasn't he? Short kick from Jones, not the 15. Farrell under pressure now from Dangerfield. His kick is neat. Switching it to Burgoyne. Back flank comes infield to Aaliyah. Aaliyah pokes it forward for Richards. Backwards of the logo. He'll kick to Berry. Wide out on the wing. He veers infield. Goes on a little adventure. Now chips his kick. His kick good for Wines. Wines can look inside 50 and finds McEntee,
who's been running around the top of the arc for the last 25 seconds.
No one went near him, did they?
No, he's been in free space for 25 seconds. The ball was transferred from one side of the square to the other, and he just went with it. He just kept adjusting his position, and no one decided he was any threat whatsoever from the Cats defensive unit.
So the mark set 40 metres out. Slightly better than a 45-degree angle. Ninth disposal coming up for Jed McEntee. Puts his laces through it from 47. Tugs it left. Cats lead 35 points. 3 minutes and change into the third term Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
It was already starting to look through the record books, Ben, about the last player to kick back-to-back 10-goal games. I'm sort of starting to think it might be that kind of afternoon with 4 so far this afternoon. As the kick-in is chopped off and seen out of play for a boundary throw-in as Zach Guthrie makes the spoil.
We'll let it give it some spice. We'd be up for that, wouldn't we?
0437 774 774 is the SMS number. Stanley wins down the tap against Sweet. As Wines gets a hand pass out. Butter's involved here. Hand pass away to Liddy. Kicks inside 50 and Jack Henry just shoved Ward out of the way. Takes the intercepting mark in the back pocket for Geelong. Switches back to the defensive goal square. Guthrie has it. Stewart leads into space. He marks in the left back pocket for Geelong.
I'm intrigued to see whether Zach Butters can fight through this tag as well. And Stewart moves it onto Humphreys to Bailey Smith, who slips over. Left back flank here for the Cats. Smith will go back to fullback and Stewart. Defending the Barwon River end in this third term, the Cats. Stewart goes back to the back flank. And O'Sullivan can mark. The boy from Albury. Played in an O&M grand final before he was drafted. Kicks up to the wing. Stanley's there. Zerk Thatcher. Dangerfield. Floats in and marks. Swings a handball infield for Myers. Through the middle of the ground. He'll kick for Neil. At full forward. Up he comes. Got it. Beat 2 power defenders. Directly in front. 35 out.
And he should never have beaten 2 of them. It's pretty poor defensively by Farrell and Aaliyah there not to be able to work out that situation. He came in from a long way out from the side too. Should have been blocked with that run at the ball. Wasn't a great kick in from Myers. It's ended up in the hands of Neil, who was very strong at the attack. It was a great mark, but he should never have been allowed to mark that.
Got a track background. It's growing before our very eyes as he kicks on goal for his second. Never looked like missing. 41 points, a new game-high lead for the Cats. He's got the opening 2 goals of the second half. Shannon Neal, 10-11-71, plays 4-6-30, 6 travelled third term.
And again, that's just Geelong picking him apart, pulling him away, using all lengths of the ground. And then as soon as they got a bit of space in the corridor, they use it. And then Neil, like you said, a great mark. Aaliyah just didn't initiate body contact. He's watched the ball for too long and allowed Neil to really, I suppose, own the contest is what we call it as a forward unit, is when you're in a position where you can dictate positioning, and he just got to the front of the contest when he needed to because he was in a better position and he started that way. So great finish, but the best part of that was Geelong finally got their ball movement going through the corridor a little bit.
Chad Wingard with you on ABC Sport. Scores are locked at 3-5-23 apiece at quarter time. Since then, it's been 7-1 the way of Geelong as they've taken control in this contest. Tom Atkins trying to break through two players as Sweet lays the tackle with Mead. And the umpire will ball it up in the outer of the centre circles. Plenty of players surrounding this as Sweet wins down the tap. Mead tried to sock it off the ground and then gets a hand pass forward. It's chopped off though by Max Holmes of Geelong. Hand pass to Manor to the run of Zach Guthrie. He feeds it out to Holmes once more. Under the Hickey stand, he looks up. Stengel on the lead. He can't take the mark as Burgoyne made the spoil. Dangerfield in the end. Left it for Bose. Hemmed in against the boundaries across the face of goal. Close back with the flight. Has he taken it or is it over the behind line? The umpire is paying the mark.
Oh, he fumbled it.
I reckon he fumbled. I'm with you, Chad.
See, that's why we need the LED goalpost, guys.
I'm not sure they would have gone up.
I don't think they're reviewing this. So Brad Close is going to waste no time. Steps out, snaps and misses to the left-hand side. A minor score. So the same ending in which we would have had anyway. Cats by 42 points.
Another turnover from the Power in the middle of the field. Allowed the outside run, which Chad talked about before, for the Cats to explode. Put the defenders of the Power on their heels. Good luck. Good luck trying to do that too often.
Farrell with the kick in. Away to Zerk Thatcher. Who'll heave a kick up to the wing. In front, Lord brings it down, follows up at ground level. Ball jars out. Richards flicking out a handball away to Liddy. He handballs it back into a contest. Stewart wins it for the Cats. Quick hands to Myers. On to Neal. Neal goes long. Dangerfield in the pocket. One-on-one wrestling. Farrell impedes. Free kick going to Danger. Wrapped him up. Little bear hug and Dangerfield 35 out or maybe slightly better than that. Tight angle in the right forward pocket.
And again, it's just Port Adelaide getting sucked into the contest. And Geelong were all on the outside. It just takes one person to win that. And they were out. All forward of the ball. And like I said, Dangerfield is a strong unit. Just owned the front of the contest. And Farrell had no option but to give away a free kick.
There's Jezza.
Jezza's lurking in the corridor and he's got Lockie Jones under his jumper as Dangerfield comes in and misses narrow. So another behind, 10-13-73, plays 4-6-30. The Cats up by 43. The question is, how many can Jezza get to? 4 first half goals as he tries to track down 100 in season 2025.
Farrell brings Port Adelaide back into play, into Burn Jones, who takes the mark in front of Patrick Dangerfield on the back pocket for Port Adelaide. At the Joel Selwood stand in, as the sun is setting down here in Geelong, kick up towards the wing. Georgiades has had a quiet afternoon as Sam DeConey makes the spoil. Manor links up with DeConey once more. Inside 50, Jezza rises, can't take the mark, thought he had the arms chopped. As he turns to the umpire, Farrell clears it for Port Adelaide, but only as far as Jack Henry. Inside 50, danger! In the right forward pocket, reels in the mark. Tight against the boundary line, only about 30 metres out from goal. Now he's spotted Blitzavs on his own, he's shanked it, and Berry getting back. He's dived on top of the footy, close over the top of him, it spills out in the end. Blitzavs hand pass to Bailey Smith, hand pass to Bose, who's backpedaling, 45 out from goal, chips it in the direction of Close. He reaches out and takes the mark. With arms above his head, Darcy Byrne-Jones was off balance and in the end would be a little disappointed he didn't make more of a contest of it.
That is crazy. There was about... Oh, he's played on.
Close, third attempt. This time jags it around his body and puts through his first goal of the afternoon. And the Cats are skipping clear in this third quarter. 3 unanswered goals. They have all of a sudden booted 8 of the last 9 goals of the match and they lead by 49 points. 11-13-79 to Port Adelaide, 4-6-30. Daniel Harford and Chad Wingard, your experts. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
And yes, a better kick by Dangerfield, but just the follow-up work was pretty impressive for Geelong. Port Adelaide, there's about 4 players there that were in no man's land. They were in between, not committing to the guy with the ball, but not obviously helping them with the defensive structure, and it actually leaves a one-on-one. And Close is not I would say, an aerial threat, normally takes that mark. And there's the 4 closest people were 4 Port Adelaide guys. And then none of them helped out with that contest, which is outrageous if you're a defensive coach. You're thinking, boys, any danger. You're in no man's land. Help out, commit, or go to the next contest.
Last 6 goals of the game going the way of the Cats. Sweet down for Wines, rushes a kick forward. Georgiades crashes the pack. Richards roves, tumbles it towards full forward. Bouncing ball onto it. Lord gets a handball away. Cats arrive, they win it back. Free kick will go to Georgiades. He was scrapping after the footy, and Atkins has hit him high.
He's not overly wrapped about it, Tom. But the out-of-zone umpire who had an angle on that, so he thinks.
Did he hit him high?
Didn't look to me like
he might have just hit him in the side.
Try and get a replay on that. Just clear the picture up for you there. But regardless, Georgiades had zero impact on this contest.
Only his 6th disposal coming up. One behind for the afternoon. This drop punt is good from Georgiades. Something to cheer for the Port fans. It ends a run of 6 from the Cats. It's back to 43 points, 11-13, 79 plays 5-6, 36. 12 minutes and change into the third term. Chad Wingard and Daniel Harford.
And we're trying to find the replay, but it looked like he just got him a little bit high. Could have been played on, could have not. But again, he's first to the ball and he gets rewarded for it. I mean, he followed up. He went to ground. Not much in it. Could have just been played on, but he makes the most of it, kicks straight. And that's one thing that's probably been a knock on him this year is if he kicked a lot straighter, the contest for Coleman could have been a little bit closer. He just hasn't quite got his accuracy boots on. But, great finish there. Directly in front, 45 out. Great finish.
49 goals, 37 for Mitch Georgiades this season. Lex Pesher on the boundary.
Made their sub, so Jack Martin comes into the action. It's for Reece Stanley, no injury, it's management.
Thanks, Lex. So Mark Blitzavs will do the rucking as he does here. Down to Tom Atkins, inside 50. Spoiled down by Sin. Spills out the way of Neil. Tackled by Burgoyne. Ball still alive for Geelong. Bowes, hand pass inboard to Bailey Smith, who kicks it straight up in the air. Neil tries to get underneath it. Did it go 15? The umpire said it did. It went higher rather than it went further. And that was enough for the umpire to think that it was far enough.
Couldn't have.
Again, though, Port Adelaide players, no one's flying. Like, the ball was in the air for a good 3-4 seconds. And not one person wants to put their body on the line. Like, it just shows you. I know haven't got the finals to play for, but you're playing for each other. And it's probably just someone needs to come across. Someone needs to fly.
It's got 8 metres.
Alir was the player who couldn't get a fist to it, who had frustration, but he was the only one who really tried, Jad.
Yeah.
Shannon Neal looking for his third. It's all come in this third quarter as he misses to the left-hand side. The number 33 on his back. It's all threes. A minor score for the Cats, who lead by 44 points. As we tick past 14 minutes gone, third quarter. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Sin to take the kick in. Pokes it to Zerk Thatcher in the back pocket. Zerk Thatcher looks up the corridor. Good kick for Richards. Richards releases the runner, Burne-Jones. Forward handball to Mead. Mead flicks out a forward handball to Boak. Tries to go back to Mead. Has to go back and get it himself. Looks for Burne-Jones. He can slap it on. Neil now tracking back to centre half back. Gets involved. And again as he receives it from Atkins. He'll kick out wide. Bailey Smith there for the Cats. Right there with him. Butters shoved off a free kick. Going the way of the Port Adelaide player. And he'll move it on quickly to Manny Liddy, who chips it short for Boak. Half forward here for Port, leading up Georgiades. He accepts it, 45 out, half forward, very wide out.
Well, Butters involved, got a free kick, but Butters involved, as he has been a couple of times already this third term. Disposal number 3 for him in the term. That's something. He's a long way from being the Zach Butters we've learned to love through time today. He's working under the pump.
Day getting worse for Port as well. Jace Burgoyne limping off. We'll get down to Lex in a moment. Mitch Georgiades looking for goal number 50 on the season. His drop punt. It's the woodwork. Right hand side goalpost from wide out at left half forward. It was a good ride. Not to be. Cats lead by 43 points. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
As it's coming back inside 50 for Port Adelaide. The effort in the end by Williams has given away the free kick. Zach Guthrie in front is going to get the free kick as the kick came from Alir inside 50. Lex Pesher on the boundary.
Jace Burgoyne has come straight to the bench. He's on the massage table. Looks to be getting some work done on his right leg of some sort. I can't tell if it's lower or upper at the moment. I'll come back to you.
Thanks, Lex. Geelong by 43 points as Bailey Smith sends it up the wing. Free kick going the way of Geelong. They take the advantage. Sean Manor chisels the kick up towards Stengel at right half forward. Neil's the deepest target. Jeremy Cameron's on the lead in the pocket. He goes for Shannon Neil, who just used his height and athleticism to rise over the top and take the mark. It's tough for Brandon Thatcher, who had to just set himself in front. And Shannon Neal with a run and a jump took an easy mark.
Just sat off too far, the Port Adelaide defence. The kick was good enough to just carry that into the space of Zerk Thatcher that had left. And it was the perfect scenario for a forward. Chad would have loved that back in his days, just ready to sit on someone's head. That was beautiful.
I'd have been on her shoulders, not halfway back.
Shannon Neal out to the right, looking for his third of the afternoon from 35 metres out. He pumps the fist. And Jeremy Cameron with 4. Shannon Neal with 3. They are starting to build quite a combo for the opposition sides come September. Geelong by 49 points, 12-14-86 to Port Adelaide 5-7-37. They immediately respond after the Mitch Georgiades goal. Chad Wingard and Daniel Harford, your experts on ABC Sport.
Yeah, and Geelong are just really getting on the outside of them now. We haven't seen it. We've seen it a lot in this quarter. They just look like they're getting outside. They're getting more their run. They're getting the chip and chase. And that's just a beautiful kick. We used to love those kicks. If a tall defender want to sit in the hole, the best place to put it is on top of their head where they can't run and jump at it. Yep. And that's exactly how he put it. Right on Thatcher's head, and you just get to run and jump at it. He gets to say, if you want to stand there again, you're going to get a knee in the back of the... Yep. Poor guy, and obviously he kicks it well and true straight through the sticks.
So Cameron led up and drew Jones out of that, so created a bit of that space. So that's the combination you're talking about, Benny, that they're really building with Neal and Cameron at the moment.
Restart in the middle. Willem Drew able to gather. Swivels, kicks towards half forward, no one able to mark. At ground level, Stewart there for the Cats. Off to O'Connor, who kicks laterally, a good kick. From Myers. Back flank, chips across the body is always his want. In stride, Bowes marks. Short to Manor. Manor's handball splits the difference between Bowes and Guthrie. Now Manor will get it back. Wrenched off a handball. Myers cleans it up. Back to Manor. Manor with a high kick inside 50. Jezza and Neal. Aaliyah punches it away. Plays party pooper, then goes and gathers and cleanly kicks neatly away to Burne-Jones. Port Adelaide inside their defensive arc. Burne-Jones with a kick up to the wing. Stewart arriving late. Zach Guthrie drops the mark. Picked up by Myers to Holmes. Kicks out wide. Dempsey in space on the attacking arc for the Cats. Pulls back his kick. Diving low down. The mark not quite taken by Martin. It is.
Yeah.
Paid the mark.
100%.
Superman.
That was great.
Mitch Marsh in the galley.
Oh,
that was a wide receiver cash on the outside of the sticks. Gets 2 feet in.
2 feet down.
Touchdown.
Lex Pesce.
Port Adelaide are going to make their sub, so Jace Burgoyne comes out of the action and Hugh Jackson comes into.
Wolverine.
God, I was waiting for it. I was looking at you.
It's hard to say Jackson. Every time you say his name, you want to say Jackman. Here comes Jack Martin. Reinvented as a Cat. And he's goaling here. The mark deserved a goal. And Geelong are running up a score on Port. They lead by 55. It's like a catch in the gully, and this is becoming a cricket score. 13-14-92. Plays 5-7-37. 20 played here in the third.
There's another turnover on centre wing here from the Power, trying to exit their defensive half. And the Cats just had more numbers. They always have more numbers around the contest, so they can work the ball back in really cleanly with hands and to find someone who's free. And then they're happy to shift the ball and shift the lanes to open up the ground. Dempsey, who hasn't had a huge day, that must be said, for the Cats, was the outside player. They kicked it to his space. He was good enough to have some time and skill level to get the ball back inside the corridor. Martin does the rest. But it's the numbers at the contest which are killing the Power this afternoon.
Daniel Harford with you on ABC Sport. Is back in the middle. Mark Blitzouts wins down the tap. Tries to follow up his right work. Couldn't get it around Willem Drew. Sweet hand pass looking for Ollie Wines. Is chopped off. And Myers releases Max Holmes. Tucks the footy under his arm. 2 bounces as he gets the half forward. Running away from Ollie Wines. Drives along towards the goal square. Through the hands of Holmes. Here's Martin again. Steps it on his left. A classy finish from the grunt work from Max Holmes. Streaming out of the middle of the ground. And all of a sudden the Cats are finding a couple of good combos with Jack Martin quickly putting through back-to-back goals to make it 2 goals in as many minutes. And Geelong lead by 10 goals. 61 points, 14-14-98 to Port Adelaide 5-7-37. Chad, I know you were keen to chat to Mitch Duncan about Jack Martin and what he might offer to Geelong.
Well, I love him because you got to remember this kid was a high draft pick and he has ample talent. He's 189 centimetres, but as you can see there, finishes on both feet. He's very skillful, and I strongly believe that he could be a big difference maker come into the final series for Geelong, whether he goes up forward or down back. He had 4 contested marks only 2 weeks ago, so in the air and on the ground, he's such a clean player. I just want to see him do well because he's obviously been around the traps and been injured a lot in his career, but hopefully he's found a home now in Geelong and making a big impact.
Only 3 games in 2024 for Jack Martin, but the Cats might have found another one.
And Carlton fans spew in the mouth just a little bit. Just a little bit of vom in the mouth.
Another one.
Out of the middle go the Cats again. Holmes to a bursting Dangerfield. Off to Bailey Smith. Shorts his kick. It's him again. Martin. In a hot minute, he might boot 3.
He might be the one kicking 10 today.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a good way to free up Jeremy Cameron, isn't it?
Well, it's the ball used. It's a speed of ball. We talked about the power pressure in the first quarter, having 30 tackles and giving the Cats no time and space. Since then, it's been a bit of a procession. It's a bit embarrassing the way the Power are defending it.
Yeah.
In he trots. His drop punt. David Roden, statuesque. Martin's minute, he's booted 3 goals. He's the jack in the pack. And the Cats, they lead by 67 points. 15-14, 104 plays 5-7-37. And just quickly, Chad and half, they lost by 98 points last week, Port Adelaide. There might be a similar number today.
Yeah, it's looking that way, especially because, as Half just said, that the hunger looks like it's gone out of the Port Adelaide Guernsey at the moment. Butters, they've got some guys in there, but they just don't look like they're hungry enough. They're getting on the outside, and that just shows that there's lack of intensity on defence and a lot of uncontested marks, uncontested possessions. It's played in Geelong's forward half, and Jack Martin, I mean, starting as a sub and kicking 3 goals in 4 touches, that's a great way to start your day if you obviously come and impact straight away.
3 goals in 3 minutes for Jack Martin. As Max Holmes back in the middle of the ground has been the threat. This time it's just a slap forward in the end by Jordan Sweet. That might work. He got the hand pass away to Perry. The kick inside 50. Down low. No mark claimed in the end. As it's the Cats who are able to clear it through. Zach Guthrie kicks up towards Humphreys. He takes the mark at left half back for Geelong. Back into the middle of the ground. Max Holmes takes the mark. He switches out to the Hickey wing out in front of Bailey Smith, who is off. He looks up and has Dangerfield a few metres on Sir Thatcher. He marks it right half forward. Where's Jack Martin? He looks for him again. Oh! Takes the mark. Burn Jones coming one way. Zach Butters the other. They knew where it was going and they couldn't stop it.
They're taking the mickey now.
Yeah.
They're taking the mickey. It was Jezza in the first half. It's getting the ball as much as possible. Now the hot hand's Jack Martin, and every chance they get, it's going through him, despite the fact he should never have been in contention to win that footy. Transition from defence again. No pressure on the Cats outlet runners.
You know what's better than 3 goals in 3 minutes? Putting down a 4th directly in front. 45 metres out. Jack Martin in his new hoops. They've never looked better. As Patrick Dangerfield comes and celebrates with him, he knew where he was going. The Port Adelaide defenders knew it was going, and they could do nothing but watch it sail into the hands of Jack Martin as they crashed into him. Geelong by 73 points, 16-14, 110 to Port Adelaide, 5-7-37. This is all taking place while Jeremy Cameron's just happily watching on the bench. Daniel Harford and Chad Wingard with you on ABC Sport.
It's unbelievable. He had 8 touches last week, and then now he's had 5 touches and 4 goals as activated as a sub. I've started as a sub and I've been subbed off, and it is very hard to start as a sub and have that impact. He's been cold for the first half of this game, and he's come on like he's been warming up on the back streets and absolutely dominated. He's come on ready to go. Like, this is unbelievable.
He's at the back street.
Mate, he's come on like he's just played another game. Like, he's come in ready, fit and firing.
So 4 goals in 6 minutes for Jack Martin.
I've been the sub and I've been subbed off. I like that from you, Chad. As we restart in the middle, it's the Cats again. You guessed it. It's all the Cats. Myers worried out of it momentarily, but Blitzarves gives it back to Myers. It gives it to O'Connor. Berry tracks him down. His handball looking for Humphreys. Mead goes in. Does well to get it out. For the run of Lorenz. Steps a couple. Kicks off, floated towards full forward. Henry drops the mark. It might allow in Port. There's a whistle anyway. It'll come back and go to Geelong. At fullback, Brendan from Hobart. Referencing, like you said, half that Carlton fans will be enjoying the way that Jack Martin is going at the moment. Tongue firmly in cheek as the Cats kick up towards the wing. Here's Martin again. Gives it out to Dangerfield, who runs a little arc, gives it back to Martin, man of the moment. Handball to Humphreys, who chips inside 50. Close comes up, Sweet breaks it up. Spinning through, losing it momentarily, O'Sullivan. Close just pinches it. Gives it back to Humphreys. Cats at centre half forward. Blitzarves. He's got too many options. Didn't know where to go. Eventually gets rid of a kick.
And Port Adelaide take back possession. Willem Drew gets a hand pass out to Georgiades, who cross half back up to Berry. He gets a free kick against Sam De Koning. And the free kick going the way of Port Adelaide on the broadcast side. So the subs have been made for both sides. Martin's come on and kicked 4 goals. What have you done, Hugh Jackson?
Whack!
A little bit of the kick inside 50. Getting back, it was spoiled away from Lorenz, and Tom Stewart once more, he gathers. It was more just how unusual it is for a player to come in and have that impact. It wasn't meant Dempsey at half back for the Cats. Kicks up towards Dangerfield. Can't take the mark. He's bumped off it. Here's Dylan Williams, who looks up for Port Adelaide, up towards half forward. And here's Lord, who takes the mark. Get me out of this, Benny.
He's one of Tony, Hugh Jackson.
Lord comes infield. Spots up Wines, attacking point of the square. A rare attacking foray for Port. And it is 8 goals to 1 in this third term. Wines out towards Burne-Jones, inside 50. Georgiades can't mark, ball hits the deck. Richards goes and picks it up, off to Sweet. He kicks inside 50, charge down. And there to clean up, close for the Cats. Loops a handball away to Bowes, to Stengel. On his backside, flicks it up. And they're running in waves through the middle. Bowes away to close, kicks towards Cameron. Can't mark. Roving is danger. He'll snap and bounce it on goal. Holmes will run it in. 2 for Holmes. Holmes and hose the Cats, and they're going to win big. 79 points before three-quarter time. 17-14, 116, plays 5-7-37. A minute away from the final break.
Well, it's a 9-goal blitz for the quarter. 9 goals 3 to 1 goal 2. It is absolutely blown to smithereens, this game, and it looks like the Power are already on the bus. They've packed their bags, they've had their showers, they've had the team meeting, they've packed their bags, they're on the bus ready to go back. That's what it looks like at the moment. There's no fight in them whatsoever in this second half.
Yeah, they look super tired. Like everyone, I was pointing out before, halfway through that passage, there was a lot of people from Port Adelaide, a lot of players just walking. They look very tired. I know it's late in the quarter, but the intensity and drive has obviously died right off half.
9 goals from 15 inside 50s for Geelong. In a quarter in which Jack Martin, the sub, has booted 4. Sweet just punches it forward, trying to gain some traction. Ollie Wines' his hand pass to Zach Butters, had it knocked out of his hands. And here go Geelong once more. Mullen with a hand pass away to Bowes, links up with Stewart, up towards Stengel. Zach Thatcher makes the spoil. It ricochets into the path of Williams. And chips it to Mead, who marks on the defensive feint of 50. His kick is over the head of Sweet, though. Butters one way, the Holmes the other. Holmes can't take possession, but he's back onto it. Hand pass to Myers. He's tackled and brought down by Mead. Spills out to O'Connor of Geelong. Gets the hand pass away to Mullen. Kicks out wide. Here's Jack Martin on cue. How's he unmarked after 4 goals? Centering ball for Close. Getting back, Ollie Wines takes the intercepting mark for Port Adelaide.
Pretty disappointing, Martin. Has he kicked the goal for at least 4 minutes now?
It's a kick that's not a goal.
Massive fly from O'Sullivan on the kick from Wines. And he sends the Cats back to full forward. Cameron goes up. He can't take the mark. Now Dangerfield slides in, flicks out a handball. Stengel gets it on the boot. Jones smothers it, ricochets away. Cameron's in pursuit. Bowes goes in. They thought there was a holding free kick. Three-quarter time. And that is a 9-goal to 1 third term in which Geelong pile on the pain for Port. 17-14, 116. Plays 5-7-37, coming off a 98-point shellacking in this showdown last week. This is on track to be as big and as bad. The goal kickers, 4 for Cameron, 4 for Martin, all in that quarter. He kicked them all in about 4 minutes of real time. The other goal kickers, Neil with 3, also all of those in that quarter. And then singles to Bowes, Myers, Dangerfield and Close. While for Port Adelaide, it's only 5 goals. It's Berry, Boak, Georgiades, Lord and Lorenz.
Still to come, the final match of the round, the Fremantle Dockers taking on the Blues. We'll take you to Perth at the completion of this match. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Your book is sensational.
It's not okay to have a crush on your agent, is it?
Michael Theo returns in the heartwarming new season of Austen.
I'm not going to let fame change me.
Sunday nights on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Jack Martin, reinvented as a cat, and he's goaling here. Geelong are running up a score on Port. They lead by 55.
Max Holmes tucks the footy under his arm. 2 bounces as he gets the half forward, running away from Ollie Wines. Drives along towards the goal square. Through the hands of Holmes. His Martin again. Steps it on his left. A classy finish.
Out of the middle go the Cats again. Holmes to a bursting Dangerfield. Off to Bailey Smith. Shorts his kick. It's him again. Martin. In a hot minute, he might boot 3. His drop punt. David Roden, statuesque. Martin's minute, he's booted 3 goals.
The hunger looks like it's gone out of the Port Adelaide Guernsey at the moment. Butters, they've got some guys in there, but they just don't look like they're hungry enough.
Where's Jack Martin? He looks for him again. Burn Jones coming one way, Zach Butters the other. They knew where it was going and they couldn't stop it. Directly in front, 45 metres out, Jack Martin in his new hoops. They've never looked better.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
The Cats with 9 goals to 1 in that third quarter, in which Shannon Neal kicked 3 of the first 5 goals in the quarter. And then Jack Martin said, hang on to my beer. Here's 4 goals in the best part of 6 minutes. The sub into the action in the third quarter. And Geelong lead by 79 points at 3-quarter time. 17-14, 116 to Port Adelaide 5-7-37. Matt Klitsch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Chad Wingard and Daniel Harford are your experts, and Lex Pesher is down on the boundary. Earlier today it was St Kilda who prevailed by 9 points over North Melbourne, despite the Kangaroos coming with 3 quick goals to close the margin to 3 points. Max Hall kicked a goal to make it a 9-point margin after the full-time siren. And the match is underway in Perth. And it's the Blues who have kicked the opening 2 goals against the Dockers 14 minutes in. So goals through Ashton Moyer and Blake Akers. There is an ABC call available. It's on the ABC Listen app. Just click on the AFL Extra button. Otherwise, we'll take you there at the full-time siren. Daniel Harford and Chad Wingard with what we've seen through 3 quarters of footy down at Cardinia Park.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a tough one for Port Adelaide, obviously, in that quarter. They just couldn't get their hands on it. I mean, 59 disposals to 118.
Chad,
double.
Can you just have a look at the tackle number, please, for Port Adelaide in that quarter?
Yeah, both teams just didn't touch it because they were both, it was 6. 6 tackles.
So the Cats have had 118 disposals and the Power have had 6 tackles.
Geelong's only had the 5 because they had the ball.
They had the ball.
Yeah.
They tackle themselves.
Exactly right.
6.
It's bizarre. Like I said, and they'll get it, like we said early in that quarter, they were just getting outside of the contest. Port Adelaide were very diligent early on with one-on-one, like man-to-man defence, and that takes a toll defensively to be one-on-one all the time. If you don't hand over a switch over and you don't play smart defence in terms of just like running for the sake of running, but they just gave up. A lot of players, as soon as you step off, you just saw how many uncontested possessions, how many uncontested marks. They just fully control. It looked like a training drill out there. Almost looked like circle work at some stages in that game, especially in that quarter there, half.
Well, not exactly running on top of the ground, the Power,
Yes.
is how we would describe it. They've got their concrete boots on, 8-5 clearances, 26-21 uncontested marks, 38-21 contested possessions, so getting bashed around the ball as well. Inside 50 is 18-8. Ground ball's 25-14. Like it's a procession. It is a procession from the Cats. They're showing the Power that if you want to come down here and try and take our points, you can absolutely go jump. This is not going to happen on their white. They've been good. I think they've been a long way from their best. I've seen them play much better than they have today. They've been much cleaner, much more efficient many games that I've seen them play live this year. But they come up against an opposition that have just turned their toes up. That's as nice as you can say it, I reckon, for the Power today. And the Cats are taking full toll. You inject the energy of Jack Martin in that third term. And everyone. What I love about the Cats is that when they see something happening and building, they lean into it. and they'll just keep feeding that. It was Cameron at the start of the game in the first half. He was the watch for his 100 watch. But then Jack Martin all of a sudden popped up. And Lachie Neal. Shannon Neal was one for a little phase 2. So let's get the ball to him. Let's empty him out, one out, make him the deep target with a one-on-one. That worked very well. Then Jack Martin comes in, and they really lean into that. So that shows me they're a great team. They care about each other and everyone having a lick of the ice cream, having some success.
So do you reckon anything was said, get the ball to Jack Martin, or it just naturally happened that he kicked too quickly and then all of a sudden they're looking for him?
Yeah, it just happens. The players feel it. That's the vibe you get watching Geelong play. They're happy for each other's success.
I wonder whether Ken Hinckley's been a great motivator, right? Like, that's his strength as a coach. He seems to be able to rev up a group and get them on message. It's probably pretty hard to do that when the season's done and you know that coach isn't going to be there next year.
Yeah, I would like to expand on that later in the game, after the game.
Yeah.
I reckon there's a conversation to be had on that.
Daniel Harford.
That's what we call a tease in the radio game, and Harf still got his radio craft.
Those in South Australia will find it a tough task to hang in till the end, but we'll see what will happen. Geelong by 79 points. Bounce to get the final term underway. Tap down one and by Sweet against Blitz Halves. It spills out and goes straight up in the air, in which Ollie Wines knocks it forward. Charging forward, Mead couldn't gather it. It's Myers who's stripped of it by Ollie Wines. And here's a chance for Liddy. Looks to send it inside 50 to the leading kick. It's spawned away from Whitlock. And great defending by O'Sullivan, who races after it. Then he's tackled by Georgiades. And the footy locked underneath him.
That's a great fist from O'Sullivan. It was a beautiful kick from Liddy from the centre of the ground. And he got there with that last minute. That last step is the critical one when you're a defender. He did a great job.
Back handing it down, Sweet. Manor emerges with the footy. He'll get the clearing kick around the boundary line. Aaliyah in from the side. Brings it down. Boak roves the pack for Port. 1-2 with Wines. Boak through the logo. Sweeps a handball infield. Away to Farrell. He'll kick laterally and out towards Liddy. Look out. Bailey Smith closes him down. Punches it away. Port recover first through Butters, who goes with the outside of the boot. A clever little kick. Away towards Drew. And tries to chip it short to Butters. Holmes comes and mops it up. And now the Cats are away downhill. And Manor has a fumble that allows Port in. They get involved through Zerk Thatcher in the middle of the ground. Away to Liddy. He gives it to Farrell, to Wines, to Butters. Flicks it out wide, and now Burn-Jones. He chips it short to Drew. Drew will look long. Deep inside 50 for Port. Whitlock to Koning. O'Sullivan in front. Nearly takes the mark. Gets out a handball. Away towards to Koning. He's wrapped up. Gang tackled. Full forward for Port. Geelong lead by 79 points. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
As the floodlights are starting to take toll here at Cardinia Park. Sweet tries to take it out of the ruck against Blitzouts. Can't get boots of ball. Tackled by Humphreys. I'm sure he got a clean disposal away. The umpire waves play on. And Myers is locked up by Willem Drew and a ball up. Power have managed just one goal since half-time. Just two since quarter-time. Here's a chance for another one as Willem Drew off hands. The tap from Sweet misses across the face of goal. Misses to the left-hand side. A minor score. Geelong's lead is 78 points, and we played 2 minutes in the final term.
Stanley with the kick into the pocket. Koning now looks long up to the wing for Dempsey. Spring-heel Dempsey jumps into his mark. Now he retreats with the kick to Martin, who's been busy since he's got into this game.
Have a shot.
You've only just joined us. He kicked 4 goals in 4 minutes of count-up time. Much less in terms of game time when you're stopping the clock. He gets involved again here. Off to Bailey Smith through the middle. To Myers, to Smith. Inside 50. Dangerfield doesn't mark. Ball goes out the back and Danger tackles. Ball up. 40 out from the attacking goal for Geelong. Cats by 78 points. 3 minutes into the fourth.
Hey Lex, last week it was Danger eating a kebab on the bench. Anything going on at the moment?
No, not at the moment, but if anyone has one, they can bring it down to me.
And up to the commentary box as well as Liddy with a clearing kick. Up towards half-back. Port Adelaide trying to keep it alive. It's Georgiades on the wing. Hand pass inboard to Liddy. Tackled and brought down by Myers. Play-on's the call. And the players come charging in to offer support. And Jed McEntee locks it up under the Rich Hickey stand. Geelong currently leading by 78 points. 4 minutes gone. Final term on ABC Sport.
Smith Swooping onto the ball for the Cats, off to Myers, who's shanking his kick and turning it straight over. Port the other way. Liddy darts one inside 50, low down to Koning, can't gather it. Whitlock goes to ground. O'Sullivan goes and picks it up. You can see why they love this kid as he kicks up towards the wing. Healing a turnover. Arriving late, Mullen. Port do win it through Butters. He chips a handball over his head, away to Berry, to Liddy. Port at half forward, sweeps it to Wines. Wines hooks it back, a central position, sliding in. Georgiades is able to mark. 40 out, slight angle to the right.
Garlic or barbecue sauce? Lex?
Both, I reckon.
None. Tomato. Can
What?
you have that?
Yeah, you can.
Of course.
Here Chad goes. Chad turns around, looks at the pies, and goes, "There's none
I
left."
knew that was coming. Lex enjoying her own work, chuckling away.
Sorry, didn't realise my mic's on.
Geelong by 78 points. Mitch Georgiades, 1 goal, 2 on the afternoon. Slight angle right of centre. His drop punt is good. Steers it through. He doubles up. 2 for Georgiades. The Cats by 72 points, and that is his 50th on the season. Put together a good year, Mitch Georgiades, in a struggling team. 17-14, 116 plays 6-8-44, 5 minutes into the fourth.
First Port Adelaide player half to kick 50 goals since when?
Oh,
Chad Wingard, I reckon.
I was going to say the Chad in 2014.
Toddy Marshall?
Toddy Marshall didn't get there.
Did the Chad do it?
Oh,
Chad
Dixon.
Wingard in 2015.
Oh, there he is.
Is that right?
There he is. There he is. Himself.
Of course you pumped me up. It's about time you pumped me up. You've said I was 0-3 at this ground. You've backed me with some sausage rolls, but hey, I'll take it when I get it.
Car trip back to Melbourne. It's going to be fun for both Chad and the Port Adelaide fans and those players making the trip back to South Australia. Bailey Smith gets the clearance at Geelong, dribbles a kick up towards half forward. Holmes inside 50. Burn-Jones dropped the mark. Still a chance of the Cats. Close hand pass to Martin. Great tackle. Ollie Wines desperate around the hips as he made a lunging tackle to win the free kick for Port Adelaide. He'll take it 35 metres out from his defensive goal.
They're showing a bit here, the power. This is much better. 8 tackles already, and they're showing a bit.
Set a challenge for McEntee, but they do the work at ground level. Sweet gets a hand pass to Burn-Jones. Hang on. Free kick down the ground, and it's going to go the way of Mitch Georgiades, who is about 50 metres off the play. Was wrestling with Sam de Koning, and see if we get a replay as to what the free kick was for.
Yeah, it looks a long way off. We're about 80 metres off.
So the umpire's gestured for a hole, but it's a long way down the ground to be paid. I don't know. You pay advantage for that, or no? You just
no. Well, you're getting with 25 metres out directly in front. You pay that where it is, I suppose.
Georgiades having booted the last goal of the match. He's kicked 2-2 this afternoon. 50 goals for the season. The Port Adelaide spearhead trying to offer some sort of resistance here. He comes in and slams it through. And the Power try and put a little bit of pride back on the scoreboard. As at one stage, Geelong got out by 79 points at three-quarter time. The first 2 goals for Port Adelaide, it's back to 66 points Geelong's way. 17-14, 116 to Port Adelaide, 7-8-50. 7 minutes gone. Final term, Sunday footy on ABC Sport with Daniel Harford and Chad Wingard.
Yeah, we just watched the replay then. It was actually very well sold by Georgiades because he just tried to get to the back of him, and de Koning just kind of grabbed him just lazily and just tackled him a little to the ground, essentially. But Georgiades was very smart. As soon as he saw that he was trying to grab him, he obviously fell to the ground. And if you think about, we spoke about him before, he's kicked 3 goals now, and he did crush a few contests going forward. So for a team that's struggling today, I thought he would hold his head pretty high considering the circumstances.
Beautiful dusk period down on the Bellarine. Pink skies as the kick goes deep inside attacking 50, and O'Sullivan is at fullback for Geelong. Able to gather the ball on the bounce. He's tackled quickly, a ball up. Cats by 66. Swatting it down, Sweet. Zach Guthrie swallows it up. He has no room to work. We'll do it again. Sweet and Neil. Sweet backhands it down. Smith over the footy. Eventually shovels it out. Coming through Atkins. Caught holding the ball.
Yep, fair enough. Try to drive through. Just tackled.
Sweet.
It's a bit sour for Tommy Atkins, though.
He's normally the one dishing out the tackles.
To the eye, they've been much better in this last term. Now, it's too little too late, clearly, for the Power, but the numbers back it up too. Contested possessions, they're leading. They're +4, 15-11. Clearances, they're 5-2. Inside 50s, they're 6-2. Tackles, they're 11-5. Much better. Where have you been?
After only 6 in the last quarter, Jordan Sweet, the former Bulldog, misses left. 65 points, Geelong's ascendancy. 17-14, 116, play 7-9-51.
Humphries quickly into Holmes, who took the intercepting mark against Berry, and then he's running into the middle of the ground off the outside of the boot. Kicks it to Manor, who just pulls up at centre half forward for Geelong. Where's the lead of Cameron? Here it is! And he marks on his chest. Lachie Jones caught flat-footed. His eyes were darting one way, then the other. And the right choice in the end made by Sean Manor, with Jeremy Cameron a chance to boot his 5th and his first since the second quarter.
I'll sneak into Chad's votes after the game too, I reckon.
Manor or Holmes?
Your call.
Holmes has been super impressive. 29, 2 goals, 12 score involvements. Unbelievable.
6 disposals, 4 goals, 1 for Jeremy Cameron this afternoon from 45. It's a laconic approach, but it's the same outcome as Cameron just puts another one through at the players' stand end. 5 for Jeremy Cameron. So 5 goals, 11 goals, 5 goals in the last 3 weeks. And the Coleman leading Cat is now all of a sudden up to 74 goals for the season as he chases the ton. Geelong by 71 points as they answer the 2 quick goals from Port Adelaide to start the final term. 18-14, 122 to Port Adelaide 7-9-51. Daniel Harford and Chad Wingard with you on ABC Sport.
Well, again, that was just too easy. That was from a kick-in, mind you. So that was all uncontested the whole way through the ground. And that's the hardest position on the ground to obviously get a goal from. And to be uncontested as well. Uncontested mark, and running through the corridor. And then that's just a stock standard lead up by Jeremy Cameron. And like I said, great finish, but they started the quarter so well just to let themselves down on it in one passage of play can cost them a goal, and they just take the opportunity where it lies there, Geelong.
Thoughts of Chad Wingard, Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Atkins reads the tap, gets a handball out to Neil. He's tackled. Cats on the wing. Myers back to Atkins. Atkins kicks out wide for Dangerfield. Gathers on the bounce, thumps it inside 50. Cameron's in a good spot, but he's outnumbered. Zerk Thatcher gets past him. Takes the mark for Port Adelaide. Then just waits the kick away to Aaliyah. Aaliyah backward of the wing. Geelong by 71. Kicks up towards Lord. Working at the footy. O'Sullivan spoils it away. Blitzarves surrounded from all angles. Nowhere to go. A ball up on the wing. 71 points. Sweet misses it. Blitzarves follows up at ground level. Spins out of trouble. Turns it over. Richards will kick quickly. There's a whistle. Free kick coming back, and it will...
Rafters from Sweet onto Blitzarves, I think.
Yeah, it'll go to the former decathlete. Right on the logo. As day turns tonight down on the Bellarine.
Reece Stanley subbed out for Geelong. Chase Burgoyne for Port Adelaide. So Blitzarves has carried the ruck really for the second half. He sends it up towards Shannon Neal, who crashes it back. And over the top of Tyson Segel was one of many, and then pokes it into the pocket with a pass that finds Sean Manor. It was the provider with the last kick to Jeremy Cameron with the goal assist in the right forward pocket. He'll have a shot on goal from up against the fence.
Love when he approaches the footy like that, Shannon Neal. That was a brilliant mark. Came in really strong. Didn't have to launch too high, but just had the hands up nice and early. He knew exactly what he wanted to achieve out of that. It's been a great fall for the Cats since the absence of the retirement of Tom Hawkins.
Just asking a few of the Port Adelaide water runners to move from the scene of the crime as he comes in, fires on goal, and it's right all the way as Lachie Jones is making sure Jeremy Cameron is not on the move. That's the right thing to do. A minor score for Geelong, and it's the Cats who lead by 72 points. 13 minutes gone, final term on ABC Sport.
Just on that Jack Martin burst as well, the quickest 4-goal burst this century. 5 minutes and 16 seconds of continuous clock, surpassing Jack Rewalt, who kicked 4 in 5 minutes 29 against the West Coast Eagles in 2010. Port through the middle of the ground, chaining handballs. Flicking it on Farrell. McEntee gathers the footy. He flicks it on as well from Lorenz on towards Richards, who shoots on goal and misses. Stinger's gone out of it just a little. Cats leading by 71, maybe a lot. 18-15, 123, play 7-10-52. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
As Mark O'Connor takes the mark at left half back. Geelong working around the red chicky stand side. Hand pass to Dempsey, to Bowes, who cuts around a tackler. Sends it up the wing to Close. He can get the hand pass to Humphreys. He doesn't have a hand pass, so has to kick it up the wing and tries to put it in the path. Well, running onto it, O'Shea Mullen, who can send it to Stengel, top of the goal square, and he'll put through a goal for Geelong. Tyson Stengel with his first of the afternoon. I'm not sure what happened with the defensive breakdown there. Aliir was trying to get back, but it was an easy goal from the top of the goal square for Tyson Stengel. And Geelong now with 2 goals apiece so far in this final term. The Cats by 77 points. 19-15, 129 to Port Adelaide, 7-10-52. The Cats' percentage at the start of this match started at 134. So there is a chance to try and build that in this final term if they desire to do so. Daniel Harford and Chad Wingard.
And I reckon they will. They'll keep playing. The foot's pretty much always on the throat from the Cats down here when the momentum's going their way. They're pretty good at it. They just got caught 6s and 7s trying to defend different players there. The Port Adelaide players behind the ball, they had no chance with the speed of the ball. And Lawson Humphreys again, I think he's been fabulous today.
Yeah.
He's the one that set the game up earlier, I reckon, for the Cats. Dashing out a half-back, defending really well, but dashing forward and getting involved in the chain of possession. And his kick then that enabled that last ball to go inside forward 50 by himself was just brilliant.
The ruck's contested in the middle. Blitzarves taps it down to himself. He's tackled. We do think as well that this might be the biggest combined margin over 2 weeks for Ken Hinkley.
Oh.
If you were to add up losing margins over a fortnight or back-to-back games, this might be the biggest combined losing margin. Out of the middle, Mead sweeps a handball to Boak. He sends one inside 50. Room to work for McEntee, who snaps off the right and swings it through. Another consolation prize for Port late in this game as they bring it back to 71 points. 19-15, 129, plays 8-10-58. 16 minutes and change into the fourth. Chad Wingard, Daniel Harford.
Again, both teams look a bit tired out there. As soon as one team gets outside of the contest, there's little chase and little pressure compared to the first half. It's just been one of those days. And again, a good selling of the candy, and he just had the composure, which we would have thought said too much about Port Adelaide today, but that was really good composure there and a great finish. But again, scenic bounce, clearance and to goal. First time we've probably seen that for Port Adelaide as well. That looked really good.
In Perth, it's the Blues who lead by 24 points approaching quarter time there. Really? So Carlton 5 straight 30 to Fremantle 1 straight 6. So
there's Jack Martin.
Hayden Young hurt.
We will take you there at the completion of this game. So that is not what you want to hear if you're a footy fan, especially if you're a Fremantle fan. Blitzavs get it down to O'Shea Mullen. He kicks up towards Manor, got rid of his opponent but dropped the mark. The power through Sin, gets a hand pass forward to Butters, out to Lorenzo on the Hickey stand wing, to Mead one way then the other, trying to get around Dempsey, who lays the tackle and wins it back. The Cats take the advantage. Close, streaming inside 50 to Manor, he centres it to Bowes. Was it 15? It was barely, but he takes the mark left of centre, 35 metres out from goal. It's a pretty good kick from Sean Manor, just to chisel it on the inside of the boot.
Talk about pieces of the Geelong puzzle and how important they are. Sean Manor's becoming just as important as any of these guys and the big names out the Cats. Such a hard worker up and down the ground, a real connector from the mid to the forwards.
They got a few of them now. You think about Myers, obviously Bailey Smith's obviously one as well.
9 individual goal kickers. Jack Bowes has one already. He now has a second. As the Cats put through their third goal of this final term, 3 goals apiece. So the Power trying to restore a little bit of pride in this final term. And Geelong have 20 goals for the match. 20-15, 135 to Port Adelaide, 8-10-58. Indication as to just how easily the goals have flowed for the Cats throughout the afternoon. Daniel Harford and Chad Wingard, your experts on ABC Sport.
A bit of love story in the background from T. Swizz. I'm not sure it's been a love story for the Power here this afternoon. I'm just trying to think of a bad Taylor Swift song that we could throw in for them.
Cruel
bit of bad
summer.
blood.
Bad blood.
Bad blood. The power on the way out. Help me out, Lex.
I got nothing. You left me speechless.
There's plenty of break-up songs that we could talk about, that's for sure.
Well, that's what will be happening at the end of the year with Kenny.
Well, that breakup's kind of like when the parties try to claim that it's mutual. There's always one party that's a little more eager to break up than the other.
Yeah.
You know that, yeah, it's by the way.
And on the receiving end. Normally the one saying it's mutual is out of the middle. Go Geelong. Atkins kicking long inside 50. Getting back to mark. Lorenz for Port Adelaide as he dabs it short. Winds. Gets rid of it again. Cruising by. The kick up towards the wing. Front to find McEntee. Punched away towards Liddy. Holmes will burst onto it. Gather the footy. Sweep a handball away to Bowes. Now under pressure close. He gets a handball back to Bowes, who just keeps it moving forward. Right there with him, Sin. Sin wins it for Port. Off to Wines on their back flank. Liddy. Liddy will go back towards Wines. Picks it up. Breaks a tackle. Handball good for Sweet. Sweet's hot handball. Too hot there for Farrell. Now Neal pinches it. Geelong again, centre half forward. Manor chips it inside 50. Bowes can't quite reel it in. Aaliyah picks it up and Port can bounce out of D50.
With the kick up towards half-back, McEntee takes the mark. He has Berry free in the middle of the ground. The kick is over his head, though. He gathers now and runs away from Lawson Humphrey. Touches the body on the ground. Berry's kick up towards... Well, in the end, Whitlock was caught behind the pack. Crashed around him with Georgiades trying to offer support. And it's gathered by Tom Stewart. Hand pass to Zach Guthrie. He steps it over the boundary line in the right back pocket for the Cats. Geelong by 77 points. Time on in the final term. Jeremy Cameron with 5 goals and Jack Martin with the quickest ever 4 goals consecutively in AFL VFL history. 5 minutes and 16 seconds. Thrown in. Blitzapps taps it down to the front. On the move, Travis Boak. Hand pass to Butters. Tough afternoon for him. Tackled and brought down. And the umpire will ball it up with Ollie Dempsey laying the tackle in the right forward pocket for Port Adelaide.
Jeremy Cameron with 5 goals. As Clinchy mentioned, Jack Martin, those quick 4. Port in the forward pocket. McEntee trying to snap on goal. Ricochets off hands and De Koning does well to punch it through. What's it like when you're playing a season where you know you're not going to play finals and you're playing the last few games of the year?
Oh, geez, I can hear this one coming.
Yeah, what does it feel like, Jack? Is it hard? How difficult is it?
It is hard, but it is tough. It is tough, and it is hard to want to play. You want to play and represent the club, but it is hard when it gets to this point of the game when you're getting smashed, and you know, got to try and find that edge. I mean, when you're in important games, obviously it's a given, but it should be a given no matter what. But there's a level of expectations that you've got to hold yourself to, and it is hard when you've got a lot of troops out. I will say that. It's hard when your troops are out, the guys that will know how to steady and be there for each other. When you've got a lot of young players, they feed off this energy, where if your leaders aren't there to keep you, I suppose, sailing the right way and to hold that standard, it can deteriorate. And we've seen that today. They don't have a lot of their leaders to, I suppose, keep it a constant for the game in terms of their standard and energy and effort.
Cats worked it up to the wing, and then Bailey Smith with a kick to half forward is chopped off by Aaliyah. Comes inboard to Liddy, and it's not team 15 as he's tackled by Bailey Smith, and the umpire will ball it up. I'd imagine as well for young teams travelling interstate, it would be challenging. No crowd, no atmosphere, trying to generate it yourself as Travis Boak's hand pass to Sweet. Pinched by Max Holmes to Geelong. Hand pass away to Myers. Into the middle of the ground for Dempsey. Tries to chip it up to Shannon Neal. Don't forget him. He's kicked 3 this afternoon. He looks for the lead. Stengel comes out and takes the mark. Tyson Stengel with 1 goal, 3 this afternoon. And the small forward is keen to get amongst the action. Seeing Jack Martin boot 4 goals in a quarter. Tyson Stengel, the former All-Australian, 25 goals for the season, looking to add another one next to his name.
What do you reckon, Chad? You're our small forward specialist.
Oh, well, I'm going to back him because I have all day, and I reckon he's going to slot this one straight through the middle.
There's no chance of it.
Slow approach from outside 50 as he comes in. Tyson Stengel puts one through for Geelong and for Chad Wingard. His second of the afternoon. And the Cats lead by 82 points 21-15, 141 to Port Adelaide, 8-11, 59.
Big score, isn't it? 141's a big score. It's on the back of a lot of hard work. They run hard. That's what I've noticed up high, again, watching them today. They just run really hard. There's a moment about 3 or 4 minutes ago where Tom Stewart was on the logos here on centre wing broadcast side. He ended up in the back pocket, right back pocket for the boundary throw in. He ran 90 metres to be a part of it. He was never going to be involved in any of it, but he ran back to help out. That just signifies what the Cats do. They're all about team. They're all about helping. They're all about working hard until the final siren goes. And you can't necessarily say that for the Power today, but the Cats have shown them a clean pair of heels all across the ground today.
So a new game high 82 points as we get back underway. Down towards Drew. It ends up with Bailey Smith, who just fashions a kick forward. Farrell will pick it up, handball to sweep, Port across half-back, and eventually they'll work it out wide. Oak's up at a mark. Oak will kick back corridor dangerously, turns it over, close brings it down. Ball on the deck, centre half forward for the Cats. Stengel to Dangerfield, bursting inside 50, sweeps the handball. Dempsey cruises in off the wing and finishes. The men in hoops have run rings around them all day, and they lead by 88. 22-15, 147 plays, 8-11, 59, 26 minutes into the fourth.
10th goal kicker individually for the Cats. You've got three of them that have had 4, 5 and 3 between them. Martin, Cameron and Neil. That's a pretty good tally, as you can see, with 22 goals on the scoreboard. It's a horrible kick from Travis Boak. It was 4-on-1 against. That switch in board to the corridor.
Yeah.
What he was thinking of that from there was just absolutely off to the races.
And it was Buck. It was weird because Sweet was in the middle calling for it. So it's obviously been a plan. But, why is he calling for it? Because he obviously put his hand up right in the middle, like they were supposed to happen. It wasn't like a missed kick. It was like they're trying to kick it there, which is bizarre.
Halfway through, Benny, looking at the highest scores so far this season. I have 150 for Hawthorn against North Melbourne and 150 last week for Geelong against North.
The Doggies do.
That's a good question. I hadn't looked at them yet.
Doggies have had a couple of good. I reckon they've been 150 a couple of times.
Willem Drew got the clearance. He's kicked to half forward for Port Adelaide, intercepted by Mark O'Connor. Switches it across half-back and finds Connor O'Sullivan. They wax it inside the defensive 50. Mark O'Connor called to play on now. He's in no real urgency, so he chips it back to Zach Guthrie. This is all inside the defensive 50 for Geelong, and now out to Jack Henry. Those are Bulldogs. 133.
Right, 135.
Against Richmond.
131, 127, 113, 132,
143 against Essendon.
High score this year, Adelaide 161 against Essendon.
Should have known that. Dangerfield up to half forward. Close, can't take the mark. It's gathered by Burne-Jones. Chips it to Lorenz across half back. He switches it out to Liddy. Takes the mark at right half back and plays on. He looks up the Hickey stand wing. Willem Drew is in space. Can he thread the needle and find him? He can. Wedged in between Zach Guthrie and Mark O'Connor. Drew looks into the middle of the ground. There's no real options there. A centering ball to Lord, who leads out and takes the mark on his chest.
Lost him.
Now, Holmes had to be careful he didn't come in from the side and give away a 50-metre penalty.
He just ducked out the back door. I was just watching him move, and all the Geelong players have been drawn to the side the ball was coming in from. And he just about faced and snuck out the back door, found himself into the corridor all by himself.
A famous Geelong name, of course. With Alistair, a premiership player for the Cats, a Brownlow medalist. Ollie with one in the first quarter, looking for a second from 50 metres out. Comes in. It's not a bad effort. Sends it sailing straight through the middle for his second. And the Power have shown some fight in this final term, as that margin fluctuates around sort of the 80-point margin. 82 points at the moment. 22-15, 147 to the Power, 9-11, 65. Sunday footy on ABC Sport with Chad Wingard and Daniel Harford.
Yeah, and it was a great lead. I'm not sure who switched off there. I think it was Henry. I reckon it was Henry who obviously didn't hand over properly. But again, great lead, great notice of space, and again, a great finish. I've liked what I've seen from him, from the little that we've seen of him today. Taking two good marks, leading well. Obviously not their day, Port Adelaide, but these are the kids that you want to invest in and you want to see a little spark in them, because next year and the future for Kari, what is he seeing and who's he going to invest in the future? Because that's the big questions in the last 3 games now for Port Adelaide.
Can Geelong get to the highest score of the year? I think they'll fall just short. Winds out of the middle, turns it over though. Holmes with it for Geelong. Looks corridor for a leading Dangerfield. Bursting onto it as he always is. 2 kicks from home. Cameron wants it in the pocket. Dangerfield goes in that direction. He's plucked it. Not quite.
Pay the man.
The umpire has read the script.
He read the script.
The umpire knows it. Just had it for long enough, did Jezza.
Sets the occasion, the umpire.
Arcs around and puts through number 6. He's closing in on the ton. Will he get there? Will the Cats get to the highest score of the year? They're back out by 88. 23-15, 153. Port 9-11-65. 29 minutes into this final term, the highest score of the year, 161 for the Adelaide Crows.
We get 2 more goals for that to happen, clearly. It's going to be a challenge with the time remaining, but they'll have a crack. It was a pretty good mark at the end from Cameron. He probably held it long enough. The umpire's right on that occasion. Dangerfield was looking, as soon as he got the ball, he was looking for him. Had a nice little lead up to the ball. Danger couldn't get back in time off the mark, so had to just retreat a little bit. By that stage, Farrell saw him coming. It wasn't Farrell, it was the defenders for the Power. Might have been Mead. Came in, crashed into him. It was a mark from Big Jezza.
Leads the Coleman by 24 goals at the moment. As the kick inside 50, is there a chance to add to that? As it comes from Shannon Neal, is going to give away a free kick here as he wrestles for it. And the free kick will go the way of Port Adelaide. And Lorenz will take it. In fact, it's Mead who gets the free kick in the back pocket as he slowly gets to his feet. 25 metres out from his defensive goal, he chips it to Lorenz. He takes the mark still inside the defensive 50. 31 minutes gone in the final term. Geelong by 88 points. As Lorenzo with a long clearing kick. Oh! Jack Henry! Onto the shoulders of Berry, and the Geelong defender showing some high flying and getting some frequent flying miles as he marks in the middle of Cardinia Park to the locals who rose.
And smart by Henry, taking his full 7 seconds to enjoy that. Going off the back of the mark.
Bit more camera time.
Everyone's calling it down the forward line. He said, nah, mate, it's my time.
Allowed time for the replay on the TV.
Now the highest score that a Ken Hinkley side has conceded is Myers chisels one inside 50. Dangerfield can't handle it. Aaliyah's caught holding the ball. The run down there in the tackle coming from Jack Bowes. Mark set 50 out. And he'll look for Cameron, you would think. Where is he? Is he down there? No, he goes short for Martin. We'll give it back to Bowes. Bowes pokes it into the pocket. Stubs his toe on the kick. Bailey Smith will go and get it. Flicks out a handball over his head. Max Holmes, fleet of foot. Handball for Close. Close can't handle it. Out it goes, and a throwing coming. Right forward pocket. The Cats by 88.
Go on the right, Cameron, try and draw a free kick. That's what I'd be doing.
Run into someone and fall over, yeah. Good
Not
idea.
sure Chris Gold will be all that keen on that. Shannon Neal doing the ruck work here against Sweet. Neal tries to slap it over the back. Brandon Thatcher has it knocked away by Dangerfield as the siren sounds. And Geelong win big in Cardinia Park once more. An 88-point victory over Port Adelaide as they tighten their grip on a top 4 spot. Now for Ken, the long goodbye, their biggest score conceded under Ken Hinkley for Port.
We are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from dawn to dark, down at Cardinia Park.
Just some concerns around Brandon Thatcher at the full-time siren as he's a little worse for wear, and players from both sides are helping him with the support of the doctor and the trainer. Geelong by 88 points, 23-15, 153 to Port Adelaide, 9-11-65. Scores will level at quarter time. Geelong by 30 at half time, by 79 at three-quarter time. Their 14th win of the season.
Stand up and fight, remember our tradition. Stand up and fight, it's always our ambition. Throughout the game to fight with all our might, because we're the mighty
For the winners, Jeremy Cameron booted 6 as he moves to 75 goals for the season, and the ton is still within reach. 4 goals for Jack Martin, all in the third quarter. It took place within 5 minutes. The record now in VFL AFL history for the quickest goals kicked in consecutive minutes. Shannon Neal booted 3 goals as well. 2 goals to Tyson Stengel and to Jack Bowes alongside Max Holmes, while individuals for Dempsey, Dangerfield and Close. While for Port Adelaide, 2 goals to Ollie Lord, 2 goals to Mitch Georgiades, individuals to Berry, Boak, Lorenzo and Mead. The Cats winners by 88 points as they look to stay in 4th position and climb as high as they possibly can up the ladder. They have the Bombers on Friday night here at Cardinia Park to come, the Swans and the Tigers in the run home. So the question, Daniel Harford and Chad Wingard, is as they chalk up these big wins, how good a service does it give them leading into finals? It's a chance to try and get that double chance and potentially host a home final, but it does allow them to play a little bit with their opponents throughout the matches.
Yeah, and I think we touched on it before the game, talking to Chad about it, that it's probably not the ideal lead-in for most teams to have the draw that they've got leading into a finals campaign where they may not be as battle-hardened as they could be. The only kicker for that is with this side, because of their experience, that it probably doesn't matter as it might for other teams. So I think they've got a few luxuries and a few credits in the bank to be able to know when to flick the switch when it gets to September. They've done that plenty of times before, and a lot of these players, most of these players have been a part of that. So I'm not overly concerned from that perspective, having a soft draw coming into a finals campaign. If it was the Gold Coast Suns or if it was Fremantle or teams that haven't had that September experience largely, then I think I would be a bit more concerned. But I reckon they'll be okay, the Cats, when they get there. The question is, how good are they? I'm still not sure how good they are. Certainly didn't see anything about that today.
No, we're not going to know. What about the game of O'Sheen Mullen too?
Yeah, brilliant.
Just quietly kept Zach Butters to 10 disposals. Went with him step for step all day, and he's fast becoming their tagging option.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And I think he might feature, believe it or not, I think in the top 3 purely because of that. I mean, he took the best top 5 player in the comp to 10 touches and have no real impact, and 2 of those touches were from kick-ins, mind you. So
that's right, yeah.
To have 8 touches really on him is remarkable, if I'm being honest, for someone of his calibre.
It's the old adage of don't get beaten by what you know, and Chris Scott would have known that Port's strongest weapon was Zach Butters with Connor Rosier late out, so it took that completely away from him. And Tom Atkins has been used in that role in the past, Mark O'Connor, and it feels like O'Sheen Mullen, the Irishman, has earned that spot in Chris Scott's best 23.
It does get a bit easier when you know that Rosie's not there with his hand or his illness, as we were told pre-game, and Jason Horne-Francis. Yep. Makes it a bit easier for Geelong to say, look, we'll just take Butters out of it.
No doubt.
Yeah, 100%.
No doubt. That's exactly what they did. He's had 10 or less disposals twice in 2.5, nearly 3 years.
Yep. It's a pretty good day from O'Sheen Mullen.
That's some good stats work by you, Half. I like it. So how do we judge Geelong's forward line? Jeremy Cameron off the back of kicking 11 last week, boots 6. Shannon Neal continues his progression, 3 this afternoon, 4 for Jack Martin. There was a bit of correspondence coming through on the SMS 0437 774 774 around Carlton fans as to how they would feel seeing Jack Martin get that opportunity and being able to take it for the Cats, given the fact that they just continue to find those other layers that they can add in their run towards another September tilt.
Well, I think that's the beauty of the Cats forward line. They are, or the Cats front half, they are so potent. They've got so many different options. Another 10 goal kickers for them today. But Dempsey obviously pops in every now and then from the wing and kicks 1 or 2. Holmes from the midfield getting 2 is a good result. Jack Bowes having a couple of goals on the scoreboard today is a great result. We know Danger's going to cause some damage down there at times. It certainly gave off a few more than he could have kicked today. So I just think they've got such versatility and depth in their goal kicking ranks that it doesn't matter who they play. You've always got to be mindful of which one's going to have the hot hand at any given time. We saw it with Martin as he came on. We saw it with Neal for that little patch in the third term. It's always Cameron. You've always got to be mindful of him. But there's so many potent weapons that can sit in that forward half of the ground and impact the scoreboard that it'd be a nightmare being a defensive coach planning against the Cats coming into a game.
So I'm just looking at Jeremy Cameron and doing the quick math here. So 75 he gets to today. Yep. They've got 3 games in the home and away season remaining. They'll have at worst 3 finals if they make it to grand final day, maybe 4, depending on how it all pans out for the Cats. So can he kick 25 goals in 6/maybe 7 games?
Yeah. Oh, where'd he
Sure.
kick? Oh, where'd he kick? Who are his next 3?
Essendon, Sydney, Richmond.
There's 5 minimum.
We could
Sydney,
kick it.
Richmond.
It depends on the Richmond one because Bolter, we don't know the time slot for that. Like, is he going to be able to play or not? Because I
think he's
know
off.
Hey?
His curfew's been...
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah.
I was going to say that would have been a huge turn of it. Richmond do defend pretty well, given obviously their defense is probably their most mature spot in their, I suppose, their
That's
line.
right, yeah.
So their defense is actually pretty good.
Flostone and those guys.
Yeah, exactly right.
You are relying on the Cats getting to grand final day as well, which might be the fly in the ointment.
We need them outside the top 4 then. That's what we need. So they can play 3 weeks of elimination, a semi and a prelim.
I think the other thing that we forget, we look at the 7 games in isolation, like he's going to have to kick bags against Essendon and Richmond, because when we get to finals, let's not forget, like, big bags from key forwards are relatively rare. He's not going
he's
to
not
kick
a traditional key forward though, is he? That's
but
the thing with him. That's why he's unique.
Is he still going to kick like a bag of
He can get
5, 6?
He can kick 4 or
Might
5
kick
easy in a
4.
grand final. Easy. He's that sort of player. Because he's not that Shannon Neal style forward. He's so much more mobile, and he can get up the ground and lose on the way through and kick him from around corners from 45 and 50. And
I'll wave to you from out on the middle of the MCG on grand final day.
I'll be there with you. I'll be
We'll
there.
be hugging, rejoicing.
We'll be in the middle centre circle.
The Cats by 88 points here at Cardinia Park as they make their way into their change rooms. Let's join Lex Pesher.
Hello, guys. Yes, it's a very exciting time down here to be a Cats fan. I always marvel at how many headbands get around these change rooms, thanks to Bailey Smith. Plenty of kids around the Cats rooms. They always seem to have their fair share of children around here. Maybe it's Mitch Duncan's 4 kids. We were talking about that before, getting around in the rooms. So they're going to all huddle around now. We'll join them for the song very shortly. I'm just looking at who they might put in the middle there. Do they put Jeremy Cameron? I mean, it's not his best performance, but they're really trying to push him to 100. We'll join them for the song. We'll find out.
Patrick Dangerfield taking control in the change rooms.
There's always a Stanley child like that too. Lots of Stanley children in that song all the time.
We're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played. Hey, at home or far away. Our banners flying high from dawn to light down at Cardinia Park.
That's the only thing they haven't done properly today.
Well, that might be one of the most respectful songs we've ever seen, Lex, given the amount of kids that were in the song, trying to make sure they weren't startled by belting it out too loud. And it was a clinical performance by Geelong all the way to the end, including the song.
That was actually the lullaby edition of We Are Geelong.
Well, Jack Martin's got kids in there.
Yes.
Sean Mannor's got kids in there.
Jeremy Cameron as well. Yep, it's a good place to be when you win by 88 points over Port Adelaide. 23-15, 153 to Port Adelaide, 9-11-65. The fans are getting a chance to get out into the middle of Cardinia Park. Meanwhile, at Perth Stadium, it's the Blues who lead by 24 points, 7-1-43 to the Dockers 3-1-19. So as much as that scoreline is startling, as Francis Evans has 2 goals for the Blues, it's the groin injury to Hayden Young, which Freo fans would be reeling about. We're going to take you there for the completion of the match. But let's head back down to the Geelong rooms with Lex Pesher.
Thanks, guys. I'm with Jack Bowes. Thanks for joining us on ABC Sport. Firstly, congrats on the win. Not a bad performance for yourself. 24-2. How does that feel?
Oh, it's obviously nice to contribute. I thought the team played really well tonight, and it was nice to get a good, solid win.
It's hard to go past what Jack Martin did out there. Just talk to since he's joined this group, how much of an impact has he had, and what kind of person is he?
Yeah, Jack's been super since he's come to the club. Obviously, I played probably 3 years with him at the Gold Coast and know him pretty well, and he's always been a fierce competitor on the field, but really quiet, unassuming guy off the field, but someone that everyone sort of looks up to, and when he speaks, everyone listens, and it was awesome to see him come out tonight and have an awesome impact out there.
Starts as a sub, comes on and kicks 3 in a couple of minutes. Do you sit back and go, oh my God, how did he do that?
Yeah, I know. It is hard starting at the subs sometimes, but he came out and had an impact, and credit to him. I think he obviously got managed a bit and looked after him, and he came out, did really well, and it was so good to see.
Daniel Harford and Chad Wingard, it's over to you.
Jack, well done to you and the boys. It was a nice performance. Ended up being relatively straightforward in that second half. I'm interested in the mindset of the player. Talking about Jack Martin there, he was on the end of a few, but the Cameron thing, the whole Cameron 100 thing, is that really, are you fishing for that?
I don't know. I feel like we're just doing what we normally do, like just trying to get it in his hands. He's obviously a player that when the ball's in his hands, good things seem to happen. And, tonight, getting some handball receives off Reece and stuff like that, it's something that, we try and do. And bringing him into the game is only going to be great for us in the future.
Well, it's great to watch, so don't get me wrong, we're all for it, so just keep going with that. How do you identify and measure how good you're going at the moment? You're playing teams that are sort of in the bottom third of the ladder a little bit, and you're dominating them, which is what we'd expect from you guys. How do you measure success at the minute?
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, it's just making sure we play the right brand of footy and playing the Geelong way, and especially defensively, stuff that we can control, setting the ground up well, playing it in our front half. I feel like it's built in the last couple of weeks, and you can sort of get into bad habits when you are in sort of a big lead or you're winning by a little bit. But making sure that we play the right way is something that we need to do going forward, and it's only going to get harder from here on in.
Yeah, well, and you've got a lot of great experience. We talked about that before, that a softish draw coming into finals is not ideal, but you guys would seem to be able to manage that pretty well with your experience. Are you confident that that's the case?
Oh, I think so, and we still had probably the hardest draw to start the season, so it all sort of works out both ways. But you can only sort of do what you get given, and we're coming out and trying to play our way, and we don't want to form any bad habits going into finals because we don't get many opportunities to make sure we're playing the right way. So yeah, I guess that's all that matters at the moment.
I was a bit taken by Lawson Humphries and his performance today. I thought, particularly in the first half when the game was up for grabs, that he was really influential in the contest. How have you seen his growth?
Oh, Lawson's been awesome. He's come in and had a great impact since he's come to the club. He's such a mature young man, and I mean, you can see he's got both left and right foot out there. He's good in the contest, good in the air, so he's been an awesome defender for us, and creates a lot of run and rebound off half back.
Come on, Jack. I know you're Jezza Cameron's golfing buddy. I keep across who plays golf with who. Is he talking about the 100 on the golf course? Goals, that is, not strokes.
Well, he definitely breaks 100 on the golf course. He's a good golfer. But yeah, no, obviously we work together, and all the forwards looking out for him. So, I mean, I don't know how many he has to get, but it is a nice little bit of extra incentive on the side.
25.
You keep counting.
Can I just ask you last one around O'Sheen Mullen and his role today on Zach Butters? He was immense, kept him to 10 disposals. What can O'Sheen become?
Oh, he's been awesome in a defensive role for us. He's someone that we really value inside the four walls, and I think he did a similar job to him earlier in the year over in Adelaide, and he's only going to get better and better at that the more experience he gets, and he's definitely someone I would like to play on. He's quick, powerful, strong, good in the contest, and really honours you defensively. So I'm excited for what he's got to offer in the future as well.
Jack, congratulations on the win. Good luck against the Bombers next Friday night.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Jack Bowes joining us from the victorious Geelong Rooms, winners by 88 points, 23-15, 153 to Port Adelaide 9-8-65. Half and Chad, does Chris Scott just have to give up the game? He fronted up the press conference and said, look, as a coach, I'm happy when the ball's in Jeremy Cameron's hands. It's a good option for us. Get in his hands as much as we possibly can, and everyone can kind of see what they're doing. I mean, it's a good chance against the Bombers to try and put a dent in the 25 goals if they are chasing the ton, although the teammates are sort of seeing the lighter side of it as well.
Yeah, Chris Scott will play a very straight bat. It's nothing that we're pushing from a coaching perspective. The players taking it into our own hands out there during the game. He'll palm it off to the players. He'll have no problem with it, particularly when there's a game like this afternoon's game. In full control, no stress really for the coach's box or the Cats this afternoon, but he won't own up to pushing it, no. Even if they are. But the players are entitled to have a bit of fun with it, absolutely. Like, if he does it, it would be an unbelievable achievement. Like, we've talked for decades, last decade in fact, of no one's ever going to kick 100 again. And all of a sudden, this bloke in Geelong has popped up and he went from 30 to 60 real quick, and the conversation changed. and it would be a fantastic thing if he got to 90.
There's magical powers in that number 5 jumper down at Geelong.
Well, number 5's all across the nation. That's what the greats get to wear, and it's fantastic that he's able to have that.
What was your number?
That chase. I don't talk about.
Hawthorn and Carlton half.
5. That's 5. I don't want to talk about it. But I think it'd be great for the game. Like Buddy's 1,000. Like,
absolutely.
That memory will live with footy fans forever.
Yeah.
And at the SCG now, it's not 1,000 goals, but 100 in a season for the first time since what was it? 08.
Yeah.
That would be quite something special.
Well, I think there's a bit of a question as well as to whether Jezza, how close he could get to 1,000, because he's 32 at the moment, Jezza. Like, he's up to 720, 23 goals now.
Yep.
Sorry, my mental maths there, I started to panic as I was adding up today to what was in the book before today. Like, he's a wiry kind of player who hasn't, touch wood, been injured too much. Like, maybe he can play to 36, 37, and if he can, how close does he get to the mighty 1,000?
I'd like to see it.
Whew.
I'd like to see him get anywhere near it.
We'll get to run out on the ground again.
Any chance for you to run out on the ground? Love it.
Certainly be those at AFL House who would be cheering for him to kick as many as possible, and maybe on the phone to Chris Scott to embrace the idea. Geelong winners by 88 points over Port Adelaide. I suppose the other part is just the challenge that they have a full, fit and healthy list. So the selection challenge for Chris Scott, I think Sir Swamp Thing had the stat that 3 unchanged lineups for 3 weeks in a row, the first time Geelong has done so since actually the final series of 2020, which is a pretty good year for Geelong fans. So it's hard for, players like Jack Bowes, who's a forward, come midfielder. So to get that balance right between giving opportunities to players like Jack Martin as the sub to come in and get his chance to show, and I guess the other players like, Reece Stanley got a relatively early knock-off this afternoon and finished in the third quarter with Mark Blitzavs carrying the load.
Well, he's a really interesting conversation, I reckon, Reece Stanley, Chad, because he's, outside of Blitzavs, he's the only real ruckman you want to have in the team. So if you can protect him in this last 3 weeks, I wouldn't mind betting they try and make him, or sub him out of games early if they're in control in the next 3 weeks, or even give him a chance to freshen up, because he might be critical for a September campaign for the Cats, because there's not too many they've got in the locker that can come in and do that job.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And even though, you see Port Adelaide, they won the hit-outs, like 53 hit-outs tonight, but it didn't affect them. We see Bulldogs constantly lose the hit-out battle, but they win the clearances because they potentially know where it's going. But the hit-outs aren't everything, and which we know in the game, it's about the impact around the ground, when the ball hits the deck, and that's where he's great in contests, and it just sets their team up. So, yeah, I think similar to Collingwood, when you're in a position to rest some players, they might be able to in the next 3 weeks potentially, whether that is from subbing out or whether that's from getting a genuine managed or starting a sub, which obviously Jack Martin, they're saying managed, but he obviously didn't have his best game last week.
So Max Holmes finished with 35 disposals. He had 15 score involvements and 2 goals alongside his 9 inside 50s and his 4 clearances. Graham Myers with 30. Bailey Smith with 30 disposals as well for Geelong alongside Jeremy Cameron's 6 goals. 4 goals to Jack Martin, all in quick succession in the third quarter, the quickest in VFL AFL history, 5 minutes and 16 seconds, and Shannon Neal with his 3 goals for the Cats as well. All right, the Port Adelaide side of things.
Yeah, the heat that's going to come on Port Adelaide, we know, everyone knows, and the whole competition's checked out of talking about Port Adelaide, really, because they know what's happening. Kenny's leaving, the season's over, there's no finals in the wings, hasn't been for quite some time, so we've almost forgotten to talk about them. But what's happened the last couple of weeks would be incredibly disconcerting, I reckon, for the hierarchy of the power, let alone their fan base, to be sitting there going, what the hell are we doing here? Why are we bothering? What's Ken still... They would be asking, what's Ken still doing in the job? It's clearly done. The players have checked out, and they put in 2 horrendous performances. The one against Adelaide last week, in really challenging conditions, said plenty without even saying a word. And then they come here and dish up what they served up in the third quarter and just turn their toes up. Port Adelaide fans will be livid with this.
Yeah, I agree more. And the other thing is, yes, they're playing for this season, but they're playing for next. If Naz is if they're going after Naz, and he sees this display, and the players that are playing, and if Butters, what his future looks like, if they're trying to attract other players to the club, it makes it harder when you're seeing they're getting thumped by, they look so far off tonight. I know they've got so many players out, but there's still a standard and an approach that you got to have when you come into any game. So for me, they are still playing for more than just nothing in terms of not playing finals this year. They're playing for a new coach coming in. They're playing for people that want to be here next year, for futures as well. You see some kids out there who can still grow in 3 games. They can improve their game dramatically in 3 games. And so it's not just finals or nothing. It's each week, what are we growing? How are we getting better? Because we're not just going to magically wake up a pre-season in November and say, okay, clean slate, don't worry about last year. We've got 3 weeks now that we can improve and learn and make better. Let's give Curry the ropes. What do you want to do? Who you want to look at? Which players you want to play in which position? Who do you not want next year? Let's focus start next year now. I don't know why you'd be waiting.
So some of those players missing: Asava Radagalia, Sam Powell-Pepper, Todd Marshall for the season with the Achilles injury, Jack Lukosius with the calf, Jason Horn-Francis out for the season with a foot injury, and Ryan Burton 2 to 4 with a foot injury as well. So I guess the question is after the showdown would have been the natural time to, I guess, hand over the reins to Josh Carr for the last 4 games of the home and away season. You probably ask the question now if there's any point to doing that.
Handing it over.
Yeah, well, it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. Well, if this is going to be the fate for Port Adelaide, and they have Fremantle, Carlton and the Gold Coast Suns in their last 3 games. So do you actually get anything by handing over the reins to Josh Carr, or is he effectively coaching the side without the responsibility?
Well, I imagine that's probably happening, that he's probably in charge. Ken's taken the heat. He's the front man for it. But Josh is probably pulling as many strings as Ken, if not more, at the moment. And that's probably the way it needs to be. And internally, you need to be having conversations about exactly what Chad's saying about, righto, we know that there's still a couple of weeks to go for this season, but Josh is in charge here, and he's looking at how you're going about your business, how you prepare, how you train, what attitude you bring to game day, how you go about your business on game day. I'd be really into those guys and hammering them about this is the expectation from the new coach. He's here watching. He's in charge. So I'll give you the 3/4 time and a 1/4 time spiels, but this is the guy you've got to worry about. So not only is it that thing, it's your personal pride and your pride in playing for our footy club that I'd be drawing on too. And just the last couple of weeks, last month really, they've been ultra disappointing. And they're a prouder club than that. That's the thing.
Yeah.
And we all say, sometimes you use that as a throwaway line, but Port Adelaide, that doesn't apply to Port Adelaide. Chad, you know that better than anyone. You've lived it. How important it is to compete.
Yeah, very proud club, rich history, and they're hard-nosed club. These are people
blue collar.
Blue collar, came in the trenches. Like they're the people that you want to go to war with, and that's Port Adelaide to a T. And I love playing for that club. And again, it is a standard. They hold probably one of the toughest standards, I believe, especially in Adelaide. Like, it's a 2-town team, and you think about Adelaide's flying at the moment where they are and where Port Adelaide are. This would be very hard to swallow if you're Port Adelaide coming in a prelim final last year, and to be where they are and seeing Crows flying like they are. This is a hard pill to swallow if you're a Port Adelaide fan right now.
Is it souring Ken's tenure overall the way it's finishing?
Yep, absolutely it is, which is a real shame because he doesn't deserve this. He's been enormous for this footy club. He's
100%.
He's been the face.
Don't they all finish on that note? You either get sacked or you win a premiership and you go, right, I'm done.
But not like this. Not when it's 100 points every week. No, it's only 2 weeks in a row. But it's not like this where it's lifeless. Not very rarely is it lifeless. Now, we don't get too many coaches say at round whatever it was that he's going to finish up either. So it's a different scenario to a lot of coaches who meet their end from a coaching perspective. But I think he deserves from the players the effort that his tenure at the footy club respects, and that's not what he's getting at the moment. I know that personnel is an issue, I get that, but there's still an effort-based criteria you should be able to measure yourself and judge yourself on, and watching today's game, that wasn't applied. And that's what I think would sour the legacy of Ken.
There's certainly some listeners in South Australia who feel like the time has come to part ways. There is 3 rounds to go in the home and away season, and then Josh Carr will take over as the new Port Adelaide coach. The Cats winners by 88 points here at Cardinia Park, 23-15, 153 to Port Adelaide, 9-11-65. Over in Perth, it's the Blues who lead by 24 points. So Carlton 8-1-49 to the Dockers 4-1-25, and we'll take you there for coverage in the next 7 minutes or so. We'll be there for the second half with our commentary team there. The votes for the ABC Footballer of the Year about to come, but Mitch Georgiades booted 3 goals this afternoon. He joins the list of goal kickers for Port Adelaide history to kick 50 goals in a season. Warren Treadray did it on 5 occasions half. Scotty Cummings, Stuart Dew, Brett Ebert, Daniel Motlop, Jay Schultz, and our own Chad Wingard.
The Chad. The Chad. Thank you. What a player.
So he is a player. Mitch
Privileged
Georgiades,
player.
Chad Wingard is a player, but Mitch Georgiades is a player they can try and build their forward line around.
Yeah, and imagine if he had some support, key position support. Now, Lord's a young fella trying to work his way into his career and the system, but imagine if Marshall's there or Lukosius is there or somebody else is there to ride shotgun and give him the second defender, sometimes the third defender, what he might be able to do. So he's been a shining light for them this year in a really challenging season.
The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. I think you've got the job, Chad. I don't know if you realise.
No, I've got the job. I'm happy with the job. Okay, I'm going to go a little bit different.
Oh.
Because there's so many players that had an offensive impact and a lot of players who had a lot of stats. But I'm going to go back to my roots here and be a defensive player like I am.
Come off it. Back to your roots. Never defended in your life.
I'm going to go with Mullen with 1 vote. He had 10 disposals, but he kept Butters to 10 disposals and had no impact. 8 of those were actual real touches. I suppose 2 of those were kick-ins.
Good decision.
I think he is worthy of, if it was a coach's votes, I reckon he'd be right up there in terms of shutting down one of the best players in the competition. Now, this one might be left of field.
Oh, no.
But Patrick Dangerfield, I thought his impact was unbelievable. He had 19 touches, 1 goal. He had 5 goal assists. 5 goal assists. So, and he took 3 contested marks, and he was super potent when he was around the ball. And I just thought he was more. I know we could have went Jeremy Cameron. He had 6, but he had 8 touches, and 2 of those goals were handball receives goals. So I didn't want to put him in there. But Patrick Dangerfield impact on the game was super impressive.
12 score involvements from Paddy. That's good.
And the number 1 is Max Holmes. 35 disposals, 4 clearances. He had 875 metres gained, 15 score involvements, and 2 goals. Clear best on ground. Unbelievable day for him, and he was just consistent throughout the whole day. Super potent, clearly the best on ground, and what a performance.
3 to Holmes, 2 to Dangerfield, 1 to Mullen from Chad Wingard in the ABC Footballer of the Year. In Perth, Harry O'Farrell has been subbed out with a knee strain. Corey Durden comes into the action there. It's half-time in the West, and it's the Blues who lead by 24 points. Earlier today, St Kilda prevailed by 9 points over North Melbourne. So back-to-back wins for the Saints, 11-12-78 to North Melbourne at 10-9-69. The Roos kicked 3 goals on the bounce to get back within 3 points. Only for Max Hall to kick the sealer after the full-time siren. The Saints prevail by 9 points. Another flash-out game from Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller, 36 disposals, 2 behinds. He had, what do I have him down for? Score involvements. He once more had 9 score involvements in the Saints' efforts once more. And I guess his star continues to rise as the Saints have now won back-to-back matches. Probably no celebrations at the Brighton Beach Hotel this week, but
on the shoulders of Ross.
Either of you end up on the coach's shoulders at any stage?
No.
Nah, I can't imagine. I reckon Clarko would have been on a few shoulders. I reckon.
Ended up sleeping in the coach's living room floor.
Sorry?
Which coach was that?
Kenny Judge.
Really?
The late, great Kenny Judge. It was the best night we ever had with Judge. It was the night he got sacked. True story. True story. We were at his place. The night he got sacked, we were all there, and we had the best night ever with him. I was thinking to myself, where have you been for the last 6 years, man? Judgy, just give us a chance to get to know you.
That must be
the best night ever. I was doing karaoke, singing Shania Twain. Magnificent.
Yep. That must be the Kenny Judge I got to know in Perth. He was more relaxed, and I did cop a few sprays from him. Just for good measure.
Trust me, I cop more.
Yeah, I reckon probably did.
The match
you get the vein sticking out in the neck.
Oh, yeah. Great vein sticker.
The match review findings have come through. Financial sanctions for Liam Baker, Christian Salem, Oscar Smart of the Bombers, and Lockie Neal. Toby Nankervis wasn't cited. And in the AFL's email, of course, 4 charges were laid and there were no incidents requiring a detailed explanation.
I'm okay with that.
Contact with the umpire. I would have thought it just requires an explanation that, Toby Nankervis didn't initiate the contact or...
Yeah, they could have said that. Yep, certainly wasn't his fault.
Maybe they don't need to. Maybe everyone's drawn the comparisons and the lines in which they need to. So if we quickly cast an eye forward to round 22, which gets underway on Thursday night, Hawthorn taking on Collingwood from the MCG, both coming off losses. The Pies trying to hold on to their spot, which they had since round 10 on top of the ladder, which Adelaide now hold on to. And Chad, your former club, the Hawks, they need to get a couple of wins in the last 3 rounds if they had a feature in September. There will be no Will Day, whose season is done with a reoccurrence of that foot injury. How do you see it unfolding?
Well, obviously I'm going to be biased and want the Hawks to win, but it's going to be a tough one, I think. Like you said, missing Will Day, Weddle. They had the 4 tall forwards play. I'm not sure if they'll do that again. I think the small forward's going to have to... I think what I want them to do is to put a little bit more speed inside their midfield. When Watson comes into the centre bounces, he looks great.
Who would you like to see?
I would love to see Watson go into more centre bounces.
Throw the Wizard in?
I would even like to see more. Maybe just a little bit more around stoppages to get him involved a little bit more. I think they're just a little bit too slow. But I think that mix, they haven't, who else are they going to put in there? They've got Connor McDonald, who's been mainly a forward his whole career. He was drafted as a midfielder. Do they maybe put him in there? Is it Dylan Moore? Is it Watto just for pure pace and to does he look potent when he goes in there? They need to find something. But again, against Collingwood, they're not going bad, but they're obviously 2 close losses. They're still looking pretty good. They just haven't quite come away with the wins, which they normally do in those close games. But yeah, Hawthorn have got a bit to work on. They came out firing too. I thought, how good's this?
Rid of the first 5 goals of the match. I guess Sam Mitchell's already experimented with the 4 forwards, so probably to toy with putting someone in who's not really a midfield player wouldn't really work for him. So what he's got is what he's got.
Yeah, I'd be hesitant to back that up, that 4 forward system again against the Magpies. Yeah. I think, as we discussed on last night, the Magpies defensively, from a personnel perspective, are a little bit vulnerable at the moment. If they don't bring in a goal at Frampton, if Howe doesn't play, there's a bit of vulnerability behind the ball for the Magpies. So maybe there's an opportunity to exploit that if they want to format it differently. But I would, at this stage, I'd be leaning towards the Magpies in that one.
Chad, you're leaning towards the Hawks.
Yeah, I have to.
Good on you. Thanks, Chad. Thank you, Half. Thanks for coming down the highway. Thanks to Ben Cameron.
Thanks, Clinchy.
Thank you to Lex Pesce down on the boundary, to Aaron back at base, and, of course, to Lee at the back of the box here. The Cats winners by 88 points over Port Adelaide. 23-15, 153 to Port Adelaide, 9-11-65. We'll take you now to coverage in Perth, where the Blues are leading the Fremantle Dockers with Clint Weldon, Mitch Turner, Cara Antonio alongside Peter Bell. The news there, Hayden Young has been subbed out of the match with a groin injury. Can the Fremantle Dockers come charging back? We'll keep you covered on ABC Sport. Good night from Geelong.
As we welcome our listeners joining us here to Perth Stadium. It's been a weird old afternoon. The weather in Perth